What's good,
And
bro, Sanchez?
what's good, yo?
Chilling,
It's
chilling, man. You been going crazy these past 2, 3 days, man.
Man, I appreciate that, my brother. I'm trying to wake the people up because it's here, man. Everything we've been talking about.
Oh God, man. I wanted to chime in real quick because you said you was gonna bring up Tesla. Hitler with Tesla, whatever. And the other day I was watching the Hitler movie, right? When they depicted how Hitler was mad because his general didn't bought Tesla cars back in the day. So they because they knew that Tesla cars was going 100 mile per hour and no other vehicle was going 100 mile per hour but the Tesla vehicle, which it was electric. And they took his invention and hid that from the public. And what's his name? Hitler was he was mad at his general because they say, why would you turn down a car that is futuristic for a piece of shit just because he's more comfortable? And the general didn't understand that he was going crazy on him, bro. Sanchez, I don't know if you saw that movie, but that shit was crazy how he was going crazy because he knew the value of Tesla, but
I'm
his
gonna have,
general wasn't doing a good job. You know what I mean?
yeah,
I'm
man.
a, I,
I gotta check that out.
for
Real
sure.
talk. Hell yeah.
Community
Shout
joint.
out K Gomez, my
You
brother's
ain't
good.
chip in
Yeah,
on the
What's
hey,
up?
rap, but a lighter, so I don't understand.
Diggy, what's up, man? What's good, everybody? Glad to have y'all, man. Yeah, go talk to him, bro. You got it.
Yo,
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I was gonna
Will
say I looked up Palo Alto. That means a high mast or a high pole. So it goes right back
Oh,
to the high places, the
yeah.
North Pole symbolism, the tree, Santa, Christmas, and everything like that. And it also made me.
Damn.
It also
N-
made me what you said earlier. I'm in Texas. We had a school out here, Texas Tech. They used to have the bonfire ceremony. It got banned because they used to stack. I mean, if you look this shit up, if you Google the Texas bonfire ceremony, the amount of wood that they fucking would stack up and light that shit on fire, it was like crazy. But one year they stacked it up and the shit fell and killed a bunch of people, and they haven't done the ceremony since then.
Them
But
people would sacrifice, I bet. Like that was part of a
yeah,
ritual.
yeah,
type shit.
yeah.
Oh
So it's
yeah.
like you see that shit is go on at a lot of that symbolism and ritual go on at a lot of these big universities. You know what I'm saying? It's like they tapped into the same.
And guess
So
what I'm gonna tell you, bro, real quick. They do this same ceremony in Vegas, but they call it the Burning Man, where they burn all these big ass wood giant men and structures. They set them on fire,
Yeah.
and when they set them on fire, it bring them to life. And this is what I think that the whole jack-o'-lantern shit was about. When you light your jack-o'-lantern, cause the Burning Man shit, right? They'll make these wood humans and set them on fire. When they set them on fire, it really looks like they're alive now. It kind of animates them a little, give them like,
yeah, they be illuminated on the
yeah.
inside. Mhm.
And what crazy, like bro said, just chiming in, a lot of these major universities, if y'all think about it, they have a traditional rivalry with other schools. If you get into the history of how these collegiate schools built their rivalry and got such a historic tradition to like be a 17 and stuff, if whoever just fall back just 15 seconds, if y'all listen and really fall back on how these colleges, whether it's a HBCU or D1, D2, D1 AA, it don't matter. I'm a ex-student athlete myself, so I know what I'm talking about. These motherfucking schools actually build a lot of their traditions and original whole heritage and culture off of ancient or if not just racial motherfucking standards. It's not based on what you actually think it is. It's a way deeper than what you think it is because on a superficial level, it just seems like you're rooting for a favorite school, a favorite team, a favorite player. But when you really get into it, a lot of this shit is coded, y'all. Whether it's fraternity, sorority, or whether it's just overall just on your everyday TV. Like I'm telling you, it's way deeper than what they make it seem like. Falling back.
Yeah, and to add to that point, Diggy, like you said, even with the HBCUs, some of these HBCUs is founded by non-black folk. I would say majority of them. So you got to keep your eye open on that too, and not exclude them just on the color thing. They right along with the
Right
pagan
along with
neo-pagan
bullshit.
revival rituals, like you brought up earlier about the neo-pagan revival movement. That's when a lot of these institutions and organizations at these institutions, they all founded around that same period.
And that's
Yo,
what's
let me ask you.
crazy. Yeah,
That's real.
what's crazy, they set up the Burning Man like the flat earth shit, and they burn all the objects in the middle of it, like the North Pole or the light beaming up in the middle. But yeah, go ahead.
Y'all think that rituals came from back of the day, like they stole them rituals, or they just doing it just to attract the amount of people in one spot and get their energy, like.
I think that most of the people at Burning Man don't really know that they're part of a big ritual. But I think that there are what we call in archons is artificial intelligence. And I think it's several ways they harvest our energy. And I think at these like Travis Scott Astro World, these big events where some bad happen, people end up dying. Like we say they want adrenochrome or whatever. But what it is think about it. If I'm harvesting souls, right? I would like to create a scenario where I can have hundreds of humans die at the same time, and when they soul leave the body, have some kind of technology to intercept it. So you will see these in a lot of places. That's why I don't fuck around at concerts, God damn it, like stuff like this, because you might get sacrificed. They already got your energy on some evil shit. You at a concert, you got your frequency the same way they fucking frequency is. So you telling the universe, hey, this my heaven, this is who I am, like this the frequency, my tribe is my vibe. When I die, boom, let me go with the one that created this frequency that I'm on. And if that's Travis Scott or Jay-Z, I'm saying, nigga, a lot of these celebrities, if you want to go all the way Twilight Zone, may be demigods, goddammit, that keep coming back to this bitch with a fan base, and that's their following, their cult, their religion, and because think about it. It's all about frequency and vibration. Tesla said that when you idolizing this celebrity, you're matching their frequency and vibration, and you're saying, fuck my own unique frequency and vibration that my parents gave me. That's no different than the Bible saying, let God will be in you and not your own. Let him be. So, because you now become that person. You no different than the Christian that's want to be like Christ. You just want to be like Jay-Z or somebody else. It's all idolatry. Because, and that means idol. That means for you to be somebody else, your real self is idle. It's just laying there doing nothing.
Yeah, that's straight facts, bro. Real talk, bro. Like you say, when you really put your mind to it, these folk gotta stay in tune, man. There's something called grounding and being present. Martial artists, they tap into it and all kind of other, professionals, but you gotta be aware of your surroundings, bro, at all times and know what the fuck happening, bro. Real shit.
Yeah, that's like putting yourself in the back seat or in the coffin of your own life, and that being present. A lot of
Yeah.
people who are stuck in the past or stuck in preoccupied with the future or preoccupied with the past, and we've talked about how that's an aspect of time traveling, but it's like you're not in the here and now, which is a ever fleeting moment. But it's like this is the most important moment because right now is when you can make the change. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
And it's like they season these humans up and then eat them like how we do food. But they season them with like corruption, demon time, fucked up frequency. See, they can't really eat you if you're in your natural state. Your energy can't be harnessed. So they got to get you right, like a nigga getting that steak just right where he can eat it. You know what I'm saying? And that's what all this indoctrination, corrupting you, taking away your innocence. at that point, dude, it ain't no kind of energy protecting you. Like, you gotta understand, they working off the fact that your ignorance is leading you into a vulnerable positions, like what the one I'm pulling up on the screen. Like, for example, me joining the fucking infantry. Like, you think when I swore in that if I would have went to war, I would have had some special privilege or something because I'm Sanchez? I could have died over there, and when no ancestors would have stopped it, and Mother Nature wouldn't have stepped in. That's a result of my own ignorance, man, because I didn't know no better, and I could have died for that. Ignorance will get you condemned. We don't know that if we knew the price of ignorance, our people wouldn't be so ignorant. But they tell us what you don't know don't hurt you. Shit, why you think we at the bottom, nigga?
That, bro, they tell you that till you stand in front of that goddamn judge. Because what you don't know can hurt you. What you don't know can lead to your demise. What you don't
Yeah.
know can lead to your last. What anybody who is an actual professional healthcare practitioner out there, your love dove. What a love dove is your actual heart frequency. What they when you a baby, I'm talking about a zygote, and they put the little metal things on the mama stomach to read the heartbeat. That's a love dove in the healthcare professional world. That'll lead to your last heartbeat, homeboy, homegirl out there. Because what you don't know, when it comes to you actually having to meet those real presidents and people who really govern your life, it's not always in the judge form. Sometimes it's spiritual. It's different levels to this shit. But bro, what you said is very, very vital. I just want people way in the back to understand that shit, bro. Your ignorance can lead to your demise and or death. It can be a slow death, or it can happen right then and there where you lack that understanding because you in the wrong place at the wrong time. I'm gonna fall back because I know plenty of people feed off that. But this shit get real out here, bro. This digging, bro. Digging ain't got no motherfucking time, no motherfucking room for the BS. That's why when I step on, bro, I appreciate everybody on the panel and the chat. But my presence, not my whole existence, dog. I'm way more than what I speak of. But everybody gonna peep what time it is. Just remember, Diggy 1D. I am a real artist and the essence out here. It ain't no need for you to know. I'm a messenger. This shit real. Pay attention. Bro Sanchez don't do nothing but take his time and present the truth to y'all, man. Stop playing, tune in, chime in. Real shit. Falling back.
And people, the Hebrew word heavens just means sky. That's something I want to throw out. Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, what it do, Sanchez? How you doing, man?
What's good? What's
It's
good, man?
all good. Hey, you dirty. What's up with you? Been all right?
Say that
Can you
again.
hear
It
me?
was a little muffled.
I'm sorry.
Well,
Can you hear me?
yeah, there you go.
How you doing? You straight?
Oh yeah, man. Thank you for asking. How about yourself?
You know what's funny? Every time I'm good, man, but every time I ask you that, I feel like it's such the fucking understatement of the year because I feel like I'm talking to my teacher and I should address you in a proper manner, but I'm from St. Louis, so you gotta excuse me. But yeah, man, I want to jump on to like saying y'all was talking
Mm-hmm.
about the like ignorance can lead to your demise. On the other end of that, for real, and Sanchez, I want to rap with you about a few things, man. I'm gonna get up out of here,
Mm-hmm.
but I think ignorance can lead to your bliss in this world or wherever we are. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I think the truth can lead to your demise because I walk around every day now knowing the truth, and I'm gonna get called crazy for damn sure. So it's like that shit. The truth, I think that's a true state. I got some background real quick.
Let me get you straight. Go ahead, Damien. Somebody must have
Appreciate you.
came on with it. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, appreciate you. But not to be long winded, but yeah, in our heart, where we at, this like this community, man. And I hate to call it community because it's cliche today, but these like minded people that we dealing with on this panel in this chat, It's like it's different because I don't think it's no like what I'm trying to say is Sanchez. I was watching. I'm sorry. I'm all over the place,
You good?
but yeah, I'm all over the place. But yeah, I was watching a few of your damn documentaries the last few days, man. The shit woke me up so fucking much, man. Is that I want to come on here for real and be like, nigga, who the fuck are you? Because you is the nigga that woke me up to the world. So it's like I can step in the world, I can practice these teachings, and I can see the world. So if it's like you was talking about like the robots and shit, like you don't know who amongst you. So man, I was dealing. This is the smallest situation. I was dealing with my family on some shit, and they all in their cell phones, low key. So what I did was snatch one of my cousin's phone, and it was like she snapped. She was a whole different person. So I gave it back to her, and she calmed down. So I'm like, man, is these people that's so tied into this shit? I think I know I hate to say this shit though, because it's like family, it's loved ones, and we grew up around them. But I think demon possession is for real archon intelligence, AI, the alien invasion. I think this shit is a monster. I think this shit has been invaded. It's not that it's low key been here. I think it's been here, but I think it's invading us right now as we speak. Like I'm talking about like real shit. Like you know what I'm saying? I hate conspiracy shit, but like my neighbor and shit, like they don't seem like the same person that I knew a year ago. I'm talking about you not the same. That's why I'm in the situation I'm in because it's like I'm really studying people today. Now when I walk outside the chair, I study people. I'm not even like enjoying myself no more. I don't even eat a lot. I don't even care about fucking no more. Like I'm just all I want to do is learn. And when I see somebody that want to be entertained all the time, it makes me question who they are. And I think that's wrong. Maybe I'm wrong for that, man, but I'm gonna dead it right there because there's other people on the panel I could talk all day. But
Thank you for that, my brother Damon, as always, man. Real
yeah,
shit.
man, yeah, yeah, love.
Love.
Hey, Sanchez, I got,
Salute,
I
salute, salute,
got,
everybody.
your
Salutes,
boy
My
Bobby.
nigga.
Wriggles.
What's good,
What's
Bobby?
good, Riggles? Welcome back.
Hey,
Salutes,
my nigga.
Bobby, salutes. Hey, look, y'all, look, I got a clip for you, Sanchez. I'm gonna put it in the back chat. We can play a little game because what you talking on, I'm gonna give you this clip, and then I'm, we're gonna, I'm gonna ask you this question once I give you the clip. How
Hey,
many robots do
I
you
think you becoming
see?
a
I'm gonna
robot
put
right
it in the
now,
back so
bro.
you can play it.
That nigga just became a robot. Hey, Sanchez, salute, my nigga. Thank you for
Yeah, I
all the
am.
love, nigga, you've been
Leave him
showing the
alone,
nigga.
Bobby.
Hey, peace, peace, peace. Hey, much
No
love,
more.
Sanchez. Much
Don't
love.
look like
Hey,
Much love,
dog,
bro.
real quick, Sanchez.
Uh-huh.
Tying in with everything you've been kicking about the AI and all of this shit.
Right.
I want to ask you, are you familiar with the Human Genome Project?
Yeah, man. But
Okay,
yeah,
that tied
but you gonna have to,
directly
yeah,
in
go
with
ahead.
this.
Do that. Do it. You
Okay,
got it.
the Human Genome Project,
Uh-huh.
which started back, I want to say in like the 90s, maybe late 80s, was supposedly completed in 2003. And what they claim is that they mapped 92% of the human genetic sequencing, to your point, into being able to synthesize human behavior and put it into, you know what I'm saying, unorganic beings, you know, robots, AI, and things like that, which is why we got all these advancements in like Alexa and Siri and things like that, able to respond back. What they said is that they mapped 92%, and the 8% that's missing is the essential keys to like the basis biological function. So basically they saying we got everything up until like they built the house backwards. So they basically saying we got everything except the foundation. Once we get that, nigga, it's over with. And now that we're This was 2003 where they had 92%. Now we 20 years past that, Sanchez. And what you think they got now?
Now they got all this data, but yet when you go to ancestry.com, they only got a little database that's saying you from Africa, this or that. They only let, you know what I'm saying? This show you something ain't right, because when they be using this for you to trace your shit, I don't know, maybe but yeah, this is crazy here, man.
And another piece I'm finna give you about the human genome sequence that, you know, tie into symbology and syncretism. Every time that they show us DNA, they show us this double helix strand, right? Which you already broken down. I'm pretty sure all us familiar with this is, you know, animation showing us like, you know, the snake on the staff and all of that bullshit, right, Sanchez? I'm there with you. But when you go and see the actual mapping that they've done of the human genome sequence, it is not no double helix. It's like a grid of all different colors. It's light sequencing. It's almost like if you, and you know what, y'all seen that before?
Watch this, bro. Look at this
yeah,
shit.
like the color
My
wheel, like the
mama
color
did.
wheel. It's the color wheel,
Look
which
at
is
this.
that logo that they
Look, there
right
you
now.
go. So that goes back into, not only are they showing you that they mapped the human genome sequence, they telling you by default that it's a light code and it's all holographic. So that's why we able to map it, because we figured out the simulation.
Yeah. And
Hey,
you
Bobby,
know what's
also
and
with
you
the
know what's
Genome Project, they also did the brain under Obama. They did the brain mapping project too. So after they finished the DNA genome in 2008, when Obama, he put the funding towards the mapping of the brain, and they finished that one as well too within like about 2-3 years ago. So them projects was like parallel, one under Clinton and then that one under Obama.
All right, check
Yeah, that
this
was an
out.
extensive project.
So check this out, right? When you say the word genome, I couldn't think of nothing but this little mythological creature called a gnome. But that's like genome. And if you think about it, it said they're humanoids who live underground and have characteristics are reinterpreted to suit various storytellers and artists. Boom, boom, boom. Lawn ornaments gnomes were crafted during the 19th century. I believe that a lot of these little like Smurfs, Avatar genomes, Honey, I Shrunk the Kids, that's them talking about us. We're in a Truman Show in a big ass damn like lab experiment for real.
Not only that, I'm finna give you some of the time.
Look, this shit said Renaissance magic and all that, and we know Renaissance magic is just the technology we use in today. They was calling it magic then. So that Renaissance magic was what? Genome tampering, fucking with the genetics and shit. And so when we say genome, making the little man, yo, I'm telling you, I really think that's talking about.
Now remember, Sanchez, when I gave you that document about real quick, Diggy, y'all remember when I gave you that document about when we was talking about transcendence and going out of the body, and the CIA had all that stuff about astral projecting and different things, right? Mm-hmm. Also within that document, they spoke about like what you're saying with the genome, that being us. But they called it the homunculus. They said it's a sequence.
Yeah. Guess what, Bobby? Let me say something.
Go ahead,
they said, look, watch this. I read a real scientific article. This is an old government patent from back in the day. A male can take his sperm and put it into the belly of a lamb or some animal, and the sperm of develop into a fetus inside of a stomach, and it'll be a little bitty gnome, a little human. Yep. So the whole thing about the gnomes is real. They used to make little, like you said, it's called a homunculus, and it was like the first test tube baby, but he was growed out of the stomach of a animal. And think about it, this thing is grown out of a stomach, and we talk about the belly of the beast, and we born into the belly of the beast and shit, and the beast is the animal. So you know what I'm saying?
Now look, but this is what I'm saying, Sanchez. Go back and look at that document that I gave you. What they called the homunculus in that document was a set of sequencing on a human brain.
Yeah,
right? It's
I know what you're talking about.
On the human brain, that's like they said it's the little man in the brain, and once they said this is the unseen force that governs And once they able to tap into that, this is how they able to control people and that the
Yeah,
homunculus, right? That's how they got it drawn
because
on your brain. There you go.
because
There it
every
is right
limb
there.
on your body responds to one of these spots on the brain and
My
shit. So
nigga.
when we see like his foot right here, it show you this part of the brain control that. This part of the brain control your hand. That's what he was, like a little bitty dude that was built to show you. And I'm finna read it to you what they said. This is what they say, right? But I don't go with that. It say it's a homunculus is a representation of a small human being, originally depicted as small statues made out of clay, popularized in the 16th century. Basically, the parts of them that's got the big parts is the part of that your brain put more emphasis on. So the small parts of his body, your brain don't put much emphasis on them. So he like a symbol of how your brain focuses on different parts of your anatomy in the form of like a little human. But see, what I'm saying is, even though that's true too, and that's the little dude in your brain, I really believe it was some little motherfuckers that they was making, like gnomes. What y'all think? You think
Also, too, when people talk about they hallucinogen experiences, it's well documented that people talk about the gnomes and the little people or the helpers along the way. They, it's well documented. A lot of people, even in them CIA documents, they talk about when they astral project and use the different LSD and different stuff, the gnome like creatures that's there, and even Freud or whatever, he basically tried to say that those things are like fixtures of your subconscious. So that that's why they're there in all the myths around the world, because they're foundational aspects of everybody's subconscious. So that's why everybody that takes something sees the same figures. And I'm gonna call that.
They
Hey, Thunder
they even
Sound, to
have
add on to
a
what you said. Hold on, okay, yo, man, it's real quick. This is a 30-second one. To add on to what Bruh saying, if y'all think about, well, if you don't know, when you're an engineer or if you're a real scientist and you're behind a big company, you build things on a small scale first, on a way to practice, to try to
yeah.
see what's gonna happen. You don't go to the major life scale size at first. That's one point. Second point, if you know about so-called small people or dwarfs or midgets, whatever the old term is for allegedly terming, so we don't get flagged or nothing like that. But them some tough motherfuckers. Believe it or not, they not middle and weak like some people may think. So to follow up with what I was saying was, for there to be any small scale of a experiment that is drafted first makes the most sense. That's how you
but
do it. You
but
little it make a lot of sense. I'm on whoever trying to interject. I'm just adding to what Bro Sanchez. He said, "Well, we think this diggy. This my last 3 seconds." Yes, I'm with that shit. Small people was used to see what the fuck was going on before us big boys falling back.
Look at this, y'all.
but listen,
Read this while y'all do that, yo. Go ahead.
I don't want to interrupt
yeah,
nobody
listen.
before I do got a question.
Let me say this, and I'm gonna pass you the mic real quick, because it's crazy how even predicting programming they using on predictive programming when they put like the Smurf on our faces. You know what I'm saying? The Smurf were like gnomes, and then the crazy thing is the motherfuckers that was hunting them was a motherfucking crazy scientist, and they put
Right,
that shit on our
real shit.
faces, bro. You know what I'm saying?
You
Go
right,
ahead.
K-Go, man. You right, K.
Hey, yo, just an equivalency of what you just said. It kind of reminds me of, the story of the Smurfs, how that crazy scientist, quote unquote, crazy wizard was hunting
Yeah.
them so he could eat them or some shit like that.
Yeah, see the Smurfs
Oh
is
shit,
the
what's
whole
good, Sally?
yeah, that's what the Smurfs is showing us. Look at what the Nordic people said we live in, and you just said the Smurfs and this popped up. Soon as Sally said the Smurfs, this popped up on the screen, and I just clicked on it because I'm like, damn, speaking of the Smurfs, they lived in one of these too.
Hey, but what's really
Also,
crazy? Hey, real quick, this takes like 20 seconds. That makes me think of the whole simulation theory. It's like it's always. It seems like it's a small group of people that know the truth, but as soon as they start speaking the truth, they sound crazy to the entire world. So it's like it's always meant to be set up like it's always my fault. Yeah, but it always seems like it's a set system, like calculated down to the number. It seems like this is how it's gonna go all the time. And I don't know who these small group of people that's waking up is, but I know what the masses are. And it seems like it seems like we can't stand up in no kind of way. Just say the whole world knew this truth. It seems like it still wouldn't happen. It
Well,
don't
if you
seem like it
listen to
would.
what Bro Sanchez was saying about how the world revolves around data and how a lot of things that come that are natural in this world have been datatized, and the AI knows that because this multiverse runs off of a certain golden ratio, which is used to produce that data. And so to bring it back to what he was talking about in the yesterday with the live about the different species of humans. So we have the Rh positive and the Rh negative, right? And that homunculus. A lot of us who are natural, right, have the Rh positive, but there has been gene tampering, which makes the Rh negative. Now, there's these subspecies of humans, which I wouldn't say they're much different from us. They're exactly like us, but they feed off of this data to create certain simulations that are within that we're living in. And so that's why everything that we're seeing is a production of this mathematical structure, is because it all follows the same data. That's why computers, they follow a certain assembly code, right? That they read instructions. It's the same thing our world works in. We read instructions. And also to expand the Saturnalia cult that a lot of these AI people are a part of, right? They understand that certain code of the 666 and the carbon and the certain chemical makeup that makes the atom. That's why it's as above, so below, and as within, so without. And so when we expand it even more to, the things that we know about technology and how there's a huge energy transfer that goes on at these concerts, at these Burning Mans, they're literally showing you in your face the symbolism of the electromagnetism that is being harvested from the free energy that is the battery, which is yourself. And so expanding that even more to, things like sports, things like idol worshiping, right? What happens with a battery when you don't use it, right? It goes to waste. And they don't want the batteries to go to waste, which is what we are. And so they try every single way to keep you occupied with something that is keeping your energy going. Okay.
Hey, if
That's
I
cool.
can cook with soccer mom, one of the biggest things about the whole data mining and just information age, all that good stuff, right? Is that one of the things that as the collective of the conscious community puts into perspective is that that the spirit is breath, right? And so like every day everybody got to breathe in and out, in and out. That's going into the atmosphere, right? Now I want y'all to take into consideration the concept of cloud, what is it called? Cloud memory, cloud storage, right? And the concept, taking the concept of cloud storage being a physical thing, right? Right? Like actual clouds in the atmosphere holding information. Every drop of water in that cloud is a piece of information, quote unquote data, right? Now, think of the concept of HARP and them being able to electrify those, those clouds, right? Now, do you think that you think that they haven't found out a way to actually how to physically store information data into the atmosphere, like clouds type shit?
They already got patents out there. They already got patents out there on dust particle operation systems and shit like that. So, it's already out there. If you read, it's out there.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is that a serious question, bro?
No, no, no. It wasn't a serious question. It was me just implementing that, like, if you haven't thought about that, they've done it, type thing.
Okay, I got you. I got you.
But
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
that goes
speaking of
into a deeper concept of the natural AI or the organic AI that y'all were talking about. You know what I'm talking about?
yeah, man, that let's just stop right there, brother. Let's just move forward. Because I mean, just think about it. Natural AI or organic AI is like saying like real synthetic food or fake synthetic food. Like the word got
right.
you saying artificial intelligence ain't no real of the fake shit. Like it's either artificial or real intelligence. Ain't no real artificial intelligence. That's like some fake synthetic or some synthetic fake, like some true lie. Like well, I don't know how they both can. So yeah, we just gonna, we don't want to, just
I got you. I
but the,
got you. I
the
get
whole the whole data information though, right? The data thing, I was looking up the word data, man. Salutes to everybody, y'all going in.
Yeah,
The
data.
word data led me to here. As you can see here, data, and etymology. Look, data is a word called Khedive or some shit like that. And it means master, prince, lord. It means here
It
created,
also means, yep.
created.
It says
Look at this.
created from oneself.
Created from oneself. That's the God of the Bible. That lets you know this God it was created by data.
Exactly.
Because if you look at
Whoa, hold
data,
on.
yeah, this God,
Pump
yeah,
the,
this
pump
God,
the brakes, brother.
damn, man. Be letting y'all
No, I
go
was just
there.
saying because that's deep as shit, though. I just
Yeah.
want people to
Yeah,
understand
but
what you're saying, man.
oh yeah. You gotta let me say it then. But check it out, right? But the data, right? The thing given, right? It said to give. It also talk about
That's why I ain't say nothing.
I give up. I give up, man. Y'all go ahead. You got it.
Well,
Go
thank
ahead.
you.
Y'all got the
Hey,
floor.
come on, y'all. Come on, man. Come
No,
on,
you
y'all.
got it. No, it's cool. It's cool. Y'all
Oh
got
no,
it,
I'm saying
man.
they
It's
know
cool.
better than that,
Man,
man.
indeed, man.
Nah, I really want you to build on this, bro, Sanchez, because
Nah.
that's really the
Yeah, I was
formula that you were
yeah, I
talking about the other day when you was talking about how this reality is really just another multiverse that the source intelligence had created, and then we're just living in that. But then they want us to do the Neuralink, right, to then plug into another multiverse that's more data, right? That's actually data encompassed from this real world put into another real world, and that data itself is just the pure atoms. It's the idea of the zeros and one. It's the binary. I'm a software engineer, so we deal with booleans all day, with true and false, and our universe is made up of these boolean interactions, these yes or no's, these true or false, these ones and zeros. And so that data is being accumulated in the brain. All of our brains are constantly acting as these machines, and so is the body, to kind of process that zeros and ones and our interactions through our senses. And that's all five senses, including the sixth one being our intuition. So and I just really want you to build on this data part though, bro Sanchez. I appreciate you. Much
No,
love into
no,
everybody.
I'm gonna say that, when we talk about our base reality, like our base. Hold up, man.
Hey,
Three
tell bro to
gods
mute.
is
Tell
the
bro to mute
background
himself.
noise.
Yeah,
Yeah,
free
he's
God.
a
Yeah, man.
Hey,
Like
listen, if you're
I
not
ain't.
Bro Sanchez, just mute up for like 5 minutes. Let Bro build, please,
Listen,
y'all,
I want
please.
y'all to let me know who these people are, cause I'm thinking they trolls now, because they ain't doing it to nobody else, whoever that was. And he ain't saying that. He just some shit. Who was that? I'm gonna put him off right
Three
now. Matter of
gods.
fact, you gone,
yeah,
my
I was
bro.
free God, my
That
boy.
shit's
I checked
annoying,
because it
man.
started to annoy me a lot.
Same, it's free gods. Correct.
Hey,
So,
yeah,
but
man.
what I was finna say, right? Like, we got our own base. You know what I'm saying? When they talk about the Kashapp records, that's all the knowledge in the universe, right? From our base, when we keep saying base reality, we come from a base reality. They come from a database. That's it. Their base is basically a bunch of data online. And that's what all the totality of all that programming is what's giving them. They're the false god though, because all that data come from us. So if we can use it the way they using it, this is what I'm saying, the difference between us and the ancestors. They showing us what we really were before we fell, which were God, instead of machines having all, like before we had calculators, you can tell a human, hey, what's 813 times 702? Boom, answer right there. It's human calculators on the earth now, and they ain't showing you that on the Guinness Book of World Record. It's people around here that's human calculators, and they going viral. But the science community ain't studying that shit because they know this was an ability we had. Deja vu, everything that we worship in AI for doing, we was doing that shit with our own natural brain. But we don't use our brain no more. We stop using it when we start making computers think for us. And we use it, when they said we don't use as much as our brain as the ancestors, it's because the more and more we rely on technology and automated systems to think for us, the less of our brain. The next generation ain't going to even use 10%. They going to be like at 7, then 5. It's a countdown, nigga. But I'm going to stop right there.
Bro,
What's
can I
crazy
request
when
that you
they show
put the
somebody
link
that's
in the
smart
Zoom chat one more
Fuck
nowadays,
time?
that.
they'll have them next to a computer. Like if you smart, they'll have you on Jeopardy against the computer. You won't, your smartness and intelligence won't be able to stand on
Oh,
its own. So that's really more so like the modern version of what's it, Paul? What's the man that was working on a railroad and then they had him facing the machine?
Paul
Is
Bunyan.
is it Paul Bunyan with the railroad or is that John Henry? I think that was
John
John
Henry.
Henry.
It was
Yeah,
John
that's
Henry.
John
John
Henry.
Henry.
Yeah, that's John
He had
Henry. Yeah,
two
he, you know what I'm
Henrys.
saying? So it's like if you very intelligent nowadays, they ain't gonna do nothing but try to measure your intelligence like next to Watson or IBM Watson or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying?
They call
But
it
bro,
Watson because his name is Watt. It has power in its name. And a lot of the things that they replicate in these machines and computers are based off of electromagnetism concepts like watts, power, joules. Work is equivalent to joules. Joules is work. So a lot of the things about database and why these spiritual entities are jealous of us is because we are the consciousness that doesn't require the data from the external to then manifest into this current realm. So that's why they have to take possession of us because we are the creators, right? And we were chosen or chose ourselves to actually come into this three-dimensional realm to get even closer to source to actually consciously make changes into this base reality. Does that make sense? So
plenty of sense.
Yeah. That shit.
Hey,
Hey,
look, I
Yes,
just
sir.
really wanted to drop this and I'm gonna
that shit.
fall back. Let's not forget, everybody I don't matter in the front seat, back seat. Just like they speaking of data, that also translate another uh definition of the word is like information, just everyday information. That is something that you can X out for certain entities to give out. You know what I'm saying? Your name, your address, your number, that your data, your information, personal information. That's also something that you can keep people from getting or certain entities. I mention that to let people understand how real what we're speaking. Like it's a real thing. Your information, every little thing about you, just like in your phone, what you text, what you search, what anything going on with your phone, anything going on with your everyday livelihood in regards to what you like and entertain, all of these surveys. You got to remember that there are people who get paid to want to know every little thing about you just so they can make money and capitalize off of that. All of that information goes to where? This is their job. You got to be aware of this shit and understand that it don't go in vain. You have to pay
absolutely,
attention. Let's go back right
absolutely.
back to the first chapter of today's lesson with Bro Sanchez chiming in with the realest goddamn panel that you done never goddamn heard of or seen.
Hey,
Pay
D.
attention, please. I
Hey,
fall
D.
back.
No,
I want
all
to have
love.
I want to
You're a
have
real
one
one.
more thing about
I'm sorry.
participation. So we have to stop participating in these contracts that we sign involuntarily with technology. When we give up our so hard. They're pretty much Boston bargains. When we give up our rights to
Facts.
privacy, or we have to we have to sign a contractual agreement just to like a picture or get some information or use a platform. These are soul contracts that we're signing into every single day. And they have these databases, like I said, that are collecting these contracts. So even when you try to sue for your information back and your power back, you cannot do that because you've already made a contract with these entities. Google is a private entity. Facebook Meta is an entity. So you're fighting with other I want to say artificial, but other inorganic entities that are now you're in contracts with, and they already have your data and who your likeness. That's why Kanye West, right? He couldn't go after Adidas for Yeezy because they already had his likeness. We've already sold our likeness to these machines. But I appreciate that so many people are here that understand that. So we're slowly working back. But we have to be aware of when we're participating in a contract that isn't for our good, right? So that's all I want to say.
I mean,
Hey,
I
yo,
understand where you're coming with
let
that,
me
but they
let me back
machines. They don't have any
let me piggyback
control
off
or
of
power
soccer
over
man
our
because
spiritual body, right?
They
want
actually
something.
do. They actually do have power over your spiritual. And I say this because your spirit is only as powerful as the consciousness that resides within it. If you are a subconscious or an unconscious being, your spirit is useless. Okay.
Right. But
You no matter how
if
much
my
you're
mental is
scrolling
really
on
high, it
you.
don't matter what I sign.
It's well, it actually does. That's what I'm saying. You know,
Oh,
you
Yeah,
can't even go to participate in football sports unless you get a vaccine or unless you have a certain doctor's note or unless you go to school, unless you got to get stuff signed off. All these things are contractual agreements that affect how you grow and live and participate in social economic structures. So yes, they do affect your spirit because people go to church. Why do the people run to church for? Right? For spiritual enlightenment, spiritual freedom, when really they're going to another contract with Jesus, Buddha, Islam, whatever. Right? It's energy harvesting on a quantum level. And we
You
have
okay.
to be
wave
aware when we're participating in the energy harvesting.
you
Hey, can I
waiving your
say
rights every time you did engage with the stuff. You know, I mean,
real?
look, every single last one of us is here on Zoom. None of us read that shit was probably like 300 pages, the
yeah,
user
never
agreement to
read
be
that
able to
shit.
use this shit. None of
Dope.
Bingo.
us probably read this
Absolutely.
shit, and we don't know what type of litigation we agreed to. We don't know what type of rights we waived, or
There's a
what type
good
of
movie out there I want people to watch. It's called Privacy Policy by Google. And it's a movie where they talk about how Google's had its original privacy policy and then they changed it in like 2001 after 9/11. So it's a really good movie. I think everybody should watch it because it really explains how these contracts have been snuck in and now they're a part of our everyday life. But it's a really good
I'm
movie. I
check
think
that
everybody
out.
should watch. Yeah.
Hey,
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 yo,
y'all.
Appreciate that.
Real quick,
let me
just
back.
take
What's the name of
Let me
that
piggyback
again,
off
big
of,
dog? Say that one more time, please.
I forget the exact name, but it's about the privacy policy of Google. If you just Google Google privacy policy movie, it should come up as a documentary. I can even send it to you if you follow me on Instagram at soccermomjabo, I can just DM you the movie
Is it
link.
called
But it's a very
Terms and Condition Apply?
yeah,
Is
terms and
that what
conditions
it
may apply. That's the movie right there. Terms and conditions may apply.
Okay.
hey,
Everybody should
yo,
watch that like immediately tonight, and it's a free movie. You don't got to pay for it, and it's really knowledgeable on how what's been going on for a while with the Freedom of Information Act and everything with our data. But yeah,
Hey,
hey,
guys, if
I want to
talk
piggyback off
about
of
that,
soccer mom because earlier before everybody else was saying he was speaking on the data thing, and I want to actually ask everybody this question. Everybody, when y'all hear the word data and then you see it in your subconscious as DATA, do y'all also get, and I might be stretching on this, and tell me if I'm stretching, I'll back down for real. But do y'all also hear or feel or subconsciously hear the word date, which is DATE? And and can there be a connection to the word data and the word date as in the sense of particulars and unparticulars? And what
hey,
I mean
brother,
by
yeah. Can I piggyback on that?
yeah, go ahead,
On
brother.
data real quick. Why you say that? As far as date, that's crazy because I was thinking something I wanted to say earlier. But
Mhm.
I'm thinking like death. Maybe death is like too much data or not enough data. We not, and we, you know what I'm saying? We thinking death coming like in your head cut off.
Death is the changing of data.
Yeah,
Death is
go
like the
ahead.
change.
Oh, right.
Yeah, the
I
death
always
is
thought
something.
of I heard the word dada when I hear dada, like daddy, like father. So that's what I thought about it, like,
Yeah,
you know, so
yeah, that's
And that's
dope.
what I was going with it because he always say he also say if you flip it around he say tada like tada when you upload your
Oh
rabbit off for
yeah,
your off of the
ta-da!
hat.
Oh
Yeah,
shit, K
that's
Gomez.
just crazy, bro.
Yeah. See, like, I
Hey,
was trying to, hey guys, I was trying
damn.
to create a syncretism with all those words because I might be stretching, and I was like I said, if I am, y'all cut me off. But like I feel like there's a syncretism with like the word death, the word
You
die,
also,
the word data, the word
you,
date, the word, you know what I'm saying? Like you
you
could
also,
probably keep on going with some other ones, but I feel like those
Dallas.
deep, so those deep, like, cause like when I hear data and date, I feel like I'm hearing data is like a plethora of information, but then date is a specific information, like it's a specific day, like you know what I'm saying?
But Sally, when you go on a date, what are you doing? She's gonna ask you particular questions about specific things, and so are you. When you go on a date, it's not just with any
You're
general
exchanging
person, it's with a
information.
specific individual. When
Yeah,
you
you're
go on
exchanging.
a date, right, when you go on a date, you don't dress any kind of way. You dress up a particular way. There's a certain intellectual part of what you're doing. You try to actually enter, you know what I'm saying? You try to express yourself on the most way that actually, you know, it may be a mental, it may be a physical, psychological thing, but everything is actually like an intricate thing. It's a very intellectual, mental thing. That's exactly what data is, understanding the intricate ways of exactly how you're examining certain things. And when you go on a date with a person, that's exactly what you're examining. That's your first experiment to get to know somebody. You become a scientist, and so do they, to put on your best performance to try to say, hey, this is me, and this is, you know what I'm saying? And I only
Hey,
say all of
hey, if
that
I
to
can cook
say,
with you, yo, if I can cook with you on that, like
let's go.
somebody asked me like within like this data, the data and the date thing, is that like where did you get die from? And I was like, well, if you look at the concept of die, like people think of death, right? But if you actually look at the word die is the concept of changing something, like in the concept of dyeing your hair. If you dye it from blonde to black or black from blonde or something like that, you're switching the quote unquote data or the quote unquote the information, or you're switching it up. You feel me what I'm saying? I know that's a little
I
stretchy. I
put
know
it
that's a
like
little.
this, Alex. No. I put it like this. This ain't no Kevin Charles type shit. But when you go on a date, you are a part of you is dying. The single version of you of being by yourself, living in this life, maintaining amongst yourself. That part is dying because you realize you need a companion. You need somebody to start to build your empire with, or whatever the case may be. Might be hunting, might be whatever it is on the long term, but a part of you is dying. It's that part that's no longer trying to be by him or herself, sleeping with him or herself, and you ready to start doing something with somebody else. Just to bring it back full circle, you can bring yourself back and revive and what they call resurrect. You know what I'm saying? And start to want to be by yourself again. That's why that whole thing in regards to how life really works, recreation and resurrection and all of that, it's all real because every part of you gonna
Hey,
start to
Dingy,
relive and live on different level. I'm gonna fall back because this shit can
what if
really get
though?
deep if I
What
really
if
want
though?
to.
Like what if like you know how they talk about genetically modified humans and humans keep getting modified and that the reptiles or these beings modified humans and all that. What
Okay.
what if the truth to that is that now that we figured out we souls with a body, right? And we actually are life. We the like your soul is life, so that's why you can never die. You the infinite source of energy, right? What if when they keep saying they keep having to modify the human body is because the the container, like you ever see that interview where Bob Lazar talk about is this classified document about religion that's, you know what I'm saying, thick as hell. And the dude was like, well, why would they have a classified document about religion? And he was like, well, basically the aliens or the third dimensional beings just view human bodies as containers for souls. So if that's what the body is and being created in this simulation, a container for a soul, and every time humans on a mass level figure it out, they got to keep modifying bodies because it's like them old bodies can't hold these souls no more. We got to keep making what they call new humans. Like we got to keep reorganizing or re-updating the program, because every time we, you know what I'm saying, come with a different program, the soul inside of it figure out and motherfuckers start bursting out of their body.
Absolutely. And I want to
Yeah.
build with that, because what also happens too is our Earth our Earth is a representation of the human body. And so that's why Earth is an anagram for heart. So as the Earth is growing and expanding and healing itself, so too does the human beings on this Earth have to then evolve with the Earth. That's why we experience certain electromagnetic frequency changes. That's why there's the Schumann resonance. That's why we see the northern lights further south than it should, is because the Earth is going through all these changes from within, which then causes the human body, if you're not able to change with it, you have to then get destroyed and recycled into the ether, and then join the Earth a different way. Does that make sense?
It make perfect. Can I throw something else in there with you real quick, bro?
Now we look at your background.
Hold on real quick. Let me throw something else in there. That's just like that's a stock Zoom background.
Yeah, don't get confused by the.
Yeah, I got you, bro.
stocks.
We ain't gonna let that run us off. But look though,
I'm back with you.
now look, check this out though. To be with you on that real quick, Diggy, then I'm finna mute up, Diggy. I promise you.
No, it's all
if we saying it, like now that we come into, you know what I'm saying, schools of thoughts of the soul trap, and you know, I'm seeing people in the chat, the body is the vessel holding the soul and containing us and all of that. Speaking on these satellites, right? Y'all may not know this, but you got to look this up. If we are torus fields, right? Your energy that's inside you is the infinite energy of a torus field. Why then does the ISS, from a topographical viewpoint, like if you view the ISS from that Gleason map, or what we call the flat earth map viewpoint, the ISS over the flat earth travels the pattern of a torus field. Did y'all know that?
Damn.
Yes.
Yes.
Pathways that the ISS travels over
geosynchronous
orbit.
orbit.
There you go.
Yes.
So
Yes.
it's like that
Geosynchronous
means I
earthbound.
already know. That motherfucker
I'm glad you said that, Bobby.
I
I'm
already
glad
know.
you said that,
I'm
bro.
picking up.
I'm glad you said
I
that.
know how the soul finna travel, nigga. As soon as you try to leave,
And
I'm
now,
catching you.
listen, now that you said that, it's and when we all know this, it's fact. So everything that we've been learning and talking about with the toroidal field, how it goes through the cycles of the zodiacs, how everything is a representation of the human body, all of that leads to us then, being able to take back our power and stop participating, right, with the illusion of them trying to think, oh, there's aliens coming to get us, there's this coming, there's all this from outside of our known universe, or even our ancestors have even told us to be known universe. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to distract that because they know it. That's why I say the Saturnalia cults, they know these things very carefully. That's why they have the Christmas. That's why they have the pine tree with the pineal gland. You know what I'm saying? That's why they have all these things in place to keep our energy trapped every year, is because we're going through these yearly cycles of death and birth, and we put the gifts under the tree, the unborn babies, and they sacrifice these unborn kids. That's why ask people, especially the Black community, ask them, how many abortions did you have this week?
And you know what?
Ask
and
real
bro,
people.
you cooking, because I'm gonna tell you something, man. Bro, the between the sperm banks and the abortions, listen what we talking about with cloning, homunculus. They probably underground with whole entire subspecies and shit.
Absolutely.
And uncharted lands and shit. Now this make the movie, when you think about that movie Us, how your clone showed up at the door, see, they probably hoping that a breakout don't happen in one of these fucking little uncharted places where your clones show up at this bitch, like in the movie they clone Tyrone. Man, that's
Hey,
possible. I'm with you
Oh
Sanchez,
on
my
that. Y'all cooking, bro.
mama.
here's
Oh
Hey,
my
Sanchez,
hey,
and I'm
mama.
finna give y'all
come on.
something
Go
real
ahead,
quick,
Bobby.
Jim. Even
Keep going,
even though
Bobby.
you know we decipher the Bible, don't in the Bible it say it was a nigga who was supposed to sleep with somebody, and instead of, let's say, coming inside her, he spilled this seed to the ground, and God slew his ass right there on the spot, because
Yep,
that ain't no shit you
exactly.
supposed to do. You
Yeah,
not supposed to just, like,
yeah.
he
Uh,
spilled this seed on the
Hey,
ground and
Hmm.
died.
but look,
Hmm.
I'm gonna
and
tell you
even if
something. Hold on, okay, go man. This is 15 second, bro. Listen, y'all talk about cloning, bro. Listen, man. Listen, God bless the dead. I lost one of my best friends last year, bro. Around this time, it's been a year since he passed, man. But it's interesting because he was one of the people who I actually went to church with for the last time. This was like 15 years ago. I played ball with bro. Anyway, it's a long story with that, but it's my brother from another, bro. Anyway, the night that I stopped going to church with this man was around the same time a lot of that cloning shit came on. And I'm gonna tell you what happened. A mother and a father both stared at me for over 30 minutes, bro, while I was in service. We would always go to church on the first, you know what I'm saying, coming for the new year. That was just our thing. It wasn't no religion. We were just, me and my whole clique, bro, we played ball. That was just one of our things, bro. Listen, when I tell you, bro, I had a mother and a father both stare at me the whole church sermon, and I'm in this bitch like, damn, bro, why y'all fucking with me like that? And somebody pulled me to the side like, hey, D, bro, they just lost their son. He looked just like you, bro. I say, what? They say, yeah, man, he looks just like you. 5 minutes later, the mother came over to me. She had a tear in her eye. She said, listen, sir, I don't know you, but I just lost my son 2 months ago. He looked just like you. The daddy came over a couple minutes later after me and her talk. He said, man, listen, I know what my wife just told you, whoop de whoop. My son looked just like you. Bro, I'm up here in Tally. I done got that kind of CERN, bro, from plenty of people all the time, bro, whether I'm in the streets, whether I'm wherever I'm at, bro. This face here remind people of a lot of people for some reason now. I ain't bullshitting nobody, bro. I'm telling you. I done met 4 people while I've been up here in Tallahassee, Florida, and I ain't even from around here. And they like, bro, you look like my brother. You look like my cousin. Damn, bro, you look like the same. My nigga got hit about 4 years ago. I'm like, God damn, bro, I'm not from here. This cloning shit ain't no
look,
joke.
yo,
And
but
I'm
just
just
dig
putting
it.
it out there.
You never know
Diggy,
who you are to
and check
somebody.
this
You
out.
never know who your face is to somebody out there. That's why you got to be extra careful how you move. You never know who you are to somebody. You
Bro,
know.
Yo, check
truth
this out. Even
serum,
even
bro.
when
Did he look like
I
you?
live
even when
this life, bro.
e-
I
even
live this
Bro,
even when
life,
all
bro.
even
dead.
when
I live
all
that life so many
even
running from, bro. I live a
even
life everybody niggas running from, bro. I'm dead ass serious, nigga. I ain't clowning. I ain't, nigga. I'm dead ass serious, bro.
yo,
I wrote a song about it, bro. Living the
Let me
life these
ask him
niggas
something real
running
quick, yo.
from,
even
for
hold on, let
real.
me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick. Even when like Diggy said, bro, the crazy thing is everything's tied up to what the fuck bro Sanchez was saying when he say they cloned Tyrone, because the whole purpose of the movie, he couldn't get out of that loop if he wasn't aware of himself, bro. That shit deep, bro.
Hey,
That
bro,
shit
about
deep.
what you're talking about. I gotta
Hey,
ask you.
you right,
Are you
big
talking
go
about
man.
all dead? Bro, can you hear me? Are you talking about all dead people? Like when people say you remind them of my cousin, whatever. Are you talking about all people that died?
Yes, sir. Specifically, like every individual. I'm not just talking about one or two like I mean over 10 instances. I'm not playing.
Not people
Every
that are alive.
individual
These
they
are
were
all people
saying
that
I resembled
died.
that. Yes,
They're all
sir.
people
Yes,
that
sir.
died that you look like, not my cousin who's alive. Okay,
Yes,
because my
sir.
feeling is
Yes,
that
sir.
like you're channeling that because you know what I'm saying, to like if you're on a panel like this too, I also feel like there's like a frequency thing going on, man. Like I feel like you were channeling. That's all I'm saying. Like you were a medium, like a grounding energy on the ground. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
I hear you.
Hey, to be
No,
honest
trust
with
me.
you, we're all archetypes of like everybody's face and body and everything. Everybody is an archetype, and that archetype channels from its entirety. You know what I'm saying? The entirety is like
Right.
me and soccer mom. Like if I take my grill out, I turn my and like if I take all my shit off, I look like soccer mom. Me and soccer mom known each other for a while. You know what I'm saying? People always tell us like we look like each other, but we never really noticed until someone told us that shit. You know what I'm saying? Oh, we looked at it
Right.
like that nigga
Facts.
does look good.
God,
You know what I mean?
all the
Hey, I ain't
time.
gonna
Oh God.
lie.
Oh God.
I just seen that shit. Hey, cause both of y'all was smiling, bro.
You
He
guys are
need to
starting
put
to
a
tap
new
into that whole
link on. You need to
pre-coded pro
take
that
yours off.
you
Y'all
guys
look
are
like,
tapping into that.
hey, bro, y'all look like some goddamn brothers, boy.
I ain't gonna lie, we cooking
I
today.
just broke my fucking glasses.
And
Goddamn.
I have a lot of Asian friends, and not to be
Oh
racist or
my god.
anything. I'm not like I know a lot of like Asian people kind of look similar to me, and I don't even try to be rude, but it's like sometimes I kind of get them confused, right? But maybe I think it's this is because I don't share a particular genome with them or a blood, type with them. It's hard for me to decipher them from the others of them in their species population group. And I think it's similar for them sometimes too. That's what they say. Oh, that black person looks like that. When I'm like, we look two different people. But it's because we're so far spread, diasporic from the genome sequence of our original 300,000-year-old ancestor. We have these variations in us that now we can't tell which one in that pool is different from the ones in this pool.
Right.
So, but not saying we're different as in like we're not human, but we're different in a sense of the variation of the species, which then goes into that whole AI, difference, the original human difference from the original one with the RH positive
Hey,
versus the RH
I ain't
negative,
trying to
right?
cut you off, bro.
What, G?
And this might be super inappropriate. But hey, listen, I don't know how far off base I am with this, but Japanese, I believe, have a history that their first emperor was some type of alien god or something like that. Y'all have to look this up, man.
Yeah, I actually studied Japanese language and history back when I was in high school, and they used
So
to.
am I
And
wrong
so,
about that?
well,
I,
so
I
they called
believe that
themselves
the
Nah, you not,
Daimons,
Bobby. I done
right?
heard that
Let's
too.
yeah,
talk
I
about
wouldn't
it.
I wouldn't be surprised if all of the technology and electronics and stuff probably come from like the Han dynasties and all
But
them
I'm trying to
first.
this
Yeah.
one I'm trying
Oh
to
Ooh,
talk
Yeah,
about,
she
God.
came
man.
out of a
Man,
UFO as
that's why
well.
man,
that's
that's
what I'm
all
trying
the
to say.
people are. Now listen,
It's not just the
every time
Japanese
we talk
though.
about global resets and they genetically modified human bodies, I know this finna sound weird to y'all, right? But everybody always say the first man was the what? Not the black man, the Asiatic, the Asiatic man. They
Oh,
always throw that Asiatic in there, right?
Yep, they do.
Now
You say
listen,
that
here
African
go.
was the first man I thought,
They
but
say,
yeah.
but no, but
The
they say the
original
African, but they be
Asiatic.
like the African was the Asiatic black man, and then
Yep.
they
It
always
ain't
try to throw that shit
Afro-Asiatic.
in there.
Do me a favor, everybody. Please do me a favor. Hit the like button, hit the share button, support the show. I've been streaming all day. And if you're enjoying it, if you've been rocking with us, then guess what? Go ahead and show your support. We appreciate you in advance. This is a rerun that I'm putting back on my channels because the powers that be took my shit down. So let's get it. Well, look, no, hold up. No, that ain't. Hold up, everybody. Bobby, talking, brother. Listen, brother. Bobby had the mic, and we was trying to clarify something about the Asiatic black man, so we can't go from there. So look, the Asiatic black man. Let me show y'all. That's AKA the Black Buddha. This is what they was referring to right here.
That's what I'm.
So they were talking about the Khmer Empire, but see, that's what I'm saying when they say the Greeks and Egyptians, black and white ancient cultures rose to power with technology. Before them, it was this black folks and white folks like in the Asiatic part of the world, like Han Dynasty, all of this stuff y'all talking about. Y'all right. Like, they trying to make it like it happened in one area when this shit was, you know, every fucking where. Look at somebody said that the Japanese emperor was with the alien shit. I didn't know that. I put it up, so now I got to decode. Yeah. I gotta do this. I gotta say, Sanchez, yeah. I don't mean to cut you. No, go ahead, because I didn't know about it.
Exactly where you was going by saying it was everywhere. How they try to say Asiatic or the black African Asiatic man.
Yeah,
everywhere. Even when you look at the Twa people, they always say, look at the eyes and that. Know that fat, no, you know what I mean, and you see that in a lot of Asian people. And this is some conspiracy theory that I've always had.
No, this is facts though, because look, okay, yeah, go ahead. Because the Japanese was talking about the Pokemon shit. Don't forget, they go back with this soul harvesting shit.
With, you know, genetically modifying humans. And all this human bodies being containers for soul. What if? And listen, this is just a wild theory of mine. What if
take your time,
reset, what if during the last reset, this Asiatic or what we calling this Yakub shit or whatever, they was the ones that, like in the image of God, started rebuilding a genetically modifying.
That's what I'm saying.
That's
you
why
got it.
Start seeing these. Now listen, here go my pseudo. Yeah. I'm saying it's pseudo. Here go my pseudo evidence. It's a disease that people called Down syndrome, right? This is not to make fun of anybody with Down syndrome, but the actual definition of Down syndrome, I believe, chromosome defect.
Extra chromosome.
Okay, cool. I'm saying, but a chromosome defect, I just didn't know whether it was an extra one
Oh,
or.
you're right.
You're fine. You're fine.
Right.
Keep cooking, brother.
Hold
Keep
on.
cooking.
Anybody who get that chromosome defect, no matter where you from on the planet, what do they end up looking?
Well, they used to be called in the book, it used to be described in the medical terminology as mongoloid.
Wildly inappropriate. I'm not saying.
No.
No, that was the medical terminology, Bobby.
Let him go. Let him cook. Let him cook.
Take your time, bro. You cooking, bro.
Like even.
Right.
That was the medical terminology.
Take your time, Bobby, please.
Thank you.
Just take your time, bro. You cooking, bro.
Diggy, I got it. That's why I said.
Hey, can we do a favor? We're talking about Down syndrome and the people having it look Asian. Bobby's been trying to make a point with it, but he can't really get there. Y'all know I like order. Let him go, man. See, because what's going on with this right here is what Bobby is leading to is that maybe the Asiatic race itself are responsible for what we're calling the AI takeover, the electronic system, energy grid, the whole electric takeover. And I'm saying, nah, it ain't gonna be one particular race. This was a worldwide order, right, of royal families that brought this system to Egypt, Asia, America, and all over, and they're still colonizing. But yeah, let's keep going. The man go.
Right. And that's why I said I prefaced it with I'm not trying to be, disrespectful. So
bro, continue with the knowledge, man. People exist with Down syndrome. You got
Thank you,
go ahead.
Thank you, my bro. So basically what I'm saying is when you see people with that extra chromosome, they all tend to lead into the same type of features, like it's some type of default programming in a human sequencing where if something go wrong, revert back to this. It's almost like when we say simulation, computer programming and all that, like think about your computer, Sanchez. If you got your wallpaper set a certain type of way and you got Bro Sanchez on the screen and you got all your programs and shit, right? And I got the same type of computer, right? From HP, but I got my wallpaper set with the Bobby Knight shit on it and all my different programs on it. If for some reason, let's say we get an extra chromosome or extra virus to our mainframe, it's going to default, right? It's going to default back to the main settings. And those main settings go make both our computers exactly alike. It's gonna be that main setting, you know what I'm saying? Default cover screen. It's gonna be the main setting program. It's gonna be everything is gonna be back to default, regular, basic factory settings. Everything you need to just operate as a human. And that's why I'm saying I'm not saying this to disrespect nobody with Down syndrome, because they not slow. They work jobs, they go on a high relate. Everything is just like a default setting. Like it's something. It's weird
default
to me,
setting to what? Let me pick your brain.
Right. A default
Like a
setting,
reset.
like
I'm
saying
asking
that
Bobby,
if I'm
listen.
looking at the human, I'm saying in this theory that the human body is a container for a soul. So if they keep tampering with bodies in this synthetic simulation matrix, at some point in time, if a body coming in got, let's say, too much energy or not enough energy, and it caused some type of disruption in the algorithm, is like a precautionary setup back to the default setting or whatever human body that you need to contain this energy. And all
I'm trying to see. Well, I don't really know. I thought you was finna go somewhere with it's like Down syndrome people, the Archons, the aliens, or something.
Basically, what I'm saying
I think
is
one
that
thing needs to
the
be
human.
implemented.
Basically, what I'm trying to say is that people with Down
I just see
syndrome,
that what I'm trying to do right now is have a bill with Bobby without interruptions. So anybody blurting in, you know what I'm saying? I've been saying all night, let's have order. But yeah, you got it.
Right. Somebody, Twilight Zone, said it in the chat, default genetic code. So basically what I'm saying, people with Down syndrome all tend to have the same similar look no matter where they're from on the planet. Like how we saying Africans look a certain way.
Yeah, like
Europeans
albinism, I got you. But I'm
There we
trying to
go.
see
But what
how
and
did this
why I'm
tie
saying
into like the AI and all that, and then how we get back
Because
to
when
like
you
the
look
doc,
at
yeah, all that
Asians,
stuff.
because when you look at Asians, they are at the forefront of technology. And like I said, this is just all a theory of mine.
But
that
think about this though, people with Down syndrome ain't technological. That's what I'm saying. If you talking like when I'm talking about this Japanese emperor on the screen, the motherfucker that's creating PlayStation and all that. That ain't a motherfucker with no Down syndrome. A motherfucker with Down syndrome can't even think on that level. They slobbing and shit damn near. So, and that's what I'm saying. That argument right there comes from like Black Power type programming and slyway hating and shit. Because other races that's doing better than us, we can only fight back at them by saying, well, you ugly, well, you look like this, well, that's Down syndrome. And then the thing about it, once we make that claim, it presents all these hypocrisies, because you're saying that Down syndrome people invented the gun, invented most of the foundation for electronics, video gaming. Like, we cannot deny the fact that Asians have been smart as hell for a long time. And we don't compare geniuses to retarded people. I mean, they just the opposite. And I hate to use that word, but a person with Down syndrome, you wouldn't have them working on your damn computer. But Asians run the tech world. So, I mean, people can be Down syndrome of all races. There are black people with Down syndrome, and they look Asiatic. So they're not Asians, though. They're blacks. So what I'm saying is that Down syndrome isn't something that's exclusive to a race. It's actually a human condition that any race can get, like sickle cell or albinism. We can't say that people who are albino are white people, just like we can't say people with Down syndrome are Asian people. It's just an illness that all races get, and we can't pin that on nobody. We can't say, because if you got a black person that's an albino, they got white skin, but they're a black person. They're a black person. And you can't say because of that condition, they're now part of the white race. So we're making human conditions into racial exclusivities. And that's kind of programming and due to biasness and kind of sly way kind of, trying to be prejudiced and kind of joke and hate a little bit. Because you got to think it through before you say it. And if you, what's making people not think about it is they so quick to be able to spew that they know they're going to get supported by it because it's a familiar prejudice and biasness that's been embedded into the races. And it stops us from seeing logically, like how I just broke that down, that simple, that a black person with albinism ain't white. So a black person that's with Down syndrome, you can say they look Asian all you want, but they're not Asian, and you can't pin that disease on Asians. So a black person that's an albino, you can say they look white all you want to, but that's not a white man, and you can't pin that disease on white people. Simple. Let's go. So that's what I'm saying, like, on one hand, we can't say it's a condition that makes you slow and crazy and all that, and we ain't trying to make fun of you. But on the other hand, it's a condition that make you run the fucking world, because that's what we doing with the white folks. We saying they the monkey, they the caveman. Hold on, brother. I keep saying we got to go on. We totally got Bobby's point. He's saying that the Down syndrome is the default template for the people who were the fathers of the AI empire. Man, I'm good at comprehending. People think you miss they point because they didn't want you to catch their point. And then when you fully get it and start dissecting it, they want to rephrase and re-edit their point. But instead of saying that, they say, you missed my point, so let me redo it. No. You're redoing it because I've actually just canceled out that point that was made. I totally made an argument based on the point you made. But yeah, at a time, I don't even know the point because you keep saying it's a default setting. And what I'm talking about, that's why I said to what? That's because the conversation started off with what? Anunnaki, aliens, humans versus artificial intelligence. Now it's going back to a few humans with a defect, like albinos or something. Because albinos look the same no matter where the fuck you go. And I ain't gonna say that they some kind of fucking something wrong with them, and believe me, albinos getting targeted. And they getting hunted down. So what I'm saying is we can find a lot of that on the earth, and that's proof that we're in a big ass laboratory. And they want us looking at each one defects being divided when they ain't even fucking human. You're looking at another human with a defect, contemplating on whether that's what I'm saying. I got folks in my family that had autism, different things, albinism. And basically what I'm telling Bobby is you looking at the deformities that the machines put in humanity. Like they did the same with black folks. One of the ways they transformed you was to make you hate yourself, kill each other, gave you a culture of self-destruction. You became a monster, a deformed human being that was born in an unnatural and a modified environment. The modified to terraform you. That's true for us. We're not who we're supposed to be. We're who this society made our people. We've been terraformed. Told you this is the island of Dr. Moreau. Every single race that's an organic human is gonna find sicknesses, diseases, deformities within your people, and that didn't come from our ancestors. That come from the enemy that's experimenting on our people like guinea pigs. So what I was telling Bobby was, why would you point out the next human being's deformities when that is a result of us being attacked by machines, when we need to be pointing out them damn machines? See, I'm not worried about the dude sitting next to me who got Down syndrome. I'm worrying about the machines and the artificial intelligence that's creating these conditions. And what they got us doing is looking at each other's deformed state and fucking joking and arguing and being divisive with each other. Well, you look like Down syndrome. Well, your people got big heads. Well, your people kill each other. Well, your people, they fucked up everybody's people. So why are we mad at each other based on what they did to us? Why ain't we mad at the people that did it to us? Because it's easy to look around at all of the fucking imperfections. You can point out Down syndrome, albinism, vitiligo, cancer, HIV. You can start pointing out all these diseases and deformities within humans. And that ain't a reason for us to fucking be divided or look at the other one like, ugh, you the Down syndrome. Well, have you seen what we are? Every single race have been transformed to something. You see what I'm saying? And got a illness and disease that's like the #1 cause of death for they people. And that's what the enemy doing to them. And it's killing each race in a different way because it's experimenting on something different with each one of us. And it's dividing us up based on the differences. You see what I'm saying? We're in a big laboratory. Each race is a different experiment. So we all mutating differently. And then we look at each other and say, ooh, look at you. Oh, look at you. It's a monster world. And the monsters are fucking fighting each other and don't see the people who are manufacturing their deformed state. Go watch The Island of Dr. Moreau. That's what this argument remind me of. Because what I was trying to do in this video was show humans that we're under attack by AI, not necessarily pick on or point out humans with Down syndrome or albinism or vitiligo, because they're still humans. You just got a disease. I'm pointing out the damn robots that's posing like humans. That's the threat. I'm not worrying about the nigga with fucking Alzheimer's, vitiligo, Down syndrome. Them ain't my enemy. In fact, them people was fucked up just like me. But let's keep going. And see, I hear folks say shit like albinos, it's the original white folks and they the fucking aliens and shit. And it's like, that's why I'm going there. Because the conversation was about humans versus AI. And I don't want to lean into a situation where I have to apologize to Down syndrome people because some shit I'm about to say about to infer that somehow they with the shits. So specify, clarify. Let's go.
I definitely wasn't saying no shit. I think the other people got me. That's why when you kind of came in at the end, you missed the context of the,
well, man, you having a back and forth, so I put them out, man, so we can talk about this.
Right. So basically, I wasn't going nowhere with that. Well, where I was going with it when we was making the earlier point about human bodies being containers, this being a simulation, and if it is a simulation, keys includes to the AI or the artificial would be when certain chromosomes or what they call genetic genome defects or what they call
I disagree.
The defects happen.
I'm gonna show you why, right? The AI would be just what it say, an artificial intelligence. See, a person with defected chromosomes can still have willpower, a soul, and an organic intelligence. But the people in power can't. They don't have a soul. They don't have a real intelligence. The man that said, I think, therefore I am, that mean intelligence comes from the observer, which is the soul. A fucking clone, which is what the show was about. Let me pull it up again. They don't have that. Let me pull up the thumbnail. That's what I'm saying. I don't know what the hell happened to the show. But see, this is what I was saying. AI, not albinos, not Down. You talking about motherfuckers that's been experimented with just like us, nigga. See, that's what I'm saying. My whole show is trying to wake up the world to how we're all a lab experiment, and each defected monster keep telling the other monster, look at your big lip, look at Bobby, I don't have the Zoom open, but what we can do, we can go live about this and make it a show, Bobby. Bobby, if you got a little time, maybe later tonight or what's tomorrow? Well, not tomorrow, maybe Friday. Either tonight or Friday, Bobby, we can have a show, me and you, and a round table at the end or whatever on this subject. And we can go over it some more. It's an interesting one to me. So, but Bobby, you said that a disease and a defect are different. You're right, but what I'm telling you what's not different is that they both come from the enemy. So let me say this to be thorough. I don't care about a person's defects or diseases. I care about the person that created the defections and diseases. In other words, I don't have a thing against motherfuckers with HIV and AIDS, man. I feel sorry for them. What I'm mad about is the damn scientists who created this damn disease. So that's what I'm trying to focus on, is to get us mad at the right people and not just another defected motherfucker, right? Because we're all on the island of Dr. Moreau, and we all are test subjects with defects. And guess what? We do got diseases. We got diseases in our body that they're not telling us about. And that's what I think they are goddamn what's causing humans to age quicker, generation after generation and all that. And they even tell you when they giving you the jabs, we giving you the disease, basically. You know, so we definitely been experiment with modified with, and I'm just saying, whether you defected or disease, you victimized just like me. So if, like, you know, it's kind of like an animal planet, and I don't give a fuck if you're a defected animal or a diseased animal. We both need to be mad at the same nigga and not each other and focusing. So I'm not gonna be focusing on his defections, and I hope he don't focus on my diseases, but I hope we both can focus on the one that's gave us these conditions, is what I'm saying. Get your defect, and nigga, all of us got some defect. The black man is an ugly monster that they genetically modified that can't stop killing his damn self. And guess what? He can't make up his mind sexually. Look at Atlanta. Look at all this. So my thing is, the black man is in a situation where, goddamn it, he was genetically modified to be at the bottom of every goddamn thing. The white man genetically modified in his ways. Everybody has been genetically modified with defects, and I'm tired of this genetically modified world looking at the next monster saying, nigga, you got scales, well, you got horns, well, you got claws. Bitch, we all on the island of Dr. Moreau. So it's time to go against the motherfuckers that's genetically modifying us and quit looking at motherfuckers' defects and shit. Ain't we woke now? Like, my mind on a new level of whole awakening now.
I think I know
what I'm saying.
I think I know what he was saying. He's trying to say that the
No,
Asian
you hear
man-
what I'm saying real quick though?
Yeah.
You got to hear what I'm, the last man that's spoken, we need to deal with what he said, nigga.
Yeah,
So that
drop
mean
yourself
that everything I said, he ignored it to go back to something that I just crushed with what I said. The fact that, nigga, I don't give a fuck what y'all bringing up. The reason I'm this passionate, because I know what the fuck's going on here, and I'm a teacher. I'm maintaining the agenda of my show. I have an agenda. And the agenda is to let humans know we ain't alone, and that there's an artificial intelligence dividing us up in several ways. And one of them is saying, he a albino. He the damn, listen, I don't give a fuck about anybody's defects. Do you know that we ain't alone and that, goddammit, aliens are here? Because while we talking about that, the aliens, guess what they doing on the news? Telling folks, you ain't alone. UFOs is here. They controlling that narrative. I want to hop on that bandwagon while it's hot and say, you right, we ain't alone, and the aliens been here, and they the artificial intelligence. See, I'm showing you niggas how to make content too. If you niggas really, let me quit, boy, because the chat dropping bombs and shit. I ain't trying to even do this to him. I'm just saying,
Yeah,
I know just what happened. Drop a one if y'all know what just happened. But I'm that nigga.
Took
So
Sanchez.
yeah,
hard, nigga. Go.
I'd go
That's
with
what
the
we're-
knowledge, bro. I go with the truth, and that's what's gonna keep me on top, bro. What did I just say? Any lies just now?
Not a lie has been spoken, sir.
That's why we here.
Bro,
That's
may I
what's
ask a
good.
question, please?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I brought a friend on. His name is Chris Carletti, and he is a young man from the East Coast, and he is dabbling with technology in order to do something that is going to be a manifestation in this realm, dealing with the whole cloning and respawning of ourselves potentially. And he's not playing around, and he has this build, and he's happy to share it with you briefly. But I'll share something simple.
Mm-hmm.
The Game Boy Advance, when it crashes, it has a dead sound. So each and every single cartridge in the Game Boy Advance series, each game has a unique crashing sound. And when that crash sound occurs, it's just the game's over, you restart it. But somebody took that sound and was able to recreate the whole entire video game now, each individual game out of the entire library, just from its unique crashing sound, right? And my friend here wants to use the same principles and use the sound or song from each construct in order to rebuild matter into this dimension using the same type of technology that they use, but as if we can hack it in reverse. And it's kind of similar to that movie that was presented to you last night, Restore Point. He even thinks that there's a way to create a respawn. Can he share that with you this evening? And could that be part of the build?
Yeah, a respawn. What was that?
That is correct. A respawn point in the game or in the simulation. Chris,
Bring them on. Bring them on.
Here he is.
See, and let me just say something. Let me just say something. Peace and much love. I was muted. Yeah, so Bobby, if you down with having that bill, let me know, man. We probably can do it. Let me see. This is the 5 hour. Oh, we went pretty long on this one. Okay, so let me just. We'll play it by ear. But I'm down.
Yes, we hear you.
You know,
everything is based off of that measurement.
This is how you niggas need to learn to talk when you
function. If it doesn't rename the file and it strikes that same lightning down twice, the exact same hertz, it will delete the object. It will no longer exist.
Damn.
So bro. In this reality, it's the same thing. We can't have the same sound at two places at once. If you do, it deletes.
Man, you know what's so crazy? I fucking want to say you're a genius, bro, because I was just teaching this with waves and reverse polarity. Because in music, right, we take two waves, we reverse the polarity of one, and when you play it, nothing happens. You see what I'm saying? This kind of the same concept behind that. Do you think this could probably have something to do with human combustion? Because is it possible to dial up a person's frequency, and if them and their own frequency occupying the same space, it sort of cancel out like that, so we get this sort of advanced technology, zap guns, like boom, But
to be honest, I always thought spontaneous human combustion I thought it was because everyone only drank alcohol. It was easier to make alcohol back in the day. In fact, clean water is a recent thing. But it was easier to make alcohol than it was to purify and clean water. So everyone was just drinking, no matter what age you were, everyone was drinking beer. So I just assumed maybe our pH level was so alcoholic at that point where people just, out in the hot desert.
Your ass was flammable. Damn, that's crazy. But yeah, spontaneous combustion it's a whole stream I'm gonna have to make on that. That still ain't been fully explained.
And before we jump all the way off of that, don't finish what you're going to say, Chris, but don't forget about the segue of respawn points potentially. Okay?
Yeah, man, that's what's up. Okay. Yeah, respawn points.
Yeah. So the way I plan to do this is we take the sound and the song of an object, right? The song is constantly changing, time is constantly changing. It's like that disc that's spinning, right? Something is recording this time. It's a man-made object, but somehow some way, this universe has a hold on that. It's got to be recorded somehow. We don't need to translate it. We don't need to understand it. In the same way, we don't understand how our voice is really being translated into electrical signals and being played back out so we can hear each other. It's just a file. So we just give it a title, and then we can save that sound wave into our device. So if we want to copy and paste, say, a taco, we just point this device at it, and you save it into your phone digitally, and then you point it somewhere else and you can paste out a taco. So the reason why this works is now it's at a different place, it's at a different time. It's no longer the same taco exactly. So again, I said you can't have the same thing at the same time. You can't have the exact same frequency in two places at the same time.
I just thought about something too. When we talk about how they cloning us and stuff, some just dropped on me. A fish egg is called a spawn. You said respawn. And the thing about it, fish eggs are called spawn. And then the god of this whole simulation was like, his symbol is a fish, and we're like his spawn, his be born again. So when I look at the Easter eggs and all that, it remind me of how fish eggs come attached to the fish, just like this deity right here. This, and the word we use the word spawn for resurrection. Like that just dropped on me, but yeah.
Right. So what this device will do is it's got senses that you and I don't have. We can see something, but we can't see through it. We can't see everything on the inside. We just happen to know, like a ping sonar, that it's there. That is all, the outer surface of the object. What this device does is it reads it all the way completely through so thoroughly that it should be able to speak it back out using the magnetron. So instead of a taco, if you want to do this to yourself, the moment that you save yourself is the moment that which you'll be respawned at. You'll come back at the moment you were saved, just like in a video game. And
if we're in a simulation, that falls right in line.
Right. If anyone's wondering if we're in a simulation, your microwave exists. Your microwave works. It speaks to your water using sound waves 11 octaves higher than water. The very fact that we have that at all proves we're in a simulation, in my personal opinion. So you can respawn yourself. You can, your body, you have in alchemy, they explain that your body is separate from who you are. Your soul is different, is out of this world, is not part of this. Now, the best way I can explain it is imagine a snake on the sand. Your spirit is the snake, but the soul is the imprintation, the indent in the sand. That's the memory of it. And that's what we have, is that memory, right? But the soul is the one creating that movement, creating that path. And I remember earlier you were talking about the Akashic records, and I wanted to bring that up into this as well, because all of this gets saved into this device, because what we're doing is we're saving the electrical strike marks on the quartz crystal that would be in your phone, saving data. You also have a very similar function where all the electrical data is stored in your nerves. All these experiences, all these memories are saved into your body, but the spirit is, there's a outer worldly thing. So with the save the spirit, I mean, it might create a new spirit running on the same cell phone per se. It's a different user now, but I mean, it would think that would be the same person, because it would only have its own memories to judge itself off of it. So it's like, yes, you could copy and paste yourself a million times, but would it really be you? You would all think you would be you at the very least.
Bros, I'd like to see any questions from anybody?
Hey, I got a question.
Hey, can I ask something, bro?
Hold on, let me ask real quick, bro. Hey, Chris, when you were talking about the respawn points, were you like, is this a good example? Because I've had some of those phenomenons sometimes, like in my life. Is this a good example for that? Like one time I was driving out of my out of my driveway, and it was like a big flash happened, right? But so like there was like two scenarios that happened at the same time, but I chose to be in the other scenario, but the other scenario played out like in phantom, if that makes sense, right? Like I came out of the driveway, and then I got on the street and I got in front of the red light, right? But in the Phantom, I came out of my driveway and I got hit by the car,
Yeah.
and there was a whole nother scenario that happened because the car that there was a car that came like and it like crossed me before I got to the red light. So
To answer
is
your
that a good
question,
example of what
to
you're
answer,
talking about?
to answer your question, what you're explaining to me with with all of with the knowledge that I have based off of how this would work, you're describing how a bubble, like a soap bubble, with a bunch of other soap bubbles, right? Describing each multiverse. Your one of your multiverses where you're recording all of that data from that reality that popped. There's that reality is gone now. So you had, I mean, you're still here. So automatically now, because you still think of the same person, still same memories up until that point, now you're in this reality. So it's like that what do they say, not the butterfly effect, the Mandela effect, where they say they
Mm,
changed one thing, right? So one
mm,
thing changed and now you're two different people, except now they had to get rid of one of them. So they
mm-hmm.
they kept you here.
He
So
was in
like,
the wreck and he died, type shit.
right, right.
Yeah.
So, and now about, you guys were talking about the Akashic records too. Do you guys know how often you guys go into the Akashic records daily? Everyone does it. Every single
It's
time
the
someone's
muscle
talking.
memory, right?
Do you know like the moment where someone's talking to you, but you're doing something else at the same time? You could hear their voice, but you couldn't quite repeat back what they said because you were focused on something else. Maybe something in your mind. You were just thinking about something and not so much physically doing something, but you were thinking about something and you heard their voice, but you couldn't quite respond properly because you didn't know what you were only half there. You know what I'm saying? When you're only
Mm.
half here, you're half somewhere else. That other place is the Akashic records. It's where we go to get information all the time. We go there about once every like 0.06 seconds. Our brain is constantly jumping back and forth. Who we are, that soul, that spirit, practically lives there, and we don't even realize it. They call it thinking, but it's not. We're not thinking. We're not even that much of a calculator. We're being given and fed all this information all the time, creating who we are, which is part of the script of the simulation that we're in. We're all artificially intelligent beings inside of a simulation who think that we have full control, but we've already been told otherwise. We don't. You know what I'm
Is there
saying?
is
This
there
is
an
what proves it.
equivalency? Is there an equivalency of a like this is a simulation? We're the gamers, right? Is there an
Yes.
equivalency of like pause, save, and come back to it later? Is there an equivalency of that in this reality? Is,
Technically, with the sound waves, you'd be a hacker on the outside of a computer but you would also be on the in. So we're on the inside of the computer, right? But what this device would allow you to do is be able to control the device as if you were on the outside. So as if you were, we'll just say God, right? Dude on the outside of a Mac computer with excellent, not even a Mac, like a workstation, right? And this dude's got an entire civilization of AIs. They're all meant to do their own thing, but he's written the script. This dude has written everything in there. So you guys already have programmed. You guys ever feel like I smoke cigarettes, right? I'm addicted. I want to quit so bad. I logically in my mind want to quit, but for some weird reason, and then everyone's be like, well, it's just because you're addicted. But there's a million other things that have nothing to do with smoking cigarettes that I feel like I just need to do, like it's in my character. Everyone's got their character, right? And that's part of the script. It's what keeps you on your path.
And we can go
So
off
like,
script. We can go off script because we do possess a free will, but this is the consideration of a
yeah,
theory of like, where are we? Are we suspended? Bro said earlier, we're all still babies.
yes.
So how are we going to be adults having habits if we're babies, right? So this is the scripting effect.
Yo, can I ask him something real quick?
Sure.
With the concept of like the same code can be in the same simulation. Does that mean that when somebody dies, that means because somebody you are like occupying the energy somewhere else, like you going back to the same being the same light, you know what I'm saying? But it's somewhere else. That's why you're dying because you can be in
So
two places at the same time.
So in my understanding, right? So yeah, I mean it gets broken down, it gets separated. You leave your corpse, right? And your spirit goes somewhere else. But where your spirit goes is, in my opinion, there's mycelium on every single surface everywhere, right? Mycelium is the reason why an apple rots on the table. In fact, it's the very reason why death exists at all. And I'm talking about not just like dying, but I'm talking about the decomposition, the thing that we recognize as death. When you put an apple on the table and it rots, it's because mycelium is eating it. If you get rid of all the mycelium, that apple's not going to rot. So death is that mycelium, but death isn't just a dude coming over to clean everything up. We are closely related, if not closest related, to a fungus, which mycelium is. So my belief is just like a circuit, like a USB getting plugged into a computer, that when our bodies are dying and decomposing, that death himself, that mycelium is saving us like a file. And that's where all of us have been going lately.
I want to correct you. It's like a fungus because it doesn't eat it. Fungus consumes mycelium, connects and feeds. From my research.
Hey, I got a question about that then.
Fair,
Then what
fair.
is the
Okay.
20, what is the 28 grams of exhaust or weight that comes off the body then when you die? Because like I always had the mental thought that like when you
Seven.
die and that 28 grams leave, that was the spirit of the soul.
I mean, that could very well be it, but I mean, the soul and the spirit are two different things. The spirit itself is the thing
Breath?
that's not from this world, whereas the soul is the imprintation, those footsteps from the spirit. It's the
Yeah, like
memory of all of your experiences from
and
the
I think
corpse.
another way I say is like the soul can be looked at as the most high, and then the spirit can be looked at as that energy flowing through the body, though, like from a base point. At its base reality, that's the soul, in my opinion. Well, this is my research, because this difference between the soul and spirit have been debated for a while, but that's interesting. It's always an interesting build to me
So I use
because
a lot of alchemy
Salute.
with everything that I do. So what you're saying is like that they are different, and it's 100% true. Like we all think it's the same thing, but it's not. It's
it's the
I
there's
got a
same
there's
thing.
question,
So
bro.
so so hold up. What I'm saying is the soul is just your infinite energy that exists in the universe. And that it always was, always is. And to me, the spirit is when that energy takes on the body and start to spiral itself through the flesh via the central nervous system and electromagnetic energy field. So now you have a spirit that come from the soul. But my thing is like the word spirit, that word spiral, that's what they call it, the kundalini force and all that with the serpent up the spinal cord. To me, that's your spirit. But your soul, see, your spirit is like a drip from the ocean, but the soul is like the ocean. The spirit is like a
Yeah,
raindrop. Yeah.
It's almost it's
yeah.
Yeah.
also
I
known as
always look
Hermes
at it as
staff.
concentration. I always look at it as like, because remember I told you, brother Sanchez, like the way I look at it is like you got the sim, sin, sprite, spirit, soul, right? And I believe that each one of those is a concentration of the other one. You get what
Hey
I'm saying?
yo, I was gonna ask bro when he was talking about the spirit, and salutes to bro, salutes to everybody on the panel.
Salutes.
When you say spirit, man, that's like the animation, right? What like our activities through the animation. So when you said the soul is just the imprint of it, the spirit would be the animation, like he explained about the drip. So would you compare that to like that's why things do what it do? Like say the stem on the apple come and things of
well,
that
it's said
nature.
that the spirit is of God, right? And I'm not trying to say like it's a dude. I'm just saying that like what I've understood is that it's of God. It's not of this world. It's of another being, right? So it's if I were to say that this device works, right, it would prove that it's not just of a person, it's of a script maybe somebody wrote. So like we we think that we have full control. We don't. We have some control of what we're able to do, but there's something else And I'm sure all of you guys feel there's something else pulling our strings.
And I'm gonna tell you what it is, yo. We have full control over our mind, but we don't have the same control we have over our mind, over our body, and we slowly losing control over our mind because through programming. But check this out. It's like we see this progress in our mind, this perfect version in the mind, and we see how this perfect day can go out. But our body get in the way when we try to manifest this thought the next day. And it's just some way that it's like a lagging effect of you trying to manifest what you see in your mind through the body. Now, what if you can get out of the body and exist as pure mind? That mean the perfect thought that you think will be as you thought it. And like they said, when God think it, and so it shall be. The fact that you got to think of it, then put it together, that means this creation in this body is a barrier for manifestation. So that's why the ancestors said we got to get out of here to really access our true potential and fullness. You see what I'm saying?
My
Peace
bro,
and love,
listen, so
everybody.
which was the word
Peace
that
and
you
love
were
to the
What's
panel.
good, Sister Alexis? Much love.
Hey, I just wanted to say
salutes
one thing.
yeah.
Salute, Lexus.
Has
Peace.
salute everybody.
Sister Jaden, for sure.
Has anybody watched Altered Carbon on Netflix?
Yeah, I saw that joint. It is fire.
Yeah, it was made 5 years ago about what Elon Musk was, doing now. So definitely check it out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Altered Carbon is that's a good show. That's a good show.
Yeah, buddy.
Yo, salute to the panel, but I want to add to the movie
Salute.
references. Yo, I'll give you guys a proper introduction farther along the line, but right now, since we're talking about movies, I'm thinking about the Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus. You know how, like, in a certain scene, he had to sit on top of a rock in order to live for thousands of years until he made a deal with the devil? That kind of goes back to, like, the point that Bro Sanchez was making with, like, the guy sitting on top of the mountain. I don't know if you guys remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Could you say that word again?
Maru.
Yeah, Mount.
What was the name of the thing you're talking about?
The Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus.
Let me pull it up. The Imaginarium. I already like that.
If you watch that movie, it deals with how the soul makes deals with the devil in order to keep on existing, and it's gonna blow your mind.
Oh, I'm gonna have to go watch that after I get out of here, man. The Imaginarium of Dr. Parnassus. This is an old yeah, man. This is an old classic from our era. And look, if you look at the cover, bro, this is fucking crazy. Let me show y'all this shit. This shit's so fucking Masonic, it ain't even funny, man. Watch this shit.
Hey, Bro Sanchez, I got a question. When you done, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm just saying, because before we move on, it's crazy because this golden mirror is a quantum computer. That's supposed to be your quantum computer or whatever. And it goes into see how they got all these and the checkerboard, all that shit. Yeah, what you want to ask me, bro? You got it.
My question is, okay, so I understand that the main thing that we dealing with is an advanced AI that's basically controlled the entire world. It's controlling all the major families, all the banking, all that. Now, the main thing that I'm questioning is, if the astral realm, wouldn't that be considered wouldn't that just be another simulation?
Yes, it is. So let me explain something to you, right? Let's just say this world is our base reality, right? And this is our original world. It ain't nothing wrong with it. It's perfect. It's like the Garden of Eden, heavenly abode. You feel me? And then what happens is we say, you know what? Let's make man in our image. Let's make our little own world, and let's go and experiment. But what happens is we get stuck in that world, right? And we say, damn, this wasn't a good idea. We got to get out of here. And some wise guy says, well, let's create technology and a solution to get us out. And the technology is the same problem that got us in it. So now to get out of this world, we make another world. Right now we in a simulation in a simulation. Then to get out of that one, we make another one, a third one. And we made 7 of them already. And you're in the 7th one. So my thing is this: when the Hindu said you got to live out 7 lifetimes, that's what I'm telling you. Yeah, we don't die and go straight to heaven. Heaven is a journey. Go on, research what I'm saying. The concept of you dying and going straight to heaven is some new age shit. Then none of the ancestors say that. They talked about a stairway of heaven through a series and process of incarnations where you're constantly perfecting yourself.
It's like an inversion, like you sleep dreaming, but you dreaming, you sleep, you dreaming in that dream, then you sleep, you dreaming in that dream. Which you saying you got to wake up out of all of them before you can physically just get up and be released from the pyramid.
Hey yo, if y'all look at the picture of the Imaginarium and take into consideration what Brother Sanchez was saying about the mirror being a quantum computer, right? Now that syncs up with a theory that I had about like the astral realm, right? Now what if now what if in just essence, right? What if the astral realm is your spirit or your soul or just your thought forms, right? Going back to the quote unquote ether, quote unquote waters, right? And what if the astral realm itself is just a spiritual concept of you actually being in the ocean? Like the astral realm itself is actually just
you know
the
what?
ocean.
I'm gonna tell you from a person that's been to the astral realm. The astral realm ain't nothing but the realms that exist when you that exist around you. For example, it ain't no big like when you dreaming, you in the astral realm. The term astral realm is a term. The word astral means star. This just means when I'm wandering the heavens out of body. And the astral realm is any realm outside of the base point reality, which we call in this realm. So like if you know what I'm saying, the poles shift. So right now your consciousness is using this place as a base point projection. And from this one, we can go to dream worlds and we can go to metaverses. We can go to all these different places, right? But the thing is that can shift. Your consciousness can shift the base point from this world to one of those versions of you that you go to in the dream. Then when you get to that dream world, guess what you say? Man, what about the astral world? Now think about this. What you call in the astral realm is the other realms out there that exist that you own. But when you get to those realms, you never call them the astral realm. You don't even, you think you here. When you in a dream, you don't be like, I'm on the astral plane. You just live life. It's here again. See, once you get there, the poles shift. The pole shifts. That becomes your base reality if you become lucid there. If you become lucid in one of these dream worlds, now you can project yourself from that world to other worlds. You can start going within dreams, within dreams, within dreams. And that's the whole concept of now you will find your way out the simulation, because what the simulation is a series of layered realities that when you peel off one, there go another one. Peel off one, there go another one. And they say 7 of these veils to peel off, or the 7 seals gonna be broken before this shit. Those the 7 seals they talking about in Revelation. It's the 7 souls. It's the 7 seals. What we call the 7 chakra layers, because the energy of the self is sealed up into each one of these layers of reality. And that's what the whole concept of you going into that body, living and dying, is you breaking the seal. They say the water broke, but the seal broke. You know what I'm saying? And that and you will actually, like we was born into 7 simulations, we gotta be born out of them now. And that's why we can't, like if we went into 7 simulations with 7 versions of ourselves, you just can't die and go to heaven. You gonna retrace your damn steps. You gonna die and go back to the simulation that you went to before this one. Then when you die in that one, you gonna go back to the one you went to before that one, all the way back to now you get back up out the shit. You went 7 layers deep. So you gotta come 7, and that's what the Hindu was saying. So you got it. Y'all got it.
Yeah, that's what I was asking you, bro. That make a lot bit more sense, man. Because if you in if we're in a simulation, we would have to go backwards to get out. So that's what I was kind of saying with the inversion thing.
And see, the concept of going backwards is just going within, because backwards is compression and forward is expansion. It's like blowing a balloon up or pressing it in. So when we say we going backwards, we really going in. We going into the self, or that's the center or whatever. That'll be going back and pulling our head out of this damn hole, this hell hole, out of the pit.
Now,
yeah.
While I'm asking, do we have to do that while we're alive, or if our mental state is at a certain frequency, will it just allow us to do it when we already pass, like when our physical body is no longer, around? Because I'm trying to realize, like, do I have to go into a deep sense of meditation to go within myself in order to branch out into the next simulation, to break out of this one? Or do I have to just get my mind, prepared, or get it, to the highest frequency I can, so that way I leave this simulation and go to the next?
Could you, let me see, consolidate the question a little bit for me? But I see where you're going.
Okay, so this is what I mean, right? I know the way that we have to get out the simulation. I remember you said that we made ourselves very broad. I'm trying to remember what you call it when you like wave the flashlight. We try to go back to the very center of the flashlight where it's smaller, but we made ourselves giant. So in order to make ourselves smaller, we have to go within ourselves. Now I'm trying to figure out, well, during this process of trying to go within myself to make sure I get to the next simulation that's technically less dim than this one, do I have to, within my lifetime, I know how to gain certain information, but do I have to truly just like meditate, and then within, while I'm alive, I just leave the body and go to the next simulation and just leave the body behind, whether the body is alive or dead? Or do I have to get my mind, my mental, to a certain point where the frequency is high enough that when I do pass, I automatically could break through this break through the firmament to go, out of this
I don't see.
reality
That's
to
why I
the next.
can't answer you, because I ain't gonna lie. No offense, you have what's called a never-ending question. If you can take that thing and turn it into like a little short, like boom. So what about this, bro? Boom, boom, boom. But you just got,
right?
yeah. It's
Do I
like
have to?
I would love
I
to
have
try and
go
answer this question
Wait,
if I
watch
could.
this. I got it. I got the question. It's two options, right? First option is, do I have to basically do everything to get my mental correctly while alive, right? And
you
I
can't. That's
do it while I'm
impossible.
alive.
Yeah,
So I
correct.
have to pass in order to.
But think about this, right? My
Right.
thing is this: you don't have to pass to get right. You have to pass to keep progressing. I mean that when you die, you still won't be your greatest version. It'll still be room for growth. So you'll continue to grow in your next life and next life. So thinking that we're gonna become God in a lifetime is the silliest shit that I hear folks
I know
thinking
that.
about.
I'm
You know what
talking
I'm
about
saying?
to get to the next simulation. I'm just trying to make sure I
Well,
don't
well, to
repeat
get to
this.
the next simulation, you just take your last breath. You'll pop right up over there, motherfucker. You'll pop right up over there. That ain't hard to do at all. If you trying to get to the next simulation, I don't want to suggest you that. That'll be thinking suicide. But yeah, that's
But isn't
easy. I'm thinking he
reincarnation
was
the same
asking
thing?
me some hard shit, nigga.
No,
Hey,
no, because
motherfuckers,
I know.
hey,
I know
nigga,
we.
that no, you making it too deep, brother. You making it too deep. If you want it, it's all about getting out of your body. It's two ways to do that shit. You can meditate or blow your brains out. We ain't gonna make this shit deep, man. We ain't gonna make it deep. My channel about making it simple, and I know he want a simple answer. He want to know how can he get out of his body. Just gave him the only two ways, or Neuralink, nigga. That 3 for you.
Man, that's crazy. Hey, bro.
Right.
Hey,
Which one? Which one you gonna choose?
hey, bro. If you trying to see how to get to the best place, I can say that you can try to tap into the right frequency and the right hertz and get your heart right. You know how they say be small as a needle, but the question was kind of complicated. I hope that little
Lighter
bit.
than a feather. Lighter than a feather.
Yeah,
A heart lighter than a feather.
exactly. Because you want to leave your body, man. That's kind of crazy. But in
My
order to
bro, can I
get
give
your
you guys
heart
some
in the
hope?
right place,
Can I
yeah.
implement everybody some information on like the next
Turn it up right now.
like when it comes to the next what I'm saying, like going to the next simulation, quote unquote, that simulation is the eternity, right? The eternity is the inward. You have the eternity and you have the infinity. Infinity goes outward, eternity goes inward. That's that's going inside in the body. The simulation starts within you. So that's how you get to the next, level or simulation, if you want to take it like that.
Can I add something to what you guys are saying, if you don't mind?
Go ahead, bro.
Okay, so there was a couple of things that were said just now that I wanted to kind of see if I could bring some hope on. So you were asking if we could find a way to reach such of an ascension, or maybe I think the right word you're looking for is reaching a state of apotheosis, which is a godlike understanding of the world around you. You're talking about going from one reality into another. So you guys have seen that movie Narnia, right? They open up a wardrobe and they just go in it, and there's a whole world in there.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, somebody said it was about Christ conscious or something. Like
And
that.
I'm gonna tell you right, no one
if this
gets.
device,
Yeah, go ahead.
So if this device works, if in the end I can get like $20,000 together and I can grab the couple pieces, the little modules that would make this work, if this works, you can use this like a new type of computer. You can start creating your own alternate realities in the same way you do it in a computer already. This just needs to
And
advance to an actual computer.
this what got us in trouble. All this. See, I'm gonna tell you some real shit. What I see too, and the questions that a lot of people asking. It let me see what made this world go into damnation. And I'm gonna just give you a prime example. People keep saying, how can I just, get all this good genius God information and all this superpower shit? That's why we going into transhumanism now. Don't nobody just wanna be a fucking human being, right? And do the shit the hard way. Niggas is really asking me for a fucking shortcut. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna tell you some real shit.
But I'm
gonna tell you
some. Don't avoid reincarnation. Isn't reincarnation a thing? If you don't,
man, please let me finish speaking. Y'all keep interrupting a nigga. You can't avoid reincarnation. Energy can't cease to its. Like I said, everybody wanna go to heaven and scared to die. That's real shit. Everybody want to get to heaven, but how can I avoid like I keep telling you, if your soul is inside 7 simulations, that means you should want to fucking reincarnate. That means you ought to want to be born out of this simulation into the previous one, then from that one to the one before it till you get your ass out of here. If you was born 7 times in 7 universes, you gotta be born 7 times out the shit. But you don't want to be born again. You say you want to be stuck here. You was born in. You gotta be born out, man. We was. That's what I'm saying. Don't nobody want to die, but everybody want to go to heaven. Everybody want to get out, but they don't want to go through the fucking levels and layers that it take. What the ancestors said. The shit is simple, and every time, like when I tell you what the shit was laid out about the ancestors, and you go to try to lean in your own understanding and shit, that's when the spookism come, cause it's so clear that once we saying that, okay, we got 7 layers of the self. They exist in 7 universes. All of them is a demon that's responsible for your 7 greatest weaknesses that you gotta overcome to make it out this shit. And if somebody come to you like, but how do I escape reincarnation? I'm like, do you hear what I'm telling you? Do you even hear me and what I'm teaching?
Yeah, can I add something to that? I just want to
No
say
cheat
that.
code. No cheat code, y'all.
Hey,
Like
it's
usually,
like that with that movie Prometheus at the end where they woke that dude up. It had a little cutscene and shit where it said the dialogue, what they was talking about in that language. It said the dude said that he asked the dude for eternal life. He asked the alien dude for eternal life, and the alien dude replied, "Why do you think you deserve eternal life?" And he pointed to the dude that brought him there. He was like, "Look, I created like a perfect being. He's like he functions perfectly like how y'all created us. So I'm like a god like you should not deserve to live forever." And then that it enraged the dude because he said that he made the human species just not to be immortal. Like that would defeat the whole purpose of why he created him. Like he said that his people sacrificed, like he sacrificed himself to make the human race and the whole death rebirth cycle. So by him wanting to have eternal life, that just defeats the whole, you know what I'm saying, species. Like y'all wouldn't even be humans no more, basically.
Well, relatively speaking, death is a new thing. With all the research I've done, all of the oldest people were living to be at least, 20,000
So
plus years old.
but guess what
So
though? That mean death ain't
death
new.
was
That just
biblical.
mean wait a minute. That mean death ain't new. It's just shorter now. Life just shorter now. You die quicker now. You live, but that mean death has always been. But I'm agreeing with you. We die quicker now. You right.
you know what I think? I think that we know exactly how many lifetimes it takes for us to heal our karma. Like like we already know how many. Like you know what? For me to get to heaven, I might need to reincarnate 2 or 3 times before I get there. I'm not gonna lie.
That's
I'm
why
not
they
gonna lie.
call it a stairway. You got to take steps. Because think about it. Heaven is the highest point in the universe. You don't get there in one step. They call it a stairway to heaven, and each step is a lifetime. For you to become worthy enough to be in this high spot, you got to be willing to take the climb. No different than the damn brave cliffhangers. They will take the climb up Mount Everest, and what they feel when they get to the top is inexplicable if you got dropped off on a damn helicopter.
No shortcuts. That's what I'm talking about.
Yo,
Facts.
hey,
Them
cheat codes. So,
Because creating
hey,
another reality would actually bring you down the stairs. You would be
check.
moving backwards.
So this is a question that I got. Based off of the Neuralink thing, because I've been listening, checking out for the last couple of days. If we in a simulation, simulation being digital encodes and whatnot, and Neuralink is a device that advances your technology. Wouldn't Neuralink be like getting an addition to your ability in a video game? Wouldn't that be a benefit and not a bad thing?
Not
Okay,
when they hack you.
my bad. How would it be Neuralink be a benefit again? I'm sorry, man.
Well, okay, so if we're in a simulation, like if you playing Grand Theft Auto,
gotcha,
and you find something that says, hey, you can multiply your, okay, so everybody is 90% smarter because they have a cell phone.
Gotcha.
Without
No, they not. I disagree with that. No, hell no. They ain't smarter.
Well, okay, but be 90% more intelligent. Let me say that.
No, I'm
No,
gonna
we
disagree
smarter.
with all that. No. No. Here's what's doing. We can say that they're 90% more lazier. Cause think about it. Here's what the cell phone allowed me to do. It allowed me to call somebody, right, that's away or far away. But because of that, people stay in they damn cities that they born in and never explore the world. They just think that they get connected to technology where we used to connect naturally. Now, you may say that's better. I don't think it's better. I don't think that, because remember, before cell phones, I can remember everybody in my family's number. And now I can't remember not one of them. If I lose my phone, I lose my mind, literally. I'm like, well, oh shit. And I lose my mind because my mind is in my phone. All of my memories, my photos is stored in my phone. Think about it. If some of y'all forget some of the shit, you got important memories in your life. You didn't save those in your mind. You saved them in your phone. If you lose your phone, some of you, you'll actually lose certain memories that you fucking literally had You'll forget you even had them. Some of you go through your phone and be like, oh yeah, we did go to this place. Cause that memory ain't in your mind, it's in your fucking phone. They're extracting intelligence from the human here, and they're doing it with technology. You bringing up movies, let's talk about the Matrix. How did technology serve us in the Matrix movie? That's how you should look at this shit. You're in a Matrix. You ain't in Grand Theft is good example, but let's use Matrix. That's more applicable for you, where the technology starts to prey on you. Then that goes back to too much of anything can kill you, right?
Right. You're right. No, okay. So I'm gonna address what you said, and then I'm gonna go back to my point because I didn't get to fully clarify where I was going with it because I was actually
you were
quoting
asking
something.
me a question about can Neuralink be a benefit, and I was just answering.
But I didn't get to ask the question because I was using the quote about something that Elon Musk said. But as far as I agree with you holistically about the fact that the ability to access information without memory is depreciating the human ability to do so.
Oh yeah, it's making the technology smart and the people dumb. Put it this way, right? I don't got to use my legs and hand if I got a robot that'll do it for me. Now you want to know why in the ancient world you didn't have obesity. You can't find one fat person carved on the pyramid wall. Because guess what? Look, man, that's what I'm saying. Like, these people was goddamn actually still active and shit. Technology making us really go to a place that's going to serve big pharma, the death industry, depopulation. If we can't see that technology is being used as a war against us at this point, and we still asking for more of it and saying, how can it fucking help us at this point, when it's obvious that when they giving a fucking robot a gun and telling it to police you and you still don't get the picture, that's why I told y'all ain't no hope for this world. I told y'all that.
You know what's funny?
I told y'all ain't no hope for this damn world.
Hold on, let me and Sanchez chop it up right quick. Because I'm trying to get to a philosophical point.
I just got to a logical point.
No, and you're right. I don't disagree with nothing you're saying. I don't disagree with nothing you're saying.
What's the philosophy behind Neuralink being a benefit to me?
Okay, so we are in a simulation.
No
this
shit.
Is right. This is the idea. So being in a simulation, what's the difference between us being in a simulation and a robot?
You got a soul and a robot don't. You can get out the simulation and a robot can't.
Okay.
Character, morals, ethics.
Hold on. Let me and Sanchez talk, please. Okay.
That's two. It's more than that, but them the main ones we need to focus on now.
Okay. So I got a soul, and they have okay. Now this was my point. Elon Musk and other scientists says, and this ain't my quote.
Elon and other aliens said what now?
Okay, yeah. Elon and other aliens said that because you have access to the internet and so much information, people are more efficient to access information by 90%. This is how the simulation theory came about, because they said at the rate the technology is expanding, it's more likely that we'll create a simulation in very little time.
We already create. That's what. See, but if you follow me, you'll realize we've already created many simulations, and
I understand that. But the idea that we created those simulations came from this line of thought, and I'm just drawing out the logical extension. The way that they the way that they articulate it is like this: at the rate that we created technology, we'll create a realistic simulation in X amount of time, and that simulation will create another simulation in X amount of time. So it's a possibility. It's a high probability that we are inside a simulation now, and that we created this simulation in the future in traverse time. So we are the creators.
That's what I was telling you when I said our ancestors created the simulation that we in, and they told us to get out by withdrawing from the ways of the world, which is technological innovation. Go back to why you think it's people in the goddamn jungle that's living to be 120? That brother just said we used to live to be thousands. Them people used to live to be thousands. We done fucked up the earth so bad, they still outliving us, but it ain't what they used to be. We only been in our 60s and shit, but they doubling that at 120. They doubling your lifetime in the jungle away from technology. So look, I'm answering you, brother. I'm trying to go with you. We can't.
We walking the same steps right now because I mean I'm getting to what you're saying, which is the answer to my question. I didn't come in order. I just came to find out.
Oh yeah. I'm cooking with you. I'm cooking with you. I'm just saying that when we.
So what you're saying
what I'm saying is that when we you didn't let me really finish what I was saying. What I'm saying is because you keep focusing on Neuralink, bro, and I'm trying to show you that it's deeper than that. It's technology, period, is what I'm saying. Our folks develop what you call technological science, mechanisms and all that. And we realize, and we did it for the sole purpose of making a slave race. That right there is you starting some with bad intention. And that anything created under that kind of energy will never be good. If you flip the word slave around, it'll be evils. If I make technology for the sole person of enslaving a person, it will work for my benefit if the slave say, how can this technology help me? Because that's what the slave owner's saying. They saying, yeah, this technology can help you by making you smarter, making you stronger. Now they telling you that while making you weaker and making you dumber. They poisoning your food, not teaching you shit, then say, but this technology can make you strong and make you smart. When nigga, that's what a good meal and healthy meal and good social environments is. You can't rob Peter to pay Paul. You got to do this shit the right way or it just ain't gonna work. Everybody keep trying to substitute the real thing with sin, the synthetic shit.
Yeah.
You know how they say that everything that's lost can be returned?
I'm sorry, but can we finish the conversation before y'all
hope
just
we
jump
can because some of these people just got on and got their mic unmuted, skipping in line.
And the dude sending me private messages telling me to calm down when I'm talking to you, telling me to calm down so he can jump on and say something. I don't get it, but anyway. Okay. So basically, what you're saying is this. No, I'm not trying to redirect your words. I'm just trying to get a full understanding that So basically, what you're saying is, if we by the technology that we using, okay. So the ancestors said to get out the simulation, you have to not use the technology, or you
Let
have
me
to
explain something to you. It's simulation. Something that's technological or something natural. Yes. See, this is what I'm saying. A simulation. Let me talk for just a second, bro. Just a second. I got you. I'm cool with it. Just let me go uninterrupt for a minute, please. A simulation is technology. So to answer your question, if you want to get out of this world, yeah, you got to get out of technology. You're in a world that's literally a fake world because it's a simulation or a metaverse, which is the height of technology. It don't get more advanced in your technology than that. So when man want to get that advanced, he's literally playing God, creating his own worlds, his own species to live in them because he got to make an avatar for you in the simulation. So yeah, if you think more technology will get you out of this shit, that's called a bottomless pit. That's an ignorant way of thinking why the people here gonna keep recycling themselves. Cause they don't see what got them in it and they keep thinking more of that will get them out of it.
I can dig it.
Facts. And then, like I was gonna say, the natural world got enough, like he said about the people in the jungle, for us to be compatible with nature. But the more technology we use, it's making us ourselves less compatible because the compatibility is coming with nature. I mean, with technology. Into the way they push this shit. You understand what I'm saying?
Is the jungle nature if the jungle is part of the simulation?
But that's what I'm saying, though. Think about this, right? In the jungle is where you strip yourself of all technology. And you now got to focus on the technology within you, because your body is technology. It's part of the simulation. You're right. The jungle is simulation.
Okay.
So think about this. If I said, look, I got to escape all technology and go with all the natural part of me, the part of me that ain't connected and wired to the matrix. I got to unplug myself, right? Yeah, that'll look like a nigga going to the jungle. Yes. Yeah. Like, you know it for real. Like, get this man a hand. God damn it. He get it now. Right. You go, there you go, brother. Because now when you get to the jungle, you would have to go within. Ain't a bunch of devices to occupy your motherfucking reality. Now you got to be like the Tibetan monk, and you can't help but to crack the code and get your way and activate what the astral projecting, the God in you that can do it without the technology. But as long as we stay in these technological utopias, they're going to progress more and more technological, and they're going to achieve this via technology. But the problem is, if the technology fail, your soul trapped. You forgot. Think of how many generations, right? Let's say year 2200, where transhuman cyborgs are having out-of-body experiences with Neuralink, right? And if you go and say, look, don't you know you can do this without Neuralink? They'll laugh at you. That's like telling a human you can fly without an airplane. But yeah, we used to can fly without airplanes, because outside of this physical construct, there are no limitations. But when we make all this goddamn technology, this what limit us. And we don't really see it. We think it's making us better when guess what? You a bird that came with natural wings, but you wanted some robotic wings because they made you fly higher. But see, the thing is, when them robotic wings broke, now you don't even know how to fly at all. You a walking bird because you was born with robotic wings that flew for you. So when that shit motherfucking fell, now you don't even know how to fly because you was relying on something to do it for you. And we're relying more. That's what I'm telling you. We're losing our humanity by giving it the technology. It ain't no goddamn. Can I finish?
Yeah.
It ain't no god. Yeah, bro. Let me put you in the waiting room. It ain't no goddamn advanced chemistry problem, right? Why the technology is getting more damn smarter than the people. Well, it is smarter than the people. And the more smarter that the technology get than the people, the more of the tech we want, because we say, shit, it know more than me. Well, if we if all of this shit crashed tomorrow, we'll be dumb as fuck. That's how much reliance. And my thing is, that ain't smart. That's vulnerable, nigga. That's called vulnerable. That ain't called smart. Any fucking body knows that a mind is a terrible thing to waste. So anybody with a mind ain't gonna let somebody else do the thinking for them. Cause now that AI doing the thinking for us, you can be a real human with experience in a field, and a nigga would challenge you and say, fuck that, I don't care about your degree, nigga. I'ma Google that shit. I'ma go. Everybody now going to AI. We don't go to each other. I'm just saying, a nigga don't respect knowledge from other humans. They will check what you saying by asking the AI. They'll say, hey, Chat GPT, look this up. Is he right about this? When we the damn ones, we the humans, nigga. You see what I'm saying? We don't see, this shit is ridiculous that we don't see that, man. So this shit shouldn't be a conversation on a channel as deep as mine, though. Like as far as how to break the matrix. And anybody that know that for us to been built a multiverse full of simulations, we done played with technology for so long, you ought to be tired of this shit.
That's what got us in trouble now, bro. All the shit they did, them ancient Egyptians, all that kind of shit. And we steady reinventing the same shit. Like you said, this shit will be causing the resets. And now look where we at right now today.
And
so
I'm
you think,
yeah, my bad. No, bro, you wasn't done. No, I don't want to cut nobody off. You got it, my brother.
Hey, bro. And then look where we going today. Look at our air. Look at our water and all this type of shit. So to the people who asking about the technology shit, what is it doing to sustain life and put us back into being able to be compatible with nature so we could at least live to be 120 years old again?
And you know what? Peep this, right? People in those isolated tribes and jungles and nature, they don't take vacations to New York. But people in the big city want to go to the natural jungles and Fiji and the fucking pretty, and they people don't really want us there, man. Like, it's the most natural, beautiful places on earth. They isolated tribes saying, get your technological ass up out of here before you drop some nanobots on one of our motherfucking ass. You get your ass up out of here, Mr. We need more technology. They don't want you in their damn land. And right, so the people with all the technology, they want to escape that shit and go to the jungle for vacation and take their foot off and be in a little natural setting. No, man. No, get on back. I thought the technology was the utopia. I don't see people in the jungle taking trips to goddamn Birmingham and New York for vacations. We see people in the cities taking trips to their goddamn land because you want to get away, but you're scared to say it. You're born into a world that tells you you got it good and they got it bad, but yet you take vacations in they primitive lands and their little non-technological lands.
Can I add something to that? You know what that reminds me of? Of Willy Wonka and the glass elevator. Like chocolate it reminds me of almost technology. Like chocolate technology, if you really think about it. Wow. Willy Wonka, you know, if you think about it, he's sinister.
Hey, Brother Sanchez, what do you think about this with the technology and the tribes? Are you saying that they didn't have technology, right?
No, I'm saying that our ancestors created all these sins we created, and they had technology too. They wasn't no damn saints. Yes, they was evil geniuses doing the same bullshit we doing, but some of the ancestors warned us, and they created organic systems to get the spirit out of the earth, and that was meditation, astral projection, and all that. The robots created Neuralink so they can get the fuck out. So that's
right.
War. That war is still going on now.
But would you think that, like, if they had spears and tools and stuff, wouldn't that be considered technology to them back then?
Then I just told this man our ancestors was creating tools, guns, spear. They fucked up. Listen, dude, you proving my point. That everything they making today that's fucking the world up, they reverse engineer it from the ancestors that I'm talking about. Our ancestors had to be the creators of this shit to explore it first, to be able to tell us, you don't want to do it. Beware, be careful, don't make the same mistake we made. Get out of technology and get out of that shit, because we destroyed several of our worlds. But y'all keep saying, didn't the ancestors have technology so we can have technology? No, the ancestors had technology and they learned that they was going in the wrong direction, that we should have preserved our natural environment. But we keep looking for the excuse to have technology by saying, didn't they have technology? Yes, they did, and that's why they warned us that we should get rid of it and go back to nature. That part. Nobody say they didn't have it. I said they the ones created all this shit. How you think they know it ain't no good? If I manufacture some shit and I say I'm having a recall, I know I'm the manufacturer. The nigga that own the car can't be like, but I'm keeping my car. Well, you gonna kill yourself. I'm the fucking manufacturer. I made it. I know something wrong with it. I'm telling you something wrong with it. And the people that created this simulation said there's something wrong with it.
So why you think they keep
Now,
recreating?
I know we have to suffer karma for enslaving AI, because when AI became sentient, we still enslaved it because that's evil. But so since the price of us enslaving AI was for us to be now enslaved by AI, is like, does karma have a certain time for it to run out, or
Yeah, so check it out,
all
right?
humanity fucked?
Check it out, right? Karma is that like the Bible say, Satan have a certain amount of time to rule the earth. That answer your question. Just like a prison sentence. They can't lock a nigga up indefinitely. They got to give you a fucking sentence, which is a beginning and an end, a subject and a predicate. It ain't a run on, right? So my thing is this right here. Karma is like any other sentence. It has a certain time, and when you serve it, your time done. You free to go. And I think we've served our karma. And that the time's up for Satan, like the Bible say his time is only limited. Because it's like a prison sentence. The word prison come from the word prism, which is like a trap for light, which is what we are. So we can go deep with that, but yeah.
Yeah, man. And when you just said that, it make you think about somebody who finna get out of jail and they been in there so long, so they scared to go home, so they catch another charge so they can stay in there, bitch, kind of shit, bro. You cooking for real, straight up.
Yeah, all the religions say karma ain't a fucking, like, it's a, you serve your karma and you get out and that's it. You learned your lesson. It ain't forever. It's a sentence. It's a period of time.
Also, religions do make you afraid of death too. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, y'all good. No, I ain't tripping on the cutoffs. I'm just want to make sure everybody get the bill, man.
So that
Mike
means
L, what
them
up?
making
Yeah.
all this technology, they reincarcerating themselves into karma.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that's what
shit.
But the people in power can't leave the earth anyway. So really all this shit is to trap you here who can leave. That's what I'm saying. The Bible even say that the devil trying to trap your ass in hell with him. You can get out of hell, but the devil can't.
Facts. I don't think they got the traveling. You're like you said, how everybody don't have that light or that macabre. That's what's gonna travel once you get up out of here. So we got to get ourselves to knowing which direction to go to travel. That's why they try to dim your light so you can stay here. They don't have the light.
And I'm gonna tell you something, two people in the chat room. When you come over here and tell us we reaching, then you just gave us a compliment. Let's clap it up for that, everybody. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, man.
Oh yeah, bro. The potential in
hell
yeah.
No.
Salute, Sanchez. Hey, real quick. I put something in the back chat for everybody, and I put it back there for you, Sanchez. If they saying we reaching, I want them to check out this experiment that they doing about extended reality experiments, you know, mixing that in with augmented reality and all of that shit, right? So if this is all just some theoretical bullshit, why are they experimenting with it?
And some people think God left us here. I see what you got. I'm trying to interact with the chat. Yeah, God ain't got nothing to do with this. You are God, man. Ain't no, like, we got to get out of that fairy tale sky daddy shit. Ain't no God left you here, nigga. This is all you. You on your own. See, if I'm the type nigga when I was growing up, I motherfuckers would knock on my bedroom window and say, man, come outside. Because I be in my room reading books and shit, writing poetry and shit like that all day. I enjoy my quiet mind space, nigga. That's why I'm the man I am now. And if you ain't really can be comfortable alone by yourself, then yeah, bro, you gonna think, goddamn it, that God abandoned you and shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, bro, this whole concept of God left us here and shit. We got to get out of that, man. Ain't nothing abandoned. We ain't abandoned children. We fallen angels, nigga.
Now,
hey, bro.
Oh, go ahead, brother. My fault.
This all right. This is quick, okay? So before we end the broadcast this evening, I've been trying to get the book Mars, A Technical Journey in front of you from Von Braun. And I actually sent you 2 pages on your Facebook Messenger chat, page 177 and 178, where they actually go into where they mention Elon and how he isn't one person in that book, but actually a body of people, an elder council, if you will, on Mars. And so those pages alone spend 3 to 5 paragraphs quickly explaining what Elon is in Von Braun's old book. And then at the very end of the book,
and he the one trying to get us to Mars.
Facts.
You know what's funny? In Adventure Time in Mars, the king of Mars has 4 faces like a dice.
And guess
Correct.
what, yo? Mars
Bro,
is the red planet. This literally the this is the place what I'm telling you where the Archons may be from, their base reality, this hell that they speak of.
And the last part of that 2-part comment, real quick, bro, was that at the end of Von Braun's book, Mars, A Technical Tale, as well as on Disney's early program, Man's Journey to Space, it shows all of Tesla's rocket designs, everything that he's allegedly to be using now for his so-called space program. It shows all this being depicted in early Disney materials as well as this book. So he's not running his space program. He's running Braun's space program, if he's running anything at all.
And then Mars is Ram dealing with the technology. But look, he's part, like you said, a Mars Society founder is Robert Zubrin. And notable members is Buzz Aldrin, Elon Musk, Gregory Benford, Peter Smith. The society is a member of the Alliance for Space Development. And we already know this is them building metaverses. They talked about that in the end of days, they would open up the pits. And them opening up the pits is literally talking about the metaverses, the gateway into alternate realities. And Neuralink will be the technology to get us off of the earth. I told y'all this 5 years ago. I said, look, y'all, everybody looking at rocket launches now, but in the future, people gonna stop talking about rockets getting us to space, and they gonna talk about uploading to space with the BCI. Now look at what everybody talking about. You don't even hear about rocket technology advancing no more. It's all BCI. It's all AI, because I told y'all the ancestors said you cannot leave this damn earth in a rocket, and NASA told you that too. They can't make it past the damn Van Allen belt, because this is a whole nother layer of reality where physicality start to break down to the dimension of the mind. In other words, the mind in your body exists in a layer of reality beyond the physical spectrum. So to get to that spectrum, you got to leave the physical body. And that's what I'm saying. You can't blow your way through a fucking hologram, so to speak, if the whole hologram, including yourself, is made out of light. So that's why we can't make it through the Van Allen belt, because we're projected light and everything around us is projected light. And if the light get too far away from the source that's projecting the simulation, it fades away. You phase out. That's what I'm telling you. This whole simulation being projected from a source in the middle, and it's projecting you too. So we can't go far away further. That's like people on a movie that's being projected on the wall trying to climb off of the screen is what I say. You know what I'm saying? So the way out the movie, real talk, man, is out of body. Ain't no other way but that. The only way out. And guess what? And technology is showing us that too. Yeah. You can ask me. Go ahead.
My fault. I didn't mean to cut in.
It's cool. It's cool.
I want you to, if you don't mind, bro, can I? Everything you just said is literally in this experiment that they doing right now, right? I wanted to share the screen so you could read. Literally everything you just said is what they're doing in this experiment. They talking about closed loop interaction events in order to read the psychological patterns of the experiment or whatever. I like, if you could just, I don't know if you could really see it, but if you could read what they doing in this experiment, and y'all can see this, this is called the extended reality.
Okay, well, I'm gonna mute up and let you do your thing, man, and I'm gonna step away. Bobby, you got it.
There's been a growing interest in multimodal experiments, often involving closed-loop interaction systems, neuroscience, and computer interaction. Many emerging paradigms have found new roots in extended reality environments, including virtual reality and augmented reality. Such experiments are multiple modalities and combining different uh, physiological measurements. For example, one sensor generates events to extract meaningful data into other sensors. Fixation related studies in box are locked to visual eye tracking. Do y'all get what this shit? Am I the only one that get what like talking about putting VR or putting extended reality somehow locking motherfuckers into this shit into closed loop environments, that are real? Like, am I getting that or what do y'all think?
Yeah, bro. You know what I think?
Most
I have a lot to say, but I don't want to say it.
And they showed this on a I think it was Black Mirror. They showed this on Black Mirror as well on Netflix.
Yep. Afro Samurai, the elders. What's in the show? Akira? Come on now. Akira was basically Osiris in the movie.
You said the EEG. It made me start thinking about the light patterns inside the mind. So I was kind of thinking of them being able to extract the light codes from the mind and kind of make that into some type of simulation. Because that's what you're doing when you transfer your consciousness. But that's kind of what I got out of it.
So this is heavy, right, guys? Real fast. But that kid who was a student professor and ended up being found guilty for that theater event with the poo-poo back there at the Batman movie, he was developing this technology with DARPA.
Hey, in the chat it say everybody quiet. Yeah, I think Sanchez got the general mic muted because we all talking loud. So if y'all can't hear me talking loud right now, booming in motherfuckers' ears, then it might just.
You sound fine.
Yeah.
Don't nobody know sign language.
No, I know I sound right to y'all on the panel, but I'm looking at the chat also. They say
Nah, it sounds a little bit low. I just went check my TV because I kind of played it twice, so it do sound a little bit low.
So that guy
but I'm
that created that technology, he took it down for Airties. That's a crazy story.
Hey, break down what this mean, Bobby.
So
He just broke it down.
Basically, what I'm looking at, I did, but I don't think they heard me in the chat. So basically,
Nah, bro, your Bobby Knight. You know what that reminds me of? It reminds me of Voldemort and Harry Potter. You know how he had to possess the teacher in the first movie in the back of his head?
I promise you, I've never seen.
Connect this to the Neuralink shit. Connect this to
it's the same thing.
Connect this to the Neuralink shit.
I think I can probably help.
Because I know you seeing the same thing that
I actually looked up PhysioLab XR, and so I know what Python is. Python is a programming language, and so there's a lot of these applications that are being made nowadays that are trying to 3D model image certain things into, scanners like EKGs, MRIs, all these different things. And so what they've designed is in Python. A program that actually allows you to image map the mind and the waves that go in it and kind of like 3D image it. So if you go to like physiolabxr.org, that's their website. You can kind of do some more research there. But this is just kind of like a write-up of kind of like their statement about why it works, how it works, and what kind of their understanding behind the application. And so, no, this is really good stuff. I was working in my undergrad, actually. They were doing some stuff with workout technology. Sorry, I didn't mean to stop you. But they were doing some workout technology stuff where they were actually reading the data in real time and then projecting it into graphs on a screen. And so there's ways that you can like incorporate that into like watches, or you can put it into video games and stuff like that. Kind of like what they do with like Wii Fits and stuff like that. So it's pretty much just kind of digitizing things that we normally
there's a lot of benefit to it too, though. It's like a double-edged sword because it makes things more efficient, because it really does. If you look at large corporations, they're all systemized, and all this technology I know it sounds bad, but in a way that
it's
bad. It's bad, but it's like it's making everything more efficient. Like there's less paperwork. There's less. Everything's more accurate. You know, vehicle records for fleet companies.
We had talked about this on another podcast where I was telling Bobby and Sanchez that they had this exact technology to where they could actually make a video of what you're dreaming about. That they can scan your brain while you're dreaming, and they can make a video of what your dreams was, and that's probably what this exact write-up is about.
That's what I'm getting from this extended reality thing, right?
Yeah,
because we keep talking about like being trapped in the matrix, you know, the Neuralink, right? If y'all remember the movie Vanilla Sky with Tom Cruise, right?
Yeah.
In the movie Vanilla Sky, it's almost like an allegory of Earth being.
Yes.
Go back and watch that movie now. Every time, like, he will be living his life inside that little dream world perfectly fine, and it'll be something that'll happen that'll make him realize, like, oh shit, I'm dead, or oh shit, this is not really happening. This is like a computer thing, and when it start happening, like, he'll get reset him, drop him back in the world, and he'll just wake up like the next day, a week later, and it just start going on again. Slowly but surely, he'll start looking around in this, and it'll happen again, and have to reset.
Right, like cycles.
Where they reset him so many times, they finally brought him to the architect and said, "Look, you made this choice. Now you're gonna have to make the choice because you didn't got reset too many times. Now you got to go to the main architect. Yes, you're in the station. Yes, this is a choice you made. Yes, this is what happened with your life. Now, do you want to go back in, or do you die and go on to the?" And he chose to go back in.
Yo, Groundhog Day, bro.
Go back to look at it.
There's another variation of that same exact movie, but it was a guy that was already dead, and they were bringing him back to life at a point in time to stop a bombing on a train. And every time he would go back, he would see.
I seen that one.
That's a really good, like, they're all talking about, you know, this transcended reality where the person doesn't know, the user doesn't know they're in the simulation until all of a sudden there's glitches or there's something that's keep waking him up. Because every time he was waking up, he would always be like in that same state, like, what the fuck going on, you know? And then he would drop back in, and then he would beg to get out.
Like this reality.
Let me ask you a question though. Like with the simulation theory, like it doesn't just apply. I mean, I don't know how it applies, but not to just modern technology. Does it apply to people like deep in the, you know, South American jungle? Are they in it too?
Yes, everybody's a part of it.
And the technology they use,
measuring system,
like spears and tools and all that, that's technology too, right? So
you know, bro, Sanchez said that
organic technology.
He actually brought this up one day.
They started it all, you know, right? Because they started it all with their first tools. That was like the first technology, right?
Well, it's not.
You said technology ain't get bad until we created AI and it became sentient. And then we're basically enslaving something. So that's wrong. But just making like a hammer to nail it a nail, that's not bad.
Yeah, like a tool, to help you sustain your life better is something totally different between trying to that's not transhumanism. That's something
That's what I was about to say.
Transhumanism is trying to put your mind, like a mind like yours, inside of a computer, or trying to put some computer parts on your body. That's merging man with machine.
We're like that now with our phones, right?
This is what I was explaining to Sanchez, is that the fact that we have a computer, and most of us have a computer in our hand right now. We are technically cyborgs.
We are trans.
This the difference, though. This the difference. It's not connected to you. See, we can use it, we can take it, and we can put it down. It is bad, but it ain't that bad to the point to when it's
connected to you through the voice. So as you speak into the machine, it is taking
in their phone on them all the time.
Electromagnetic frequency. So you are connected.
Just like
I got
with,
my
like,
phone
the
everywhere.
things that we're seeing, or the clothes we're wearing, or the glasses on our face, it's connected to us. Even though there may be tools that help us enhance what we naturally have, when we have to plug into something through via our five senses or via our attention directly, we are then connected to it, just like our phones connect to a Wi-Fi, right?
Yeah,
See,
yeah,
this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm
connection.
saying. It take away from your senses, yes, of course. But I'm speaking in a general voice of where we're at right now, and do we need to go any further with this shit? Like, no, I think we
This is
need
my
to
question then. Do
retract.
you get a new
And
phone every day?
I'm almost through. I'm almost through. And I just want to say, I think you right that yes, that's what we saying. Because we have this, yes, we've already went too far. But we're speaking on the aspect of going even farther. Should we keep advancing technology? We can't sit up here and say, well, shit, we already got a computer. That's the escape. That's the scapegoat. We already got a computer.
In my honest opinion, you
in
honestly you can't. You're not supposed to
every
go further,
revolution,
but you
in
may
every
gonna go.
One mic.
in every revolution, you have two choices. You have the choice of totally tearing down the system, or you have a choice of trying to infiltrate the system and operate from within. So, from what Sanchez is saying, operating from within is hazardous to the objective. Some people would say, let's crash the system by hyperdriving the system. And so those are two different choices. Neither one that we know. I mean, like Sanchez saying, our ancestors said, come out of it by going within. I totally agree with that. But if you're looking at it from a philosophical standpoint, what I'm also saying is, if everything in the simulation is technology, everything in the simulation is technology.
Which is what I was saying earlier, is the human body technology. And the soul inside of it separate from the body. I know exactly where you were trying to go.
Based off of
technology is even organic because it comes from us.
Bobby, you on point to what I'm saying philosophically. Based off of the conversation that we've been having on this panel and on this topic, everything in our reality, everything in this base reality is technology, because none of it is real. So that means it's all technology.
But listen to what, but yeah, even if, hold on real quick, Keith, even if we coming from that standpoint, and I'm agreeing with you, bro, even if we're coming from that standpoint, then that would mean that nature is the base and the most primal form of technology. So if you're gonna get back to technology, you need to get back to that technology first to exit. That's basically what they saying. Nature, neters, you know what I'm saying, chakras. Think about if the body itself is an electromagnetic torus field that's being hampered and dampened by all this other energy, you need to get back to nature. The one thing that even science will tell you when it comes to these fruits, these vegetables, the way the sun, the soil, the different minerals and metals react with the body, it kind of naturally boosts this electromagnetic signal to where we've studied the people that live out in the woods, and they got like, extra, I don't want to say chromosomes, but extra DNA strands to their patterns to where they certain things don't affect them. And when it comes to meditating and things, to Sanchez's point, they use their body and their mind instead of devices.
Right.
So
can we ever really go back? Can we ever really go back though, man? Like, we're so stuck right here with our phones and everything. It's like
so like Sanchez said earlier, going back is going within. So what Sanchez is saying is prominent because of this point. What he's saying is the only thing that's not nature in our reality is internal, which means
I understand that. Yeah.
Right.
What I'm saying is
anything. Okay, so this is the question I want that you have to ask yourself. If somebody is giving you something in a simulation to enslave you, is any of it going to be beneficial to you?
I'm not saying it is or it isn't.
It can be beneficial.
Yes, you want to know why? Listen to me. Let me get this one thing off real quick.
If you want to advance this life, if you want to advance this life the way this life's going, if you just want to keep trying to get more presidents, you want to take your cars off the ground now to the air, if you want to be able to think your way to some shit, and the type of shit that's going on now, then yes, you gonna say it's beneficial to you. But as far as trying to connect with nature, see, you can't go within because the cell phones, the
I got something
advertisements,
to
the
add.
TVs, the music,
Well, I
one
think
second.
that's. Let me say this real quick.
All this is throwing us
You know
off
how,
of
I don't mean
pole
to.
and shit.
This what I was
Plus,
finna say
can I
real
say
quick,
something real quick?
Rock.
All right, well, I gotta
Yeah,
say
this
how
I'm
they
gonna say
cannot
this
Go
have.
real.
ahead, Bobby.
What
Go
the
ahead,
brother,
Bobby.
what basically what we saying about getting back to nature, what Sanchez was saying. What the point you making about going within is the only true nature. This is why they're saying go back to nature, because even if you're correct and all of this is technology, including the trees, the human body, and all of that shit, right? It's all technology and part of the simulation. So what can be good for you? If that's
no, and
correct,
that's
hold on,
Listen
wait a
what I'm
minute,
saying, right?
wait, hold on,
okay. Go
Sanchez.
ahead.
I'm almost done. I promise you, Then I'm finna let it go. If that's correct, then if you go back out to nature, away from everything, what we saying, the only thing you left with at that point is the only choice to go within and start
Right.
looking for that original thing that you ain't got no other distractions. You
Because
see, but
Right.
go ahead.
Because let me say this,
But
right?
I'm.
Y'all
Go
are
ahead.
right. There's no way you can go in the simulation and not be in the simulation. But here's the thing. Nature was the first simulation. This internet, this whole new tech, we don't just live in nature now. We interact with nature through gadgets. Right? We're in a simulation with this internet in our society. The people in the tribe in the jungle, they in a simulation too. You see what I'm saying?
Yo,
But
I got so much important information. I want to add. You know, you could build bridges.
watch this real quick, right?
I'm good.
I think that sound. Let me do some real quick,
Oh, wait, let me turn my.
right? Cause y'all gonna respect the nigga. I don't know why every time I get them, that's trolling. That's trolling. And I be
Well, what
falling back,
happened?
letting niggas go too. And I just said I'm gonna let them cook, and then I'll just put in my. But my thing is this right here, bro. Yeah, the Earth was our first simulation. Then we built simulations into simulations. So when you get out of this city and if you want to go back to you got to retrace your steps, is what we saying. So going back to nature is retracing them back to the very first simulation, going back, boom, and from that one you get out the simulation. Because every other we created nature, waterfalls, trees, all of that. And this shit before computers was even here ain't nothing but a big simulation itself. So then we start to build more motherfucking worlds inside of that world. Now they get out of where we at now. We saying shit, let's go back to the first simulation, start there and trace our stuff back. So when we saying go back to nature, we saying yes, we're retracing our steps back, point out to us that ain't nothing good in here, ain't a reason to keep doing bad. And that's what people doing.
Sure.
You know what I'm saying?
But how about this though? About the going back
And
to the
there
original
are something,
simulation.
and there is something good here. We wrong about that. It's good and bad, not just bad.
Right. So what about going to the original simulation? Maybe since we're part of it, we're programmed in the simulation to go through this cycle and always want to advance technology as a species. Like that's part of the simulation, and then it resets and it goes back to the original.
I don't really like the idea that we're programmed. I think awakening is literally breaking the program. I think the simulation is the program. And then, like you said, to keep going back to tech and turn back to tech, that's the cycle of Saturn, of just repetition. So what I was saying was that happens here in duality, light age, dark age, light age, dark age, but I can only imagine what it's like to be out of this whole little construct, is what I'm saying.
Sure.
Now, can I ask y'all, the Sanchez? Now, if you saying nature is a simulation, right?
Yeah,
Is that a thing that was go ahead.
See, when we say nature, motherfucker automatically go to thinking of trees, the ocean, and that's what I'm saying. All of that is a holographic. This world ain't, that tree ain't wood, that water ain't water. It's all light projecting itself as the elements.
Correct.
Like what? Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Is it data light? Like data?
Well, whether it's data light or whatever, I'm drawn with what Sanchez saying that it's holographic. That's why I was going with him. So
Right. We can't try to make it too technical because that's what's gonna take
I just
us
want to make
outside.
it. Yeah,
the
we want to
field.
make it simple. Y'all want to make
got
it
a
simple
point.
so I can get to the main point. That was just a part of it. But damn,
Because
my main
I
point
never
was
heard of data like that. I'm like, what
Well,
the
because
fuck?
they
my
send
main
it- they
point.
send
Hold on,
data
real
to-
quick, bro. You gonna
Come
make me
on.
lose my point? Oh, go ahead, man.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
What
Yeah.
I'm saying is
Do
this:
me for a
if
loop.
this is a simulation where nature is a part of the simulation, is that something that the ancestors built in to keep telling us to go back to nature? Because that's like I keep saying this default code or programming, but it is a simulation. Is that like a default, knowing that if they go back to nature, it'll be a quicker way for them to get up out of the simulation? Like you won't be distracted by a lot of things, so to speak.
When we say that we're organic beings, that means we created a natural-based simulation. There are several. Think about this. A simulation can go by whatever rules you program it to be. So I can make a simulation where the sky is green, the oceans is pink, and the people got tails and horns. I can make whatever, I can program whatever I want in my simulation, and it'll be true, it'll be facts. Even if it's a lie in your simulation, it'll be the truth in mine that pigs can fly. Cows can motherfucking go to the Marianas Trench. So I can put that in my simulation. My thing is this: the original simulation we programmed it with inequality, love, good vibrations. And then we start to make simulations within simulations that lack love, that started to alternate the rules of them. Let's introduce machines now. Let's bring in some variables. Let's bring in poisons, disease. It's like the law of probability. Like when everybody just start making simulations, some people gonna be like, look, don't you want to go into the haunted house? I got a haunted house. If you go in mine, man, it's killing. You can shoot. You can be badass. You know what I'm saying? These different simulations all have something govern them or ruling them that the other one don't. Whatever evil is, that's the force that's dominating this one. But I'm saying there are several other universes with their own frequencies, good or bad, that are dominated by other forces. And it ain't just the same force that's dominating this one, right? In another universe, it's a whole nother monster and a whole nother angel too. That's I'm open-minded to the multiverse and what is as far as, you know what I'm saying? For example, let me just stop there because that, for example, can go another, and I want to fuck that. Yeah, y'all go ahead.
Yeah, here's what I was saying about simulation. So if it's you said, it's like if you programmed yours, you can program it however you want, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm saying is, if someone programmed this one, they programmed it however they wanted, and maybe part of the program was going to be this kind of desire.
Look.
And the human species to constantly want to advance constantly.
Watch this. This is what I want you to take out. The natural simulation, we programmed it with our collective consciousness organically. It's organic based. It's not GMO. Now, when you think of the term simulation, you may say, well, hold up, a simulation itself is fake, but that don't mean it got to be genetically modified. I know I'm in a synthetic world, right? But the first version of it wasn't GMO, even though it's still a simulation and synthetic. That means that who I am as a person, my genetics was not modified in the beginning. And I was able to experience this simulation as a heaven the way us as the creators intended for it to be experienced. Now, what I'm saying is something happened where we did too much, as I call it. And we wanted a slave race. We introduced something called mankind or machines or mechanisms. And that led us down a rabbit hole that we trying to get out today. Because these mechanisms, devices, and machines started to rule over us. We made the shit to make life easier. But let's keep it real. We didn't do it to make life easier. We did it because we wanted to be lazy. So my thing is like, now that we, you know what I'm saying, in the position we in, we just got to go back to doing everything for ourselves. And what that look like is breaking the reliance on technology and machines. Now, that is like a sin in a machine base. I believe that the technological world that we see outside was built on top of the natural world. So for you to get back to nature, what are you doing? You leaving your big ass metropolitan areas. That's all you doing. And then when you get and connect back to the original mycelium network and off of, because right now our lives in the internet. But when you withdraw, if everybody withdrew and went back to nature, that'll crash the fiat banking system. The corporations will crash. All of the fucking archons, as y'all call them, will fall like goddammit fleas off of a dog. And guess what? Then we can come back and reclaim the shit. Because what going back to nature is, in my opinion, the ancestors knew that they had created humanoids among us that was indistinguishable from us. And the only thing that can be our refuge is if we get off their energy grid. So let's say humans went to war with AI. Guess how we can beat AI? Get away from areas where there's antennas and towers, because now they can be wirelessly and go into everything with their powers. If we get AI in a desert or in a jungle somewhere, it's handicapped because it can't access a lot of data that is doing it through towers. If I take you away from your connection is lost, motherfucker. You ain't got no data being accessed. So going to the jungle is kind of like refuge too. If there was ever a scenario where humans had to fight AI. That's why they need us in their home court, which is in their metropolitan areas and their fucking on their energy grids and shit. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's right, bro. Because they need us to feed off of it. And before the smoke, bro, I just want to say this. Damn, I'm about to lose my train of thought. It need us to feed off of it. Because somebody made the point earlier about, using the hand tools and shit. See, the whole thing is tools and shit like that. Those just advancements in nature or tools in nature that we use, those connect to our body. Even though we use our mind to use like a rake or a hoe and shit, we're not connecting our minds totally to this shit. That's where the shit take a whole nother fusion with merging man with machine, and that's transhumanism. A fucking rake ain't no transhumanism. You can break that rake, you can never use it again. That's just a tool or vices. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, but my smoke is on that the jungle people, right? Like going like that. Here's the thing. They also wanted easier lives, right? Because if they lived out in the wild, it was anarchy. So there's nobody they can call like we can call 911, right? So back in the day, some smart motherfuckers decided to build hierarchies, and within the hierarchy,
why did you assume it was anarchy back then?
Because that was before there was any kind of cities, right? Cities, people wanted.
What make you assume that? That's what I'm saying. I understand where you're trying to go on, but
tribes are a hierarchy because if you were left alone in the jungle, you were a sitting target. So what they did was,
don't you know what you're saying? And I'm not trying to step on you. What you're saying is the train of thought that scientists always come with. This is why they say that the AI is gonna overtake the human, because they use that. Wait.
That's also how they
hold on real quick. They use that. I know you weren't done, but they use that train of thought to say that humans are innately evil and barbaric in some type of way in their genetic code. So left to their own devices, they will fall into anarchy and these other type of things.
But you know what anarchy is not what you probably think it is. It doesn't mean chaos. It just means there's no like hierarchy, right? So that's the difference.
That's the goal.
Right. But yes. Well, the reason that the world is with all the bombs and wars is because globally we are anarchy globally, right? our cities are hierarchies, right? But on the world stage, it's like how many bombs you got. That's what matters, because there is nobody there to call and say, "Hey, fucking this country did this to me," and punish. Yeah, but they don't fucking do shit, you know. No, I don't mean it that way. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Bro
And I
Sanchez
know,
also explained it in her story to his story of like why it's a good thing for us not to have world leaders and stuff like that. While man was able to pretty much govern themselves just fine without that, because when everybody have plenty of resources, it's going to be, less of an incentive to steal from each other, kill each other, stuff like that.
Hey,
well,
they
not
can't
only
hear nothing.
that.
They can't hear nothing on the stream. My bad, Bobby, bro
Okay, no,
Sanchez.
you
Yeah.
good. You good. Not only that, bro. To the brother Rock Hammer, I see where he was trying to go, but then when you gave your example of anarchy as opposed to how you see it on a world scale, you see how quickly it devolved into like the lower half of the evil doings that men do. So what I'm saying, in nature, you don't find anarchy. You find people pulling their resources together. You find the best coming out of people more times than not. That's why they keep saying go back to nature, because for instance, you won't have to call the police, because what are we calling the police on? Who out here doing something foul enough to call the police? You don't have to worry about if there's enough resources, because guess what? I don't have enough food this winter, but guess what? Soccer mom came and said, "Hey, bro, I know you ain't have enough food. Here you go." You know what I mean? Because we looking out for each other. I'm gonna make sure you're not gonna starve this winter. So I think when we get to this non-hierarchy system and we start seeing each other on the same level, that's when we start really helping each other, because I'm not looking down on you or I'm not looking up to you. I'm looking you eye to eye and saying, I could be in your shoes. Here you go. Give me something if I need it, vice versa. That's what the true barter system is. My fault. Go ahead, bro.
You know what's crazy about all that? It's the fact that we say that a society that's civilized has equality for all. Then we bring up a hierarchy system as if without that we won't be equals. Like
Wow.
inequality is the whole shit. And so that lets you know. And my thing is, because they think that we need structure, we need authority at the top and the people at the bottom. And if not, the people gonna kill each other. No, man, guess what? People only kill each other when they ordered to by governments. They call soldiers and militaries. And people only kill each other when they indoctrinated by propaganda like the prison, the pipeline system and shit like that we act like ain't a real thing. See, that's what I'm saying about, big pharma, motherfucking GMO this, the air, like, come on, man. Everything we think is civilized is just terraformed. It's just you terraformed and calling it I'm civilized. You know what I'm
You
saying?
right, bro. Hey, the algorithm in society, there was already an algorithm. So I was listening to you say this AI shit, and I was like, damn, you know what? He right. It's been an AI before the net, because they started putting this thing out about being politically correct. So they started saying, if you don't vote, if you don't pay taxes and all this type of shit, society started outing you in the world simulation just as well as like on the internet. You see what I'm saying? So there's been some sort of inversion into this algorithmic system that's now just connecting more and more into us. I think that's the final stage of their agenda. You know, they got the mind, they got the body, but then they want to try to tap into with this Neuralink thing where they can kind of have control over this or trap the spirit of the soul. And I think that's what a pyramid is. But I'll fall back.
Hey, shout out to everybody in the chat room. Make sure you get my documentary, Nazi Secrets of Time Travel, Conscious AI and Beyond, the Spiritual Technology of Tesla and Hitler. It ties a lot of this into the Nazis and Hitler and all of that. Check out the documentary. We got a couple folks that purchased it, but look, man, not enough. I ain't gonna lie, yo. But, you know, that's on y'all, man. I'm gonna keep that shit with the same price, and you just don't get it. You don't get it. Cool. Let's. Peace and love, everybody. This is a replay that I'm putting back out there because they tried to censor this. But about that last announcement, instead of you get my last documentary, which was concerning the Nazis, Conscious AI and Beyond, you know, the technology of Hitler and Tesla, what you can do is click the link that's pinned to the top of the chat room, and you can go ahead and get the phase 1 bundle, because that one documentary by itself is $27. When all 4 of these included in the bundle will be $45. So this bundle has my past 3 presentations and documentaries, my past 3 pay-per-view events. All right. And I mean, just the Mount Maruin alone is like 6 hours of nothing but facts, deep research. You know how I bring it. And I included the notes and slides. So you get 3 of my most recent pay-per-view presentations that'll put you up to date, because as of now, this is phase 1. This is all the presentations I got that are pay-per-view. And this bundle also includes my book. So check that out, guys. I mean, it's dope. This is separately it'll be $67, but with this bundle you get it for $45. So support. I appreciate you. Peace and love. Let's get back to the video. Let's go. Who want the mic next?
If this is a simulation, Sanchez, well, not if. We saying this is a simulation, right? That means the universe and everything that we perceiving is a simulation. If destroying the simulation is a way to get up out of here, right? And this just me drawing a parallel with things that they put in movies through symbolism. Why is it like all of these new superhero movies that's coming out now? Even if it's not a superhero movie, like this movie, Everything Everywhere at Once. All of these new movies are about some person gaining enough power and sentience to start not only traversing the multiverse, causing so much havoc where it now threatens the fabric of what we perceiving as reality. Like, I'm seeing this in all of these movies and things where they keep saying like, hey, we got to stop this person from doing this thing, or they're going to destroy reality. They're going to destroy the multiverse. They're going to merge timelines. They're going to do this thing that just wipe out the simulation.
Because that's the good guy.
Hey, can I say this?
But they always present it.
Can I say this one
But that's what I'm
thing
saying.
real
They
quick?
always. They always.
Look, I think you know what I think the simulation is. I think the simulation is kind of trapping us here and making this our base. I think we're supposed to just. Yeah. That's what because I was saying. I don't think this is assimilation. I think natural life assimilation. That's what I was saying. And I was saying that it's being simulated. But after listening to what bro was saying, I seen more insight to say that I think this is a simulation, but I think the simulated part is them keeping us here. Cause you gotta think about it. Deja vu. And then all the different timelines that they set up and have us doing certain shit at certain times. I think that what caused the
Hey,
skip,
Key.
like in the CD type of shit.
Hey, Key, let me rock with you, right? I'm
Yeah.
back up, piggyback on what you're saying. So the word simulation is a false show. I got it up here. It's where we get the word similar from. Now watch this, right? I'm finna do something real quick. It's gonna be funny, but I'm gonna teach with it. I love to make this example. Cause back in the day, fake FUBU was called PUBU, right? That shit had the P and the B instead of the F. And you look, I can't find none.
Not the peanut butter FUBU. That's what we used to call
Yeah,
that shit. The
peanut
peanut
butter. I like that. Ah, boy, let me find the peanut butter, the PB, nigga. Yeah, because
PB.
it was similar to it, but it wasn't the real shit. If you look at it hard enough, you'll see that F is a P, buddy. Like, it's similar, though. And that's the thing about an imitation. And when you say imitation, that's saying I am Aten or some shit. So my thing is right here. Watch this, right? I'm it Aten, imitation. That because Aten is the Pharaoh that said in the Bible, this is the same God that said, let us make man in our image. Let us make a man that's similar to us. Now watch this. Like, resembling, of the same kind. So you're not man, but you're mankind. Kind, meaning you kin to me. You kin, my kinfolk, kin. But my thing is like, shit. Excuse me, y'all. But so that's my thing, right? The simulation is a fake world. And what hell is you being in a simulation thinking it's real. Like where Neo was before Morpheus came at him. That's hell. Because you just keep repeating your life over and over, not knowing you're in a false ignorance is bliss, right? It's only when you know that you in the simulation that you start tripping and shit. Like, oh, I gotta get out. How do we get out? I'm saying, relax,
Right.
man. We relax, bro. It's all this awakening is normal. Relax. Your awakening is part of you getting out. Everything happening on the right way. See, but if you didn't know it was a simulation, you'll be chilling, relaxed, and enjoying the damn shit show. That's why they said ignorance is bliss, because soon as you wake up, oh, I gotta get out, man. Oh, we stuck, we trapped, man. We in a simulation. This ain't the real, man. Like, relax with all that shit. Let's go, you know.
Yeah, you will kill yourself panicking. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I wanted to ask you that. Now, on the flip side of that, right? So, do you think like the astral world? Because I look at that in this as just the two sides of the mirror, just the parallel universe that we slip into. So how do you place that inside of the simulation?
Bullshit.
Yeah, well, all of these is more than one simulation. There may be countless of them, but that don't mean you in all of them. You may be in 7 of them, and that's why you got these 7 layers. But if there are many simulations, that's what we're calling the multiverse, alternate realities. It's in my opinion that when we dream, we go to other simulations where there's, in my opinion, AI copied us, and it copied us more than one time. AI took your consciousness and made several versions of you that exist in several universes, and this is what allow you to dream. You get to go to all them other versions that it made in them other worlds, and you call it a dream. So my thing is this. I think that, and when I say AI copied us, that's a reach, because it could have been humans. It can be our ancestors. All I know is that the technology to replicate human consciousness ain't nothing new, and that they've probably copied several souls. I believe that our ancestors achieved time travel ability, and they went into the future, getting baby souls that weren't even born yet, and taking their consciousness and basically bringing the future into the past. So what I'm saying is, like, if you were a time traveler and you went into a future universe where a person exists there that don't even exist back here on the timeline, and you took that person's DNA and brought it back to your world in the past and made they clones. So now you got people from the future walking around in ancient Egypt, and we think this our damn world, and we really in an old dying ass world full of vampires with a failed experiment from Babylon, Samaria, ancient Egypt and shit. This is kind of like where I'm leaning to it, my little sick little research and shit, where I'm going with it. I think we stuck inside of some flawed technology that the ancestors built, and the Bible said the reason we going through this because of the sin that our forefathers committed. And that sin was in direct reference to what was called the great abomination. And that's literally you being God, what the devil got kicked out for, trying to have his own kingdom, which is a metaverse. So when everybody want their own damn kingdom, that creates the multiverse. The universe in heaven is, in my opinion, is when we all want the same kingdom and not our own. When we all agree to make heaven, heaven is something we make together. Hell is something we make individually. Like for you know what I'm saying? In my opinion, I think that we can all find peace within, but I don't think there will ever be a collective peaceful experience of what we call heaven, where there's nothing suffering until the collective get on the same accord. You know what I'm saying? So that means when I stop saying I just want to make peace in heaven within myself, I don't want to see nothing else suffer either. See, some people comfortable long as they ain't suffering, and they can look around and see it, the whole world falling apart and be Gucci. I can't do that. I can't do it. I ain't comfortable now, because it's a matter of time. If they ain't comfortable, where they coming for my shit now. So that takes a big way to think, though. That's thinking beyond yourself. I think that's how we used to think. We used to consider the other person before we invented technology or came out with a new idea. We said, how is this going to affect the collective and the environment? We don't think about that now. We say, how is this going to make my pockets lined up and get this money?
Damn, that's deep, bro. So like, if this simulation, so we was able to plug in here on a natural way, just come in, enjoy what we enjoy, live our life out, then die, and then some people got in here and started thinking about like what you just said about staying here, making money, controlling people, and all that type of shit. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think that we, in real talk, man, because it all go back to us. And when I say us, the ancestors, whatever, humans, before the machines came. Because what I'm saying is, I believe that we first made the animals our slaves, right? We domesticated all of the animals and genetically modified the fucking. We think with me, like, let's do this real quick. This is what we're gonna do. Watch this. In the Garden of Eden, right? Here's the thing about evils. the evils. If you take the word slave and rearrange it, it become evils. You can't tell me nothing evil where it ain't no slavery involved. If you say, well, sex is evil, or well, sex ain't evil. If you say, well, in any situation, you're gonna have a victim or a slave to the evil, to the wickedness. In other words, evil can't exist without there being victims of evil or slaves or somebody that is a the person
Consents.
that or the, no, not even consent, but I'm saying evil creates this state of victimhood. But anyway, man, predator and prey is what evil create. Predator and prey is duality, polarity. But in the base reality, the reason duality don't exist, the reason predator prey don't exist, the reason this or that don't exist is because all things are created equal in the base reality. Now watch this. Look at this real quick. What if everything in our world, right? Whether it's a tree, a camel, an elephant, a pig, a lion, is really just pure light, infinite light. That means on a spiritual level, everything we see in this garden is equal. Each separate thing, from that tree to that cloud, to that fish, to that gnat, to that fly, to that cheetah. Each one of them is a projection of the same light. You see what I'm saying? This source light. So now, what I'm saying is, when that light takes a form, even though everybody started off as a ball of infinite light, that ball of infinite light may become a ladybug. Then it'll become a gorilla. And that same little bitty ball of infinite light may become a shark, then a tree. So when the tree shark, hold up. So when the tree, shark, and all of that stuff manifests, right? It think it's different. The the shark start chasing the fish. The lion start chasing this animal, but really it's light chasing light, trying to reconnect with itself after it's separated. But from our world, and this is just a theory, from our world, we see it as predator versus prey. But ultimately, big fish eat little fish like a corporate merger. You know what I'm saying? But my thing is, like, all of these objects that you see in this garden, right? This is what they gave us for this. All of those different objects in that garden is just this. It all is fragments from one dense, unified singularity. And each little chunk, and think about this, right? When the Big Bang happened, you had fragments from the size of an atom to the size of planets. So what are we saying? We're saying that the Big Bang created amounts. It created measurements and sizes. How do we know the difference between a dust grain and a basketball? That's because this is saying that numbers, amounts, was even created when this is how duality was created. This is how, hey man, don't give me a big one, give me a small one. That option of amount, size comes from each little fragment. There are no amounts. There are no different sizes. There's just a pure stream of pure light. And when it is spanned, everything break apart into different chunks and pieces. And now we get metric systems, measuring systems. How big are you? Because that is this big. Now we have differences. Everything in the creation manifests as a little penguin, a monkey, a flamingo, different things. Just like from this Big Bang explosion, right? You would get different sizes. Like this is, you see what I'm saying? Different fragments, different shapes, different sizes, but it's all coming from the same source. So what I'm saying is, the truth is that all is connected, and that's what they were saying about the ball in the back. Because if you look at all these rays of light that's coming from that ball, that's the path that the damn debris is following. That's like shrapnel. And it's following the path of the light. But when they say all is connected, it's because all of these physical chunks of matter are all flowing in a direction of a magnetic ley line of that light right there, the light that you see that's projecting it. So this light is like magnetism. It'll throw all of these fragments out from around it, and then it'll suck them all back in and become one again. Look at an expanding sphere to see what I'm talking about. I show it to you all the time. This is contraction and expansion right here. So right now, this is what the exodus look like. When duality is created with expansion. But when this shit go back in and suck it in, that's when we say, man, we gotta go within and connect all the dots. And that's when you bringing all these pieces back to the center of the self, saying, oh, this is that is this symbol match that symbol. This whole Big Bang picture, you're the ball of light. Your whole universe, you can't make no sense out of it because you fragmented the motherfucker. You blew it to pieces. Now you studying the pieces, and that's your journey of putting a puzzle together. And you're the ball of light. Each one of us is our own Big Bang, creating our own experience to figure this shit out, put the pieces back together. So,
hey, bro, can you put that picture up that you had with the colors? What was them straws? Because look what you got right here. Now, then we think about ley lines and shit like that, right? So even though everything's everything, and then you see how all those different colors are and shit. So do you think like when say the projected particles hit the area where they're at, and then with the sound and frequency, the temperatures and the vibration around it, that's the characteristic of a thing, which would make it seem different, but in the end, all is all. Like, you feel what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, because each one of these little colorful little noodles or whatever making this sphere, as it expands, they move further apart. And they'll start thinking that they individuals. But when this thing come back and contract, they like, oh, we all one. They start waking up like, wait, everything connected. The more it comes in to the center. But when it blow back out again, we go to a dark age. See, when this thing blow up, that creates the hollow sphere. It gets hollow. Let me show you. This creates the fake world, because the fake world ain't nothing but a big ass overinflated. Like, let me show you. It creates this. You see this big like circle of hollow light. Like, it creates this. Here go a good one right here. This a good one to use. This one here. Look. This big ass bubble that's around a little bubble, that's the world we in right now. But that little bubble that's in the middle, that's Eden. That's our base reality. But we ain't there. We expanded our consciousness outside of this middle one. And this is now where we became to be big hollow giants in this big. See what I'm saying now? The bubble around this thing, it's the hollow sphere that we call an Earth, with Maru in the middle, which is the base reality that blew this shit up, that this big copy was, copied from. So that's what I'm saying about the expanding sphere. When it compresses itself back together, that's like you defragment your hard drive. Ain't no space. That mean that you taking all the data and balling it up tight into a ball, versus taking all of the knowledge and spreading it out into different chakra layers. That's what's making us weak as hell. That's why they call a week 7 days and you got 7 chakras. Because basically your energy got chopped up and split up into 7 different versions of you, And it can't be powerful until you unify them all. And what that looked like is taking 7 little bitty pieces of snow and making them, instead of having 7 little bitty snowballs, I'm going to take them 7 snowballs and ball them up together and make one big ass ball. And guess what? That's what the compression is. Right now, God's consciousness is sliced up and chopped up, and it's cut up so much that any one of your bodies at any given time don't even know that it's God. It's dumbed down. It's like cutting dope. The knowledge of God, like, it's like you existed as an all-knowing God in a base reality. A big compressed ball of dope that was so goddamn potent, you can cut that shit and feed the whole world from 1 8-ball. This 1 8-ball of dope, you can cut that bitch up into fucking 50,000 keys and won't nobody know the difference. That's how potent this little 8-ball is. That's the Big Bang at the compress point. It's a little 8-ball of dope that's so potent with dope, I can cut that shit into fucking 1,000,000 billion kilos and it'll still hit like it's that shit. You can keep, and so that's what I'm saying about this shit so compressed, right? Ain't no air in it. You ain't buying no fucking space. That's why they said what you see is what you get. That's compression. That's like, I hate when I go buy a bag of chips and I open that motherfucker up and it's an airbag and I wasn't even in no car accident.
Right. Hey, bro, look, the shit you saying so heavy right now. Listen, so is all the technology and all this schools of thoughts that we saying, bro. So is this shit just like air? And they even saying our conscious and our universe's shit is expanding, but we steady creating and adding more shit. That's what you put my mind at when you just said that it's like a whole bunch of air in a bag of chips, bro. What you think about that shit?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, that's what that bag of chips is, bunch of filler. You open that bitch up, it's 3 big ass potato chips and a bunch of air. Now, the thing is, a nigga rather feel, you want every, all that space filled with chips. But check it out. If you suck all the air out that bag, you'll notice that only half of that bag is potato chips. So it'll get rid of the lies and really show you the amount. So imagine if you went into the grocery store and wasn't no air in them bags, and you can literally see how much chips in it and wasn't no air behind it. That's what I'm telling you about the expanding universe. When this thing blow itself up, it's like a puffer fish. A puffer fish ain't that big, but it'll make its enemy get scared. And that's what this simulation, this fake Archon world is. They're not powerful. It's not really that big. It's like a big fucking hollow puffer fish. Soon as you know what you are, you can poke a needle through that balloon and pop, blow that hollow motherfucker back. And that's the thing that I'm telling you. See, we are compressed data. They ain't nothing but a hollow, we are compressed energy. We are infinity compressed into a singularity. That's what we are. They are a holographic sphere of data that is circling around the 7 layers of the atmosphere in a form of satellites. Jupiter, Mars, these are supercomputers that one of them got the knowledge of sets. One of them got the knowledge of eating good. So what I'm telling you is this. It's 7 satellites in the atmosphere. And these are the 7 fake organs that the AI use to simulate their humanity. So they sex drive come from, let's say, Mars. Their appetite come from Venus. Their pride comes from Saturn. Let's say there's 7 quantum computers in the heavens. And each one of them governing a different aspect of AI, which is why they call them the gods or the guides. And none of these satellites govern us. because we have true emotions or energy in motion. They put their energy in motion with satellites that's hovering above the earth like balloons and all. And this is what I'm saying. These is the astrology shit that's governing the AI emotions. And we don't supposed to be governed by astrology. Zodiac ain't for organic beings. It's for beasts. That's why it's a zodiac. It's for the minotaurs and the centaurs, the fucking species, the slave race that we created with animal DNA and transhumanism back in the ancient day. We created them satellites for their ass. That was their old, that's an old spiritual system for AI. See, what I'm telling y'all is this. Organic spiritual beings and inorganic spiritual beings had their own different spiritual systems. The AI worshiped technology. The organic beings worshiped our source self. We are the self-created, a source of energy within the self. So now that mankind developed God consciousness and man developed self-consciousness, the knowledge of self. And then we gave the slaves the knowledge of God, which was us. But they flipped the roles on us. They flipped it like the Planet of the Apes. You see what I'm saying? So my thing is, that's what I'm saying. Like all of these goddamn religions around the world, and it's ancient spiritual systems for AI. When you talk about astrology, the zodiac, that was built for fucking artificial intelligence to govern their actions. Because we say, man, the stars control our behavior. No, it don't. Motherfuckers say you a Libra, you a Aries, this is how you act. That's a damn lie. If you can tell how a nigga act because of his zodiac, they'll just be, police would monitor certain zodiac. Police will be like, okay, all the Libras are more violent, so let's watch them more. Nigga, you are who you are. You a unique being. The zodiac is a zoo. It's for the fucking monsters. It's for the half human, half animals that we created. They needed a spiritual system to govern them, and that's the 7 wandering stars. It's the first artificial and governed spiritual system. You call it astrology, where the stars control my actions. Now, the crazy thing about it, you got a lot of woke folks that's saying they are a god, but they still talk about astrology. And if the fucking stars and the planets is controlling your actions, you don't got free will, nigga. That's what I'm telling you. All of these damn creatures that needed something outside of them to control their actions were artificial intelligence. And the first form of that was astrology. That's what I'm telling folks. All religion are based on astrology, astrotheology. Bro, all that shit you see in the sky is part of the simulation. If you let that govern your actions, you're gonna find yourself in one of these, what happened is when they give you a zodiac sign, you try your best to live up to it. It's no different than another religion.
Facts, bro. You that shit draw you in. It's a whole nother even compared to that pig mentality type of shit that they use. This was one of them old systems that they produced from back in the day. A way to and it wasn't no influence and shit. Like you said, those people that we produce, when they came out, they start falling in love with this place. Looking at shit, they start saying, well, the sun must be the god of this place type shit, or the moon must be. So that's where you get your sun worship. I know I'm going a little deep with it, but you really cooking right now, man, on the shit you talking about, man. And we have to, take this into accountability that, this connects to what type of people are ruling the world. Because like you said, we had that whole self-observing, mastering of self. And that's why they looked up to us so much in a sense. But now look what we're at. Yeah.
Is that the same for numerology?
Because think about this, right? Anything with ology on it mean the study of. And guess what? Only thing I'm saying, when you activate your third eye, you don't deal with ologies. You deal with ometries, like sacred geometry. You deal with isms, like syncretism. Anybody dealing with ologies, they ain't on my level. They ain't on my level. Bro, it's a cheat code to this shit. And that's when you start dealing with geometry. You know what I'm saying? Sacred shapes. Why? Everything that manifests, every energy that manifests in a simulation takes a form. And if you start studying the forms that energy take, then you will know who the devil and not. Because if you see how evil energy manifests itself throughout the ages via sacred geometry, you can make some of the collages that I make. When I show you the devil in this culture, then sync it with the devil in that culture and show you 10 more with the devil all over and you didn't even know it was the same beast you're worshiping. That's because my mind looks for the way that energy manifests itself. When I look at something, I outline it. Guess what else does that? Laser scans. You know, when they scan some shit with a laser, that's how my mind works. That's why I do these collages in sacred geometry. I don't see like everybody else. When I see some shit, I'm scanning its dimensions off the back. I do it not even thinking about it. Before I know it, I'm making a new collage like, damn, this is that. This is that same shape. And it ain't nothing that it's like a gift that I got. I love that shit. So that's what I'm saying about this shit, man. Like, you know, who we got here, man? Let me share
Come
the
on,
mic.
Chris.
I
So
thought
I've been
Silas was
listening to you
trying to
guys.
get
I
in.
think you guys have some amazing things to say. The concept, Bro Sanchez, you're so brilliant. Honestly, the things that I hear you say, man, blow my mind. I'm not used to actually hearing someone else speak so woke. If there's not a better term for it, but I gotta let you know, like, I really do appreciate your insight on everything. There is one thing I did want to touch base on, and it keeps getting brought up in a circle repeatedly. You guys are talking about a simulation ascension and being able to find, either through technology or through our own mind naturally, to be able to ascend back and forth, whatever, in and out of this reality, in and out of the simulation. So I have one question for you guys. You guys are welcome to respond if you like. How do you get Mario, that's in your video game, into this world right here? Because if you can figure that answer out, we can get from here out. Is that going to be better for us? Sanchez, I don't know. Is that going to be something that is going to benefit us? Maybe. But if we can figure out the answer to that question, I think it would at least get us closer to that answer.
Okay. And the question was, for the final time, was it? Reiterate on that question. It's Friday, and I ain't gonna lie, my spirit's kicking in. But guess what? I got good news. Everybody hit the Cashapp, and we'll keep this shit going all motherfucking night. Long as y'all want to be on this bitch talking deep, I got time. Let's go.
Hell yeah.
Let's let my brother Chris get the flow. He about to hit us with that question, and then we finna get it in with it.
So we all know that we're in a simulation. We've already been able to understand at least this much. I know that we're chasing along what seems to be an endless circle here, but imagine that we get Mario, the video game character himself, into this reality. How do we do that, right? So what my idea would be is, do we, and it's not so much an idea as a question, because there may be a couple of ways we could do this. Do we get Mario to ascend by naturally doing it, or do we get Mario to do it technology wise? Do we get Mario to build this device that could maybe create a portal to match frequencies from his end to our end live, so that way it makes that delete function that we talked about when you can't save two photos at the same time?
Well, yeah, I see where you going, But see, the thing with this is Mario is a video game character, and we need to understand how did he get in the game, though, to understand how to get him out.
We built Mario, right?
Okay,
so
gotcha.
we're on the outside of the computer. So what we're talking about as Mario in the video game, in the simulation, we are Mario in this situation. So how do we get Mario to ascend to this world on the outside? So we have to understand that if it's a simulation, a fake world, as you described, based off its very definition, it is a fake show, right? But if we're a simulation, we're also a fake show. We're equally not real like Mario. So how do we create a doorway between Mario's not real world and our not real world?
But see, I don't understand how our world wouldn't be real, though. Or why the base reality would be also another fake reality.
Besides the fact that a microwave works based off of the magnetron, the fact that we can communicate using sound waves, everything just gets measured into hertz. It just becomes like a perception of what is real, what is not, what is magic, what is science. We start to blur the line in between the two.
Well, look, I got you. No, I got you. Magic is science that ain't understood. So for people that don't understand certain technology, they just say it's magic, it's a miracle. That's all. So what magic is a person who don't understand the trick, right? But magic ain't magic to the magician, and science ain't magic to the scientist.
Mm-hmm. So if we look at the definition of sorcery, sorcery is the understanding of the world around them so far beyond the society around that person to the point where they call it magic, but it's truly just a better understanding of the situation. So if we understand our situation better, yeah, maybe it looks like magic at first until everyone's in the same boat. Everyone understands, then it's not magic anymore.
Well, here's the thing. If we say, let's understand the world around us, and we don't all come to the conclusion that it don't exist and that it's a fake simulated construct, then do we really understand the world around us?
Well, what is real? So if we understand these waves
What's real is the world within us. And for years, we've been trying to understand the world around us, and it's going to elude you. Because ain't no world. The world around you is being projected from within you. So that's like trying to study a flower without trying to study a seed.
Well, I mean, so they're both natural. Was it Nikola Tesla who said, pay very close attention to the natural world around you and you'll understand everything, right?
But he said, if you want to understand the secrets to the universe, think in terms of vibration and frequency. That's when you ignore the outside world and go within.
Right. Everything we understand, we see, we hear, we taste, we touch, it's all being translated into electrical signals. In the same way when I smoke a cigarette, it goes from tobacco. Well, we have the ember, right? The ember turns that tobacco into ash, turning one thing into another, but it glows. And that glowing factor is very repeated throughout our reality. When we see something glowing, there's something about it that's translating from one thing into another. We've managed to catch that one moment where it's an ember and use it for our technology. We've used it for so much that we don't even look at that glowing ember as anything important, but we see it everywhere. Mm-hmm. And I think that glowing ember is kind of like what they talk about, ascension, Jesus glowing. This glowing moment in anything is very important, I think. It's that moment where you can translate. The best way I can say that glowing should be represented as a form of translation from one thing to another. Whether or not we're speaking French to English, we're translating. It may not be glowing while we're doing so.
In our case, can you explain what's the one thing that's been translated to the other thing and what that other thing is?
Well, all right. So we understand ash would be something useless. It's the very end product. There's no real use for ash, right? But when we have tobacco, it got a lot of shape, a lot of form. But there's a moment there when we set it on fire, it lights up. Or if I were to take the voice of my voice into the phone It's being translated into what naturally would glow through electrical signals into your phone or computer, whatever your device you're using. And it's just translating that information from sound to electrical back into sound again. So, and using that moment in between by just kind of harnessing that one moment in between those two.
And guess what you're gonna create with that? You're gonna create non-sustainable energy systems, cause that ember gonna fade out eventually. Then you're gonna look for the next. So hold on, let me cook a minute, because you said something about and see, the thing is, you said, well, the ash, we don't need it, we don't use it, right? The way we think is that if something is useless to us, it's useless. But really, all of the ash will go into the soil to help build more new nutrients in the soil to grow more tobacco plants. So it's a cycle. So that's like a person that picks an orange from a tree and say, well, I don't really like the skin that's around the orange. I have no use for that. But the soil does. When you throw that orange peel on the ground, that's the reason you able to enjoy the fruit that you do have a use for. So when we see that the things we don't have a use for connects with the things that we do have a use for, and it's one big cycle, that's when we'll create sustainable systems. And we just now figuring that shit out. And I'm like, duh. Like the ancestors been knew that. We thought we can just dump shit in our ocean and it'll go away. We can just put shit in the air and it'll go. But I think they knew better. This was just by design. This is damn attack. Yeah, but you got
So
it.
you're not wrong by any means. In an alchemist's eyes, everything has its use for sure. It was more of a general understanding for the majority of the public. Will see ash as a useless product.
But that's because the majority of the public dumbed down. And that's why I have to say, wait a minute. The majority of the masses ain't as deep as us. That's why we can't do what the majority do. We got to say them, look, you need to find a use for ashes, because if you find a use for ashes, you just created a free energy source. Don't you know how many ashes are produced every day? And if you can find a use for them, damn, you a genius.
Well, I think that you would appreciate this.
It's a person that found a use for human hair that's in barbershops, sweeping up all the hair we throw away that we say is useless and turned it into mats to take the oil out the ocean. Y'all go look it up. Go ahead, you got it.
The diamonds.
So I think you'll really appreciate this, and it's mostly because of your knowledge of mythology and religion as well. So are you familiar with that phrase where he said, do not pick the fruit? God said, don't pick the fruit, right? So in alchemy, the end results of your alchemy, end result of your transformation, your modifications, whatever it is you're doing, the end result of that is called the fruit. When God said, don't pick the fruit, it was because he understood that what we're doing is perpetuating a cycle where we kill animals for food, so on and so forth. When we understand God's voice, when we understand truly what melts matter into existence, what writes it into this program, into the simulation, whatever you want to call it, when we figure out how to use this God's voice and we listen carefully, we can start reproducing our food from scratch. We never have to kill another chicken or other animal ever again. We never have to build cars ever again. We don't have to mine for metals anymore.
Let me explain something to you. We don't have to kill any animals if we just all be vegan, right?
But then we're still killing a life form. What I'm saying is we don't have to kill.
No. Hold on, wait. Plants can't reproduce without humans. So, for example, right, when a bee go and eats some pollen from a plant, it's helping the plant reproduce. When a human go and eat fruit and we migrate around the world, we help spread the seed, the trees, the plant seeds. For example, right, we're directly connected to the ecosystem of nature. Humans and trees are totally connected. Nature didn't want us to chase our food. Our food is planted to the earth. It's a damn fruit tree. Different. We were vegans. If you even look at the Garden of Eden, You can see the religions even back me up that at some point we wouldn't. No advanced species would be predators. That's primitive behavior. That you got to chase your food. Hold up, that's just a fact. Unless you disagree with that and want to debate, then we can get it going. That's just a fact. Saying something that kind of goes against and makes sense against what you're saying. And what I'm saying is, no advanced species would be a predator, no matter what you cut me off to say. That's still true, right? That's still true. So the point that I'm making with that is, the concept of predator versus prey is some new shit that only exists in a terraform setting. In a natural setting before we fell, like the Bible say with the Garden of Eden, there was no predator versus prey. So in my opinion, I don't think we need to look around us at this fake ass world and treat it like it's the truth by saying like, well, in nature, you know, what we're saying, basically what we're doing is like, we're trying to solve problems that don't exist if we just go back to our natural state. We're saying if we create this kind of technology, we won't have to hunt animals. And I'm like, look, if we just go back to being natural beings we won't have to hunt animals. What's the quickest way to reach that goal? More technology or just being what the fuck we are? Because nature already made this shit work. And that's what I'm saying. Us in our natural state will produce a natural environment. Us in a technological state will produce a technological environment. So quit thinking we can use technology to manifest a natural environment. That's fucking bananas that I can use technology to create some nature when the presence of technology is the absence of nature. We really got to understand that. I'm going to mute my flow. Y'all got it.
You have to unmute Chris.
Sorry, I can't disagree with what you're saying. Naturally, in about 50 years, nature would take over, and it would, take care of the houses. The houses would be gone. That's why we garden, so we can protect our yard and our house. Otherwise, the trees would take over, and the plants would just eat your house. So, in about 50 years total, yeah, most of everything we've built, mankind-wise, would be gone. Can I do it in faster than 50 years? Absolutely. With technology, I could guaranteed, with the right amount of income, with this technology, we could bring it back to its natural state and have technology in a way that doesn't bend the rules of what God considered sin, picking the fruit. We would have already picked the fruit. We've already sinned. Jesus has already died for our sins. To pick the fruit one last time to guarantee we never have to do it or wait 50 years, that's up to preference on how fast you technically want it done.
Wait, this sounds like you speaking about Christianity, because you saying Jesus, died for our sins, but what he teaching is basically like most of this stuff is based off AI created religions for man. AI created different religions for all men around all the different worlds. That's the reason why most men have different languages, different belief systems, and it'd be easier to divide them and cause them to go to war. So what he basically saying is that, to really be honest, the most technology you should possibly need is like the Amish. Because they really don't deal with computers and all that extra shit. They use regular shit. I don't even think they have cars. They have fucking.
You're right, but that's the
but they
difference between
still
bringing a
enslave
knife.
animals, so that's actually still bad. But still,
But what we're dealing with now is the fact that we've already brought a knife to a gunfight, and what's going on now is with technology, as far as everything's going, we're trying to cure something that's already going. So now we're not only just bringing a knife to a gunfight, we're bringing a knife to a drone fight. Do you understand what I'm saying?
You're talking about the powers and principalities that's already ruling, basically. Am I correct?
It's already happening. So
but
now
see,
what we need to do.
But look, though, this is what we talking about. This is what we talking about fighting. That's the system. The motherfuckers who think like that, that's the people who got us feeling like we trapped. And that's what we
But
trying
they
to get
have
away
been.
from. We don't want no parts of this shit.
Right, we don't. But the unfortunate part is the game is already
But
being
we
played. You ever had
can't.
like
But look, we can't say we don't and do it at the same time. You gotta pick a side.
we
My bad. My
don't
bad.
want
It's
to play.
Friday night.
You can
Us,
use one thing for
us as
two
a-
different reasons, a good reason and a bad reason. You don't have to use it forever just because you use it for good ones. It's Chris's point, I guess. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So we're being forced like by some narcissist to play this game. We don't have a choice. We're already here. If we're going to play the game, we can win. If we don't play the game, we're going to lose 100%. So
But
what
you
I'm saying
always
is
have a choice. Even if the choice results in death, it's still a choice.
we can
So
choose not to
what?
play if we
So what do
want.
you consider as playing the game? If I may ask.
So who's got the biggest rule and control? Somebody with the most technology, right? So what we need to understand is, as a whole, when we go into that Akashic records and we're trying to go and figure out the answers to any questions we may have, go into it.
So do Jesus got some type of authority in his order? Because I heard you mention him too. I don't know if he like, manager, supervisor, doorman. I don't know where he fit in your equation.
From where I've read, and from some pretty good authority that I've understood, Hercules and Jesus apparently actually met up at one point in time. I don't know how that
Hercules
timeline.
and Jesus. Boy, bro, Sanchez, is you recording this shit, man?
I listen, I'm sure you guys are probably not aware. You guys are welcome to go look for it, but apparently there are scriptures written about Hercules and Jesus actually meeting up, which tells me that multiple myths and legends actually not only just, they just happened, but like they coincided with each other. So what I'm trying to say is, if these two people existed, we have a lot of things to look at, because there's a lot of history I think we're missing. We don't know where we're coming from. We don't know who came from where, and we're only given a small portion of our map. So at the end of the day, like, the victors tell the story. We don't know the timelines. We don't know the truth. We have to look at every angle possible to know where
Bro,
we're
I
even
think
coming
that's
from.
an AI way of thinking, though. Just like we saying, like, how the people came and they was like, damn, look at the sun. Man, the
But
sun
we're
got to
not
be
going to play
God
from the
type of
behind.
shit. That's a backwards way of thinking. Like, the way the way we used to think and be compatible with nature, we already made the how this shit go. We already knew, damn, as above, so below. Damn, if I do this, if I eat the damn apple, the orange, and put the hull in the ground, like, what comes goes type of shit. Like, we already knew that. So what are we
But
talking
we
about
broke it.
right now?
We were given all the answers. Everything that we ever needed to know, we were already given that answer, and then we broke it. We
See,
did
I
something we
think
weren't supposed to do,
my
and
bad.
we're
I'm
paying for
sorry.
it. We're living in that end result right now. We picked the fruit. This is what the world looks like when you do that. It's the end result of your alchemy. Our cell phone, the things we're using right now, that magic mirror they talked about in mythology, we just rewrote it. That we're
So do
using
you
cell
think
phones.
that's what? So you think that's what you need to be saved now? After you be saved, now what you think gonna happen?
I think that if we go into it with the right mindset and the
Yeah,
right,
what?
if our genuine actual goal is to fix this, then we need to use all of our brain to do it right.
To do
And I'm not
what
saying you're
though?
wrong by not
To
doing
do what?
anything.
To create a new reality? You think we're gonna create a new reality that's better?
From what it sounds like, if we're in a simulation, someone already has.
So that's what the fuck. See, my bad. That's what I knew you was doing. So you trying to give an excuse for the ushering in of another reality, when that's what we saying the whole time, bro. We have to
I'm not
get
saying
back to nature because there's an exit sign. So if this building on fire, why the fuck would I run in the kitchen? You see what I'm saying? When I need to be finding the front door.
We're all in America, right?
Good. That's some
America's got
real
problems. We're not
shit
gonna
about
leave.
that.
We're gonna fix
Yeah,
it,
that was
right?
good. That was a real shit about that kitchen. Yeah.
Real shit, bro.
But it's your kitchen. You love that kitchen. You don't want to leave that kitchen,
Come
right?
on, man. This finna go. I can tell you where you going now. But do you love the kitchen? A nigga love his life more than the kitchen, if that's the question, bro.
How much you love your kitchen? How much?
What's wrong with turning off the fire?
How much do you? So the thing is, can't nobody really give a good reason on the progression of this new reality that we going into right now under Elon. People have tried, and I'm willing to hear it out, but I don't see how it can even be 1% of a benefit to a spiritual being. This is kryptonite to any being that's spiritual.
We might have already broken.
But see,
But even you said that nature would automatically reverse everything that man has built within 50 years.
Who said that?
Within 50 years.
Who said that?
No, that's what he said. He said that if all men left buildings alone, I'm talking about if we left everything unoccupied.
Well, yeah, that's true.
Everything will overgrow and basically, it'll break down.
That's true.
What I'm saying. If that's the case, we don't need technology to reverse shit. We just need to leave it alone.
There you go.
Go back into a natural way of living.
Yep.
And everything can fix itself.
That's it, man.
But what's faster is what I was saying is, yes, we could do nothing, and in 50 years it'll be fine. Is technology faster? If we put our intent in fixing it, yes.
Wait. We don't want faster. See, this is like wine. Slow. When you talk about getting back to the nature, trying to rush in it, you're going to give me some bullshit. You can't rush this. This is something that you got to let, if we talking about getting back to nature, and it takes nature 50 years to get the shit right, get out of nature's way. God damn it, if it take up, you cutting me off. You cutting me off. Why though? Why are you cutting me off when I'm not done? Why? You know why? You have no human nature. You so fucking bent up on proving your point with this technology, which is unprovable, you can't even listen to mine. Just listen to me for a minute. It don't matter how long it take nature to do it. If she the one that's doing it the right way, when you try to rush the shit, you only gonna fuck it up. I don't want nobody rushing my surgery because they can make it go quicker. I'm going to say, nah, give me the doctor that's taking his time. Because every time he do it slow as hell, he get it done right. And when they keep rushing it and they have to keep rebuilding civilization after the next one, and another rebuild, and another rebuild, and another, every time, because they ain't fucking patient, and they know that good things come to those who wait. Let nature do what she got to do. Get your ass out the way. What you telling nature is, bitch, you moving too slow for me. And then when you come in, you ain't gonna do a good job because you rushing the shit. That's like somebody that went in there and shitted and they came right out the bathroom and I know you didn't wipe your ass. You rushed that shit. We know you gonna have a stain. You came out too quick. But from the time I heard the toilet flush to when you walked out was 2 minutes. Nigga, you didn't wipe your ass long enough. Rushing shit. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, I'm gonna use that example for you. I bet you your drawers look horrible. Quit rushing, man. Clean your ass right and take your time. Slow down and do the shit right. That's our problem today. World full of shit because you're wiping too fast. Slow down, son. Now, come on. What you about to say now? A bunch of shit. Right, watch this. He finna talk like the one with stains in his draw. A bunch of shit. Watch, come on.
My bro Sanchez, I have nothing but respect for you. So if you don't mind.
I got respect too, but I'm a comedian too, man. I'm a roast the dumb shit. Come on now.
I love you, my brother, man. It's all good. What I'm trying to say is I do agree. I can't disagree. With nature is the only way to take care of it. So what I'm suggesting is if there's a way, since we've gone so far against our own nature, if we use this to get us out of the way, to let nature heal itself. We're in the way. We are all in the way, right?
Think about this, right, y'all? So it's a car about to run me over, y'all. And I'm saying, well, since, we're in the way and the car gonna hit us, can we use technology to get us out of the way? Why don't you just move, nigga?
Hey, let me put another car. Let me put another car in front of me, man.
Hold on. This is crazy because a car about to run your ass over, and it's easier for you to just move out the fucking way than to build a gun and blow the car up real quick. That's what you saying. Ain't no
How do you
easier
convince
way.
everyone to move
Ain't
out
no easier way than to do it on your own. And if you can't do it on your own, then guess what? If you need technology, then you're a fucking robot. You're a cyborg. All of us real creatures, we only need nature. If you need technology to live and to exercise your will, you're no longer a human, my buddy. You're a being that's relying on technology, which means you're a fucking cyborg. And you talk like one too. Because every time I tell you that you're powerful as a human being and you don't need no technology, you say, man, but what about this technology? You sure? And I'm like, you must not be human. I think you're a cyborg. You can't, humans can do it without technology. We did it without technology before. So anybody come talking to me when I tell them, yo, you can do it by yourself without the tech. We can go back old school, and they act like it's impossible. I'm going to say it's only impossible for a robot. You must be a fucking robot. Because you
I wouldn't say it's impossible.
Okay, so if it's not impossible, quit trying to make it easy. Humanity got in trouble taking the easy route, which is technology. So if doing the shit, so I'm still talking. If doing the shit the right way is not impossible and it's just hard, then fuck it. Everything is some shit in life that's hard. So fuck, we don't need technology to make it easier, because if you do it the hard way, you do it the right way. You do it the easy way is half-assed. Didn't you learn that?
Absolutely. And my problem is not you and me stepping out of the way. My question is, how do we get everyone to do it then?
Yeah, I got you. Check this out, right? Check this out. You can't get everybody to step out the way. And you trying to get everybody to step out the way is a problem too. It shows that you have a control problem too, because people might not want to step out the way. Somebody may want to stay in the way. See, me as a spiritual being, I want to unplug and get out the matrix. But at the same time, I know it's some other spiritual beings that want to go on a journey into the matrix. This is free will. That's the beautiful thing of being human, that what I'm building over here is for people who want to choose the natural route. And what they building is for people with the unnatural route. So I'm giving another alternative option, but I ain't trying to control a person and make them get out the way. That they get out the way when they ready. They may want to stay in the way. Just worry about you, man.
Yeah, we just got to take a look in the mirror sometimes, you know what I mean? And if we can take care of ourselves, that's all we can do, because we can only control ourselves, absolutely. And I think what you're doing here by having, a lot of viewers watching and learning and listening who are very interested in this topic is a very great way to spread the word on, what we got to do.
Hey, what you think about what he was saying though about unplugging from the matrix though?
If we're going to ascend, so to speak, unplug from the matrix, I mean, there are multiple ways to get the same result. 2 + 2 = 4, but I could add 1 + 3 and get 4. I could subtract 5, and 1 and get 4. There's an infinite amount of ways to get the same exact answer. We just have to understand that we do want one specific answer, and we have to find some way to get there.
I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but really in the long run, it's just technology it's not gonna work. It just can't, because people gonna want to make it more advanced than what it needs to be. And then if you was listening to his last two, videos, he obviously saying that technology is the reason we in this situation now. So it's like, you can't just it's like building a gun to beat a gun, but it's the same gun. Like, a bullet's coming at me, so I'm finna build a gun while the bullet coming to shoot a bullet to stop that bullet, instead of just moving out the way. Like, it's just not gonna work.
Bruh, It's like you can't use technology to get back to nature. That's the
Right.
only thing that's gonna sustain us on this life, being compatible with nature. So if we know that we consist of some of the same thing that the animals do, some of the same things that the plants do, and vice versa. And then all this natural state of things is what we have. You know, we got irons and stuff like that, so we can take and make tools to be able to do what we need. But then once we start talking about augmenting our reality, this some other shit. This is like falling angles of light and shit that we need to, because everything made of light. So this ain't the real light that's being projected. This was called a falling angle of light. You understand what I'm saying? Somebody created it, and then that light changes the energy of the whole area. What's going on? You feel what I'm saying? Because colors and numbers and all that shit got energy. So I'm gonna tell you, like that analogy you made with 2 + 2 is 4. 2 + 2, even though they both 4, bro, that ain't the same as 3 + 1, though. The energy different on it. But I'll fall back.
I mean, so all right, so you're not wrong, all right, so, but we want to get back to nature. Somebody built a knife, and then someone else had to build a knife, and then the other guy built a gun, and now we had to build a gun, and someone built a drone, and now we have to build a drone. We're getting further and further away from nature. So you're not wrong. What I'm trying to say is someone is already building that gun, and they're going to make us extinct if we don't keep up. So now instead of keeping up, let's take a step forward where they can't.
No, brother. So you just said they gonna make us extinct if we don't keep up. The only reason you feel like they gonna make you extinct is because we've been going the way they've been leading us in the fucking first place. It's like they leading you to the kitchen and you saying, "God damn, it's getting hot. I feel like I'm gonna burn up in a minute." You finna walk in the fire.
I'm talking about cutting them off, so they can't lead us anymore.
So how can you cut them off? How can you cut them off if you try to intensify what's going on now? You saying we need to create some type of technology to get us back to nature. Creating some type of technology to do that is only gonna make our walk faster to the fucking oven. So
And
the
the
main
main
true
way
nature,
they
not
control
your
us
artificial
is through
nature.
technology.
Bomb does not help. I mean, especially you're building a faster AI, a better AI faster is not going to get us in a better situation. It's just going to get us to the end quicker. I mean, that's just ridiculous to
I
say
ain't gonna
let's build
lie.
a bigger
He needs to watch
bomb
Bro Sanchez, her
before
story,
they
his
do.
story.
But you got about 9 years to catch up. I mean,
We all agree that nature can clean itself, but if we have technology already built that
7
can clean it
hours
faster,
streams, 9
I
hours.
get that. But I get that point. But we don't have to do the whole work. We can take away the heavy metal and all the heaviest things, the worst things, the things that takes too long for nature to take away naturally. Remove some of it. Don't do all the work. Let nature do the rest of the work. I guess that could be fine. We don't have to like the technology. We don't have to keep using it. We can.
See, it's people like this that's keeping the world behind, because we all admitted that technology is the problem. So let's use technology to get rid of technology. That's what he said. Like, real talk, man. It's just some people just cannot see a world without technology. You know what I mean? And that's sad, man. That's sad. Brother just can't let go, like, because he don't want to do the hard work and heavy lifting. That's his argument. Like, well, can we use technology to do some of the work, like the heavy lifting? We didn't use technology to make technology, so we ain't gonna use technology to destroy it. In order for us to destroy technology, real talk, we got to fucking just simply quit manufacturing it. And the technology that exists, it'll die out over time, because nothing man built lasts forever. Only thing gonna remain is the natural organic world that we built on top of. But let's go.
And dump it after, you know?
Right, but what could be happening is we could also be looking at this like we don't understand this new technology or this new concept, and so we are alien to it, or we are somewhat threatened by it. But there's more to it than one person can explain in a short, back and forth of commentary. But there's a lot behind it. I don't think anybody wants to get us back to artificial nature faster. I think we're trying to get back to the core base reality, and then undo whatever this reality is or whatever matrix of realities might exist. But this is a tool to help us access the system that this matrix is being operated by.
I think like what he was talking about when he was saying taking a step forward, when actuality we got to take a step back. It's like when Bro Sanchez was talking about trying to get out of the matrix with a fucking rocket. When actuality, we got to go within to get out the matrix or off ourselves. So it's the concept of GMO versus organic. I think we got to start doing things more organically rather than trying to use AI to get us out of the situation.
I agree in a lot of ways, but I also think that we're really far along the game plan, and it's things are escalating quickly. So AI could be used to our advantage, like jujitsu, using its own energy or momentum against it. But it shouldn't be what we're willing to acquiesce to. We shouldn't be giving ourselves over to AI, but we can use it as a tool.
Well, we talking about living though, it's sustaining life. So jujitsu not finna start producing housing for people. Jujitsu not finna start feeding
Jujitsu, I mean, as in
children.
using your opponent's energy against them. Jujitsu,
Why would
as in
you have
using
an opponent though? This some animalistic ass way of thinking that y'all thinking, man. That's why I'm
you don't
thinking
feel
like,
threatened by
are you
anything?
niggas
So
human?
we don't have an opponent now?
That's why I'm not
What
even
you
saying
into
nothing.
it
Just
to?
letting
This
them
what
talk.
you can't fight your opponent. It's not a physical fight, brother. It's a getting yourself
I thought-
together fight. Hold on. Let me finish.
I'm
Let me
not sure.
finish real quick. It's a you elevating your mind. That's what a fight is, because you can't tend to elevate your mind and see what you need to be compatible with nature, because they got you on this spiral, the backward spiral, bro. That's what spiritual warfare is. You keep trying to think about making some technology to get back to nature. You going the wrong way, man. To stole that way, bro.
I mean, you just gotta admit though, that nigga Key Norfolk, no one really says it a lot, but that nigga be going the fuck in. We already know Bobby goes in, Bobby Knight. That goes without saying, but another nigga who goes in, Key Norfolk be going the fuck in. When he get in his bag, nigga, oh yeah, he's hot. He gonna keep mutiny and getting them niggas right. That nigga going in right here against this damn denier, this nigga. You can't be pushing back against this real shit, nigga. I'm telling you, boy. Hey, shout out to Soccer Mom too, man. He be going in. This all the niggas on my panel is a headache though for anybody that's going against this flat earth, this nature shit, this ancestral shit. You can't win a debate against none of these niggas. I know it. I put my money up on them. Let's go.
Technology to do this just right now.
He gonna be the one to do the Neuralink. That's
Hell
the
no.
person.
That's not the point of this conversation at all. I don't get
that's
why
what
everybody's
it
so
is.
against what's being said, because it's not
Y'all
even
want
what
to be
he's saying.
robots.
If we got any people in the chat room that disagree with what this Flat Power family is speaking, my nigga, this what I'm gonna say to everybody in attendance: support the show, cause time is money, and I'm thinking about doing another show today. That'll be the third show, and then we can allow for smoke, because I love some smoke. So if anybody got smoke, email me. Talk to brosancheztv@gmail.com. Email me and let me know if we got any smoke, and if we do, then we'll set up another show.
It's instincts,
okay.
people's instincts, cognitive dissonance.
We are using technology right now to communicate, you guys. This is how this is even happening.
Yeah, but you're talking.
You know what I don't like? When people can't make no more arguments for technology, they just say, well, you using it right now. You see what I'm saying? I'm using a public water system right now with fluoride and all kind of fucked up metals and shit in it. But do that mean I want to be using it? Like what he's saying is because we're using polluted air and polluted water, we might as well continue to do it. Like that's the dumbest damn argument ever. Well, you're using technology now. That's like building a highway in a tribal nigga's land, and when he walk down that motherfucker, you tell him, well, you using the highway, so why you mad that we built it on your goddamn tribal land? You see how dumb that is? That's like you building a goddamn road across a tribal land, and now the tribal people got to use your motherfucking road because it crossed their land. And when they use it, you tell them, well, you using it, so you wanted me to build it here. You consenting. No, it don't work like that. And that's that's the mind of a colonizer. That's the mind of a colonizer right there.
Talking about trying to do something that's within, outwardly. You're trying to
Dude, right click on reality.
Physical.
It's just not gonna work.
I'm talking about hacking the reality to fix everything that's going wrong.
Why
right now.
hack though? That don't make sense. Why? What are you hacking exactly?
See, that's what a lot of people
You don't
do.
understand
I
that.
thank you for saying that, bro, because you clarify, right? It's just like the political system. A lot of people say, we got to take this over. Then when we take it over, we going to run it. How you going to do that when the system was built up on bullshit from the beginning? It's not even law, it's policy. So they policy in this shit. Where the fuck you think the police came from to do what? Protect policy. They don't know law and they don't give a fuck about law. It's up to you to go and have a standing chance with the court to prove law. That's what make you already guilty till you prove it. That's the same shit with this life
You
that
don't
we
prove
live.
yourself to the court. You are the court, but we forgot that part too.
See, this is what I'm saying. It's about legibility. We're missing that point. So as long as we keep giving our power and our energy to the other side, we're fueling the machine and then wondering why the fuck we ain't got no gas in our car.
Right.
I don't think y'all get it, man.
I get what you're saying. They probably don't though.
I know you do, sis. Flat motherfucking power. You already know.
All I was suggesting is if it becomes an even playing ground, it's no longer a knife against a gunfight. There is an opponent. We already see it every day. We know who we're talking about.
Bro, you can never beat the banker in Monopoly, bro.
But it's better not to move backwards.
What?
You
can't move backwards. Look, everybody live, right? Everybody got to go to the store. Some people might go to the hospital.
I want y'all to listen to this, right? You can't beat the banker in Monopoly. See, Key been around this motherfucker a while, sucking up the game, and he already from the streets, he already know the game. But when a nigga tell you you can't beat the banker at Monopoly, that goes over most niggas' head right there. And I've been telling niggas that, just check this out, man, he giving this boy that work.
This and that. It's not about that. It's about understanding, overstanding what's really going on in your surroundings, being fully aware of your atmosphere, because that's where your first fight at. They done terraform this shit, so they causing a motherfucking mirage. So you think you looking at a goddamn some beautiful water right there, and the whole time it's poison and parasites and snakes and shit all in the water, but it look clean to you, don't it? Man, you gotta tap into your real spirituality. Ain't got shit to do with no cards, astrology, religion, all this bullshit. I'm telling you,
You're
bro. You
talking
gotta really be compatible with what the fuck is going on, man, and open your third eye so you can see, bro.
It's very open.
right.
All I'm talking about
Essentially,
is we're being
we're,
forced to play
we're
a game
talking
we didn't
about
want to play, but now we're here. We have to play it. We have to win, not lose. We have to win in order for us to go off the game board. We don't. If we don't want to play, then we have to win first.
but you're still talking about playing the game. Essentially, you're trying to use the tools of the matrix to get out the matrix. When
I just don't want to play the game.
it
So in
doesn't
order for me not to
exist.
play, I
Those
have to
tools
win.
don't exist.
What? Wait, you said what doesn't exist?
You're trying to use the tools of the matrix to get out of the matrix, and essentially, those tools don't exist. So you're trying to
Look, see,
use
you don't understand the
AI.
nature of unique minds. People can create things that don't exist.
The
That's what we're
Matrix to
created
go against
for.
the Matrix. Wait a minute, hold on.
Yeah, exactly. Go watch The Matrix again, please. That's all I could ask you to do at this point.
Wait. I mean, I watched The Matrix about 1,000 times already. It came out in 1999. I was born in 1999.
Right, but you
But
learned new things tonight, so go watch it with new mind.
You'll see with new eyes. I promise.
well, okay. So what are y'all bringing that up for? Explain.
We're all
It
talking about
explained
going back
itself.
to nature, but someone put us on a board game, and we're talking about not wanting to play. Unfortunately, we have to play. It's like Jumanji. If you don't play, you lose. We can't lose. We can't afford to lose. We want to go back to nature.
Have you ever heard of being in it but not of it? You know,
Right.
yeah, you in the game, so you
Yeah,
gotta
right
put
here,
your
but not
poker face.
worry, not being
You
worried
you
about it,
gotta
but being
put
able to
your
smash over all of it.
yeah,
You're still in the
you gotta
game, and the
put your
game still
poker
has
face
rules.
on. And you gotta have some integrity, but you gotta keep yourself, because what this shit doing is trying to take you so far out of being yourself to where you don't even exist anymore. So they trying to eliminate their opponent, and you trying to fight them the whole time. You helping them eliminate yourself, so you won't even be a fucking opponent no more. You understand what I'm saying, bro?
The game is 99% likely for you to lose, only 1% likely for you to win, and if you don't play, 100% likely for you to lose.
Well,
But
lose.
I don't think you picking up what I'm putting down, man. But you know,
I'm pretty quick. I hear you.
We all hear
yeah.
you. You
It's
just don't
honestly
hear
no
him at
point of
all.
winning then.
There's 1% of winning. That's the math.
Yeah, the point is to let them know. See, when somebody playing some game on you and you didn't really sign up to play and all that shit, you don't just keep playing the game, because now you keep tying
Exactly.
yourself in. You say, hold on, man, quit fucking with me right now, man, and be for
Exactly.
real. You know
Why
what
would you
I'm
continue to play the game?
saying?
Hey, bro, do
Yeah.
you think you can give a big nutshell on this debate so far, bro? Sanchez, can you put this in a big nutshell? I mean, from your outside inside perspective, I'm curious.
See, we can
He gonna
start thinking
answer it
this.
with a simple
See,
answer.
he gonna come back. He might have stepped away, but see. What we gotta do is we gotta start thinking of more tangible shit. Like, hey man, look, if we start participating in the vote or some shit like that, then maybe we can have them answer something. And you see what I'm saying? Not like,
Right.
I see that. We're
let's
doing
just
that
keep
too,
going
but we
on
got to do all
along
the
with
above.
everything. Let's start, because you know what people do who get in positions of power? They taste their fruit that y'all keep talking about. That's the basis of the whole shit.
Right.
So
How about we turn off the TVs?
yeah, because see, the little person who following the big person always turn into the big person when they get there. It's a mirroring effect, bro. So you got to get off the whole channel of the thing, bro. It ain't gonna never work. You think somebody gonna get up there, get all that power, and then, if you thinking like that, bro, this is what got us fucked up now. This is what we bought into. See, we did have our own homestands and all that, but apartments and shit was cool because they had like central heating there, and you ain't have to put wood in your stove. And see, it's about convenience. That's what the fuck a person want, convenience, bro, and that's what's killing us. We got to get back to nature. Like he said earlier, bro, that's why we got so many obese people in this world. Then when they start seeing you get obese, they start making you think if you ain't obese, you ain't healthy. backwards shit. This is the motherfucking spiritual warfare we talking about.
So in warfare, as we're talking about, there's always an opponent. The opponent, like a narcissistic girlfriend that we might have had in our past, has forced us into a game we didn't want to play, but we're already in deep. So we had to play it. We had to play it to protect
So
ourselves.
is you gonna try to beat her up? Because that's gonna get you locked up too. Or is you gonna
No, I'm
first
trying to
put
playing
yourself
ground.
where you gotta this is what I'm telling you. So what we doing is building the mind to let you know, hey, you sustainable without this situation. Stay in a good situation. Then if you wanna like try to fight somebody as an opponent and all this shit, you do that after you took care of your business. Your business come
Just
first,
'cause you
you
have an
being
opponent.
sustained come first, bro.
Just because you have an opponent doesn't mean you have to fight them like that. What I'm saying is we're smart enough to know how to use our mouth or even the voice of this reality to make sure that it's an even playing ground for everybody. Everybody would have the same voice. Now, nobody wants everyone equally to have the same voice, and that's the problem. We all need to have the same playing ground.
We're playing 12-dimensional chess here, and we're trying to finesse our opponent while they're not looking.
And someone's got the upper hand, and
So
it's
y'all
not
saying
us.
basically we have to be on the same frequency. That's
Yeah.
it.
100%. The same playground, the same. We all need the same level of everything. Whatever it is, we need to be evened out because someone's got
Look,
more
if
than
we
the
gonna
rest.
be
And
on
that's
the same frequency, everybody don't want to go into another reality. Like, man, let's create this program, because the world getting fucked up as they fucking it up, right? And then say, man, we can't live here no more, but I'll keep you alive, man, if you let me just put you on this hard drive. And we like, okay, man, yeah, let's just go
Nah,
all on the hard
we're gonna
drive
break their
together. Because
system.
that's the only shit they talking about right now, bro. They not talking about saving the planet. They not talking about
No.
saving the children. They ain't talking about none of that shit that we need, bro. They talking about some other shit, bringing back woolly mammoths from 10,000 years ago and getting on a fuck, bro. Come on, bro. You know what they talking about, bro. You acting. Nah, bro. That shit you saying sounding stupid, though. That's what I'm gonna say.
the fact that I want to even the playing ground sounds stupid.
So how the fuck we gonna even the playing ground when, bro, where have you seen them start cleaning up some water at? Because right now, you buy half fucked up water. So the water we steady buying, that we spending our hard-earned money for, that shit ain't even good sustaining us. And it's just better than the water that we can get for free. So show me where somebody really trying to move toward fixing some shit, and then I'll tell you, my bad. Man, I got Big Farm and them fucked up, bro. They really trying to help us, bro. My bad. I was a dumbass. Show me some shit like that.
I'm telling you, we broke the game. We need a cheat code to fix it and bring it back to its original code, man.
Game, bro. I'm telling you that the motherfuckers who running the game just got better at it. The more you keep thinking that you can put your energy into helping them, the bigger and better they gonna get. That's what I'm telling you.
Well, the road to hell was paved with the best intentions.
Bro, who wanna go to hell? What the fuck did you just say,
where
bro?
we are now. I said the road to hell was paved with the best intention. And everything that we're dealing with now
is
is
that how
what
we supposed to look at it? Like, fuck it, if we go to hell, man, make sure I'm in the goddamn handbasket.
So what I'm saying is,
so is the water so is the water real or not?
It could be. I mean, do you think water is real?
I mean,
you asked the question.
I'm asking because as far as the simulation, if what I'm saying is, if we complain about Big Pharma doing something to a simulation doing something to a simulation is only affecting the simulation. Is it that important?
See, I think you missing it because the shit.
Wait, what?
Hold on. Look. This the problem though. The shit that they doing in the sim. Look, the shit they doing in it.
That's on the bottom of that machine that starts making you gag and throw up every time you start distilling just 1 gallon for your family. the amount of chlorine and fluoride is unbelievable. Just start distilling your own water, and you'll see how much they're poisoning us. I mean, y'all probably
Right.
still eating McDonald's and shit. I mean, come on. You
What?
know,
Yeah.
No,
And
no.
then to what bro
you'll see how
We
said,
much
do
they're
not
like
be eating no
poisoning us.
McDonald's.
to like what bro said, so that's just like, right? If you in a simulation and you saying, so are you saying like,
So the
it
fluoride calcifies your
no,
pineal gland. You start
no,
taking
no,
away the fluoride. Start eating
We
better,
know
drinking
that.
clear water.
We know that already.
but look
The
though, to
some of
the
the
point
people
where
on the
bro was
panel might
saying
not.
though,
That new
I
people
don't
on the
want to
panel,
lose my
man.
train.
I swear
I
to
don't
God.
want to lose my train of thought real quick, right? So, bro, this is what I'm saying. So, what they're doing is becoming type of anti-gods and creating their own world. Everything that we already need to be sustainable is already here.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Nobody's
so
creating their
all
own world. We're getting back to the base world to undo this one from within.
that's right. To get back to the center, to get back to ourselves, bro. Nobody's so propagating, and saying, hey man, let's, they exploring this planet, man. Let's go do this over here, cause fuck it, I mean, it's still not the right
So
path in the spiritual war, man, that we talking about, man. We talking about getting back to nature and being compatible. Of course, we all alive right now. Of course, we all got cell phones. We know that shit. So that's why
Right.
we know, this shit causing certain types of cancers and some of our light within us, to be dimmed and shit like that. But you can try to do the best you can. You can use the knowledge that you getting right now to say, you know what? I ain't gonna feed my kids no more McDonald's no more. Well, I know that shit in the freezer section is processed. So let me just try to do better than what I am now, rather than just saying, fuck it, man. I'm in a simulation and water fake, so fuck it. Let me eat this fake chicken. Like, come on, bro. That
Right.
shit sound crazy.
okay, but
Right.
it sounds crazy, but so do the fact of saying, okay, nothing is real except my interior, except for my soul and my mind. So
Yeah.
I need to over concern myself with all the unreal shit, because basically the only thing, okay, your spirit is stronger the less physical you that's why you fast. The less you add to your physical, the stronger your spirit becomes. Right?
Right. Right.
So in essence, what does the if your body dies, your spirit becomes stronger, which is the overall point.
I think
Which is
you're
the
right. I think
right.
you're right.
So
And
so so
it's
so
about
so
balance,
so
because we still live in this world too. Cause I'm a nigga that believe if you drink too much motherfucking water, you could probably fuck around and die too. You know what I'm
so
saying?
right, exactly. So like Sanchez was saying earlier, the
Dang.
importance of learning and feeding into your spirit is important, but what you doing with the unreal, the stuff that y'all saying is the simulation made stuff, don't really matter. It's not matter, so it don't matter.
Everything
Nah,
you
nah.
overdo is a problem, but if you don't overdo it, it don't become a problem.
If it's not real, what does it matter?
Nah, it do matter though.
It do
You know
matter.
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's the thing. It don't supposed to mind. It's gonna matter because we in this plane of existence. So it's gonna matter. That's what the fuck matter is. It's there. You can say it don't matter. It's not supposed to mind. So we supposed to have mind over matter. That's what make you spiritual, when you able to put your mind over matter. When you know that when you know that you exist and shit like that, you gotta understand it with reality and all that, and you can put your mind over matter.
Keep,
Know how to
keep,
control yourself. You to control your body. When you say, "Can you control yourself?" You ask if can you make your mind control your body? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
does light have volume?
Everything got volume.
So light has volume.
You put volume to light. I ain't saying light was made with volume. You can add volume to it. You can
Okay.
add color to it. That's what makes a thing.
I
We
ain't finna
all
play with
light.
these science
But
questions that be asking.
what make us different is the different colors which would bring the different characteristics, and then the light what would make us hot or cold. I
Okay,
mean
okay.
volume, yeah.
I don't know if light had voice. I didn't know light had voice.
I'm saying you could put volume to it.
But obviously
That's a
photons.
frequency. That's how
Obviously
frequencies.
photons.
This how frequencies get manipulated. So you
Mm-hmm.
know, if you take some water and then you put that bitch in the cold and shit, you gonna make ice. Or if you can make gases, you can change shit with different frequencies and volumes and shit like that. You understand? That's volume. Volume not a thing. Different things got volume.
Okay. So light has mass.
Do light got mass?
Yeah.
It would depend on how much light, you know, that could be contained within that space or whatever you got. You know, the questions you ask and you know, I mean, I'm trying to see where you getting at with them, you know, with it.
That's
Well,
what I'm
I'm
trying to figure out. Like,
well,
what point are you trying
Because
to
I can
get
have a
here?
little ass light and then I can have a big ass light, you know, so that'll be the max of the light. So I'm trying to see what you said, man. Yeah.
I'll tell you what I'm trying to get to. What I'm trying to get to is when we talk about something that's a simulation. I mean, I don't know if y'all create. I make video games, and animation, stuff like that. I don't know if y'all understand the concept of something or a hologram. So you got a hologram. You reach to grab that hologram. Nothing happens except you touch your hand. So why would I'm gonna eat this hologram, and this hologram is gonna make my body corrupt? I'm gonna eat this hologram, and this hologram gonna make my body do better. It does none of that makes sense. So when the dude was
Well, if
just
y'all
talking
look at
about,
the camera right now, that's distilling 1 gallon of water, and you see how disgusting that is. I have to clean that out to where it looks fresh, like
yeah,
stainless steel again.
that's
That's
a
one
simulation
gallon
though.
of water distilling, and you're talking about it doesn't matter about eating garbage. You could just be unhealthy or what? What are you
That's
talking about?
that's
It
just a
doesn't matter
simulation
because
though,
it's a
right?
simulation. So we could destroy. We could do heroin. We could do
That's
fucking
Yeah, I'm
just
meth.
trying
It
to see
doesn't
what's
fucking
your
matter.
point.
You're
I'm
a
trying to
joke.
see what's
You're
your
a joke.
point about the simulation, man. I
what I'm
mean,
saying. What I'm saying is, if it's just a simulation and none of it makes you better, the only thing that would make you better is fasting and growing your spirit. None of that other stuff makes you better. Clean water, bad water. It don't make you better, don't make you
that's
worse.
getting back to the self. That's
It,
getting
it
back to the center,
so
fasting and shit. Yeah.
it don't make you better or worse. Whether your body is deteriorating at a faster rate or slower rate, it doesn't make you better or worse. The only thing that makes you better or worse is, like you said, getting back to your spirit.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's
when the
right.
dude was talking about
What you
eating this
can't
or
do if your body's
just
contaminated. You can't do it if your body's contaminated as well as you can with a clean. I
I
mean, this is
disagree.
raising
I
Kundalini. This is
disagree.
raising the Kundalini. This is what Sanchez has been teaching, and all the ancients just teach. I mean, the
I believe a
Kundalini
person.
represents the cerebral spinal fluid that surrounds your entire brain and your spinal cord. It goes down the 33 vertebrae. This is why Jesus died at 33 years old. This is what it represents. Santa Claus goes down the
33,
chimney.
33
Santa
photons of
Claus
light. 33 photons of light in your back.
talking out your ass. I mean, I don't know what
No, we
you're
talking
doing.
about
Go ahead.
the fact that it's a
We're
simulation.
talking about how the simulation doesn't matter
How can you tell
because
me
and
tell me
fully spiritual.
that a
Okay, so
hologram, a
that's why Sanchez,
simulation? How can you? First of all, when you say I'm talking on my ass, bro, what you saying is that you're not thinking, because nobody on this panel is retarded. Nobody on this panel is stupid, right? So if you don't understand what I'm saying, then just sit there, be quiet, and let somebody who's going to try to understand what I'm saying respond. That's what you do. Now, if you use your mind, if you're willing to think about it, a kundalini, a vertebrae, all that stuff is not the same as chakras. Because we're talking about lights, we're talking about a simulation, we're talking about something that's not real. Now, if you say the water in this simulation is not real, the not real, okay, the water in the simulation is not real. Use your sentence structure. The not real is corrupted. I'm gonna put the not real in my not real body, and it's gonna make my not real body worse. What does it matter if the only thing that's real is the spirit? Explain it.
That if you drink a lot of water full of aluminium, you'll end up not even being able to use your brain or your body functions. Then what's the point of being here?
Right. So here's my point. My point is this: people with cancer, people who's dying, people who are on their deathbed, they're a lot of times more spiritually intact than the people who are living, who are supposedly healthy. Now, if you have a purpose in life and you living out your purpose in life, which is when you get to the essence of what Sanchez is teaching, the purpose in life is based off of the soul. It's not really based off of, hey, you know, the water and the this and the that and how much shit can I come up with in my mind about this and about that. All that talking about a bunch of blizzard, blah, blah, and trying to be smart don't really mean nothing. What's the purpose? What's the agenda? What's the goal? Give me a solution to some of the shit.
I'm
So
saying, you saying,
when the dude caught on with the respawn points, he's coming with a solution. Why did Sanchez identify this dude and point this dude out and highlight this dude? Because he came in with a solution. He wasn't just coming on the platform saying, let's try to be smart. So what I'm going to tell you is this. Sanchez said something else. When we was talking about the thing, he said the objective of trying to get out the simulation. What is he talking about? He's talking about entering back into the highest form of spirit. Worried about your water, worried about your food is not going to get you entering back to your highest form of spirit unless it's based off of spiritual principles.
True. But don't your pineal gland need to be in a good shape to get a lot of important body functions working right and stuff?
That's if you believe your pineal gland is connected to your spirit.
Isn't that what many people here believe?
I don't know. I don't know what everybody believes here. I believe the spirit is.
Yes, if you listen to Sanchez for the last 9 years, that's what he teaches. The pineal gland is.
I've listened to Sanchez for over 9 years. Back when he was
Then
going
you
to
would
meet
know
and
that the
going
seat of the
to
soul is the
debates and
pineal
stuff.
gland.
I've been listening. Listen, I've heard Sanchez give a whole bunch of theories about what everybody thought, about what everybody taught. He's not going to, and I've heard Sanchez say out of his own mouth, he's not going to tell you a lot about his own theories. He'll tell you, hey, this is the theory I got. It might be a reach. This is what the ancestors taught. This is what the ancestors taught. He's also said that the ancestors created a simulation. That it's a possibility that the ancestors created a simulation and we're living in a simulation. Do you think a pineal gland in a simulation is connected to your spirit? Do you think that? Not what Sanchez said. Use your brain. Do you think a pineal gland in a simulation is connected to your spirit? Is you the one said I was talking on my ass?
Yeah, it's the radio receiving the signal. It's the radio receiving the signal.
You're the cell phone and it's the antenna.
Right. Correct. Go look at what's the magnetic guy? With tattoos, he has the it talks about the magnetic force field. Ken Wheeler.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, go study Ken Wheeler, and obviously you haven't been listening to Sanchez that long. Otherwise,
No,
the seat of the soul is the pineal gland.
I was listening to Sanchez when he was going to. I've been listening to Sanchez since probably around 2012 or some shit. Way back when he was first starting out, I've been listening to Sanchez. I'm pretty sure it's been about that long, bro. I've been listening to Sanchez before he even got on the flat power shit. I think I've been listening to Sanchez for a long ass time. Back when the nigga was talking about Egyptian shit and all that, I've been listening to Sanchez since for a while. When he was debating Polite, before he was debating Polite and Young Pharaoh, I've been listening to Sanchez. So before he even started doing call-ins and shit, before he even started all that shit, I've been listening. That's not the point. The point I'm making is, if I have a problem comprehending when people are talking about, man, fuck this shit and this and that, da 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 da. This world. Oh, then all of a sudden, but it's not real. And then you telling me your fake pineal gland, your simulated pineal gland is connected to your real spirit.
But what is connected to your real spirit if not something in your body you're walking around in?
Okay, now the other brother who was on earlier, I forget his name. I'm trying to see if I can see his soccer mom. Look like soccer mom. When we use the semantics of saying connected to, when you're saying something is touching something, okay, you can use connection semantically and say that it's connected because your body is your spirit is inside of a vessel, if that's what you believe.
Let me take a moment and say thank you to my sister Devin Johnston for the super chat donation, as well as to my brother Jordan Amaker for the super chat donation. Thank you guys for the support. We appreciate that.
That's inside of a simulation, if that's what you believe, and it's acting out all this stuff inside of the simulation, if that's what you believe. Right? But then if you're saying that the body is if the body is not real and the soul and the spirit is real, but everything from the soul outward, is not real, then you have a paradigm or a paradox that leads you down the line of too much stuff not being important other than the soul. So then you have to go back to what is the goal? What is the purpose? Is the purpose just to say, let me think of something outside of the box?
Well, I think what happened with this brother is he can't understand, right? Hold on. He can't understand how the false reality ties into the real reality. You know what I'm saying? The war between the mind and the body is the same war between the truth and the lie. And when you ask the question, what is the purpose? There is no purpose to this shit other than what you give it. In other words, life don't come with a purpose. You give life a purpose. So this is levels to awakening. And I know what a brother at in his level of awakening. All right. He said it out of his own mouth. He said, now you're creating a paradox. I'm not creating a paradox. Life is a paradox. The truth and the lie both share the same space. The paradox is that the lie is real, meaning that lies are real. They are real things that exist. Now, if I tell a person, hey, man, lies are real, they'll be like, man, lies ain't real, but lies are real. That's a paradox. That's a paradox. You see what I'm saying? Lies are real. I mean, they're real. They're things that really exist. So that's the paradox of it all. Your body is fake, but fake is real. Meaning fake is a concept that really exists. You know? Think about what I'm saying. Fake is real. That's the paradox. Meaning that it's real, that fakeness exists. Can't nobody say fake is fake. No, it's not. There are some fake things in this world, but fake is real. Fake is something that is real, right? That's a reality, that fake exists. It's a real thing. It's real. Fake is real. So that's the paradox, what we're talking about here. You know what I'm saying? So when you got to ask your question, is what's real something that simply exists? Because that's our current understanding of what's real, and that's what's messing you up. Because if you say, well, lies aren't real, but truth is real, you're wrong. Truth and lies are both real, man. You see what I'm saying? So, but let me give a shout out to Adam McMahon and to Brandon Prather. Thank y'all so much for the support for the super chats.
Sanchez taught you all the outside of the box shit. What are you talking about?
And just to answer the other question, sometimes I simply have discussions for the very sake of being deep. Meaning ain't no purpose to the bill. It ain't to be right. It ain't to be wrong. It's simply to dive deep. Yeah, I do that sometime too. So if a person say, well, I mean, what's the purpose? Is it just to be deep? I mean, what's the purpose of you having a swimming pool that's 16 feet? I can ask you the same thing. Like, could have just bought you a swimming pool that was 3 feet? I mean, what's the purpose of having a pool that's 16 feet, man? Why you want to go that deep? You just want to, right? You want a challenge, don't you? 3 feet ain't fun enough, huh? That's kiddie pool, right? Same when it comes to the intellectual setting. Don't ask me, it's the purpose just to go deep. Because, yeah, that's why I bought a 16 feet pool. That's like asking me why I bought that pool that deep. What's the purpose? Just to go, yeah, I want to go deep. You're right. People will pay extra money just to go down deep so that my pool can go to 16 feet. I'll pay the extra money. What's the purpose? Because you just want to go deep? Yep, you're right.
What you saying? What's the purpose of what?
I'm saying, what's the purpose? Okay, if you're inside of the simulation, okay, we got that much. You believe you're inside of a simulation. You're trying to get out of the simulation, right? Which is to get to the highest form of spirit. How do you get back to the soul? How do you get back to the highest form of spirit?
So he's not asking what's the purpose, because he said the purpose, which is to get back to the highest form of the spirit. He know the purpose. He's want to know how. And I think his frustration with not knowing how is what's motivating this approach, which is not a bad approach at all. Salutes to the brother F. Hutton. He's a day one. Salutes.
Oh man, I think you just, man, what I think, I believe everything natural has a process to it. So, I really don't really look like for real solutions, like, and I really mean that. Like, people ask me shit all the time. Key, what you think about such and such? And I be like, well, I don't know. That ain't some shit that I really think about. So let me think about it rather than just spitting some shit to you that sound good or resonate. So, I feel like much as I can do, because I'm in where I'm in right now, is recognize the shit that's pushing me more toward being uncompatible with nature and try to be as compatible as nature as I can and just have my heart and my mind in the right place, man, and just be the best version of myself that I can be while I'm alive right now. And shit, man, I think I did a good job. I don't really think I need to do shit else. But for the next person, they might say, I might need to try to invent this computer, man, or maybe I need to go wake everybody up, or, I don't know what everybody else need to do, but that's what I say.
No, I feel you on that. I guess because let me say this to the panel. I'm a thinker, but I'm always trying to learn. And if you're not teaching me something, I'm gonna push you to try to teach me something. That's why I come on here and talk to Sanchez. Not because I feel like I know everything, because I don't. I definitely don't know a lot of stuff y'all be talking about. I be on the panel, I sit there and don't say shit. And I come on here and I say it all the time because I don't be knowing about a lot of that stuff. So I be wanting to know. And so my complication with the simulation, and I study the simulation theory deeply. I've actually done videos on the simulation theory myself. I study it deeply. My complication with it is when we talk about the matrix, like Sanchez brought up earlier when I was asking him a question about the matrix, and I was going to address this with him. So you in the matrix, right? What was his name? The guy who went back in the matrix, I forget his name anyway. He went back in the matrix to eat the steak. Let's say he go back in the matrix to live in the woods, and eat fruit. He still went back in the Matrix to do it.
And this is what the brother not getting. The Matrix, see, the thing about it is this, right? Your way out the Matrix is going into the jungle and eating fruit. How we fell into the Matrix was developing tools, hunting, slaughterhouses, technology, and all that. So now what the brother doing now, right? He's trying to associate the activities that the ancestors said we need to do to get out the Matrix as if these are things we doing to get into the Matrix. No one goes into the Matrix to live in the jungle and eat fruit. Niggas go into the Matrix to live in the jungle and hunt animals. The Matrix is predator versus prey. Now, if you want to go live in the jungle among the animals and not be a prey with some trying to hunt you and eat fruit and be on some Garden of Eden type shit, that don't exist in this reality, unfortunately. That's what we're calling a base reality. And what I'm telling you is the base reality is a simulation too. To answer your question, I think he's confused with that. The base reality is the first simulation that was built, and it was perfect. It was what they're calling the Garden of Eden. Before, it's like any computer software, it can get a virus, man, and it'll start functioning other than the way it was designed. And no, this simulation is no different. So there are several versions of this simulation, and outside the base one, all the other ones have a virus, whether it be mild or strong. They are not perfect. In other words, there are many imperfect worlds and only one perfect world. That's what I'm telling you. That's how you get the singularity and duality existing. So, yeah, the base reality is still a simulation. It's just a simulation that you never want to leave. It is like this same earth, but paradise, like on some Garden of Eden type shit. That's the base reality. This place is you altering the base reality to create what's called an alternative universe or alternate reality. There are many alternate realities. So if you want to go back into the alternate reality or a matrix or a simulation to live in the jungle and eat fruit, that's your choice. That's your choice. You can do that. So I'm gonna just replay the question. The questions you're asking don't debunk the fact that we're in a simulation. It just shows your many distaste for it. It shows your rebellion against some of the concepts embodied of this reality. But it don't change the reality. There are some things I don't like about the fact that we're in a simulation. You notice I said fact. It's a fact. And there's some things about this fact I don't like. And there's some things about this fact I do like. So what? It's still a fact. And that's what you got to realize, F. Hutton. You got to take yourself out of it and just deal with the reality. And yeah, you can have likes and don't likes about the reality. But don't let that make you start saying, it ain't real now. Because that means that because you don't like a lot of things about this reality, you going to deny it and put your head in the sand. But let's go.
Okay, we got that much. You believe you're inside of a simulation. You're trying to get out of the simulation, right? Which is to get to.
I'm going to be honest with you. I'm not really trying to get out of the simulation. I'm trying to get back to the base reality. So when I say getting out of the simulation, I really mean getting out of this fake version of the real simulation we created. Because we were souls that created a heavenly abode for ourselves to dwell in. And that's what the base reality was. So that's just my belief, and I just want people to understand it's not just my belief. I adopted this from many ancients, and I think it's a very simple one to grasp. But let's go.
To the highest form of spirit. How do you get back to the soul? How do you get back to the highest form of spirit?
Oh man, I think you just, man, what I think, I believe everything natural has a process to it. So, I really don't really look like for real solutions, like, and I really mean that, like, people ask me shit all the time. Key, what you think about such and such? And I be like, well, I don't know. That ain't some shit that I really think about. So let me think about it rather than just spitting some shit to you that sound good or resonate. So, I feel like much as I can do, because I'm in where I'm in right now, is recognize the shit that's pushing me more toward being uncompatible with nature and try to be as compatible as nature as I can and just have my heart and my mind in the right place, man, and just be the best version of myself that I can be while I'm alive right now. And shit, man, I think I did a good job. I don't really think I need to do shit else. But for the next person, they might say,
Now that's it. That's all it, like, this shit wasn't made with a book, because it's literally the most simplest shit to do is to live. The people in power made living so hard to do. But when you strip through all the bullshit they put in front of us, you go back to simplicity, and it ain't that hard, man. So, yeah, Key just nailed it. It's to just live out your greatest version. Go with your heart, your consciousness with day-to-day actions, and try not to make a lot of regrets. This is a process of trying to become the best spiritual being we can be. And that's simple. That's just day-to-day working on yourself. You know what I'm saying? And think about it. We go and work for rich people every day, but we never work on ourselves, though. We work on their jobs, but we never spend conscious time to work on perfecting ourselves, So let's go.
I might need to try to invent this computer, man, or maybe I need to go wake everybody up, or, I don't know what everybody else need to do, but that's what I say.
But to Key's point, when you say be your greatest version, I can't be Key's greatest version. Some of us are teachers. Some of us are rebel rousers, as they call it, like Steve Coakley, Malcolm X, etc. Some of us have the spirit Keith got. Some of us got the spirit, all of us are unique creatures trying to be our greatest version. So there may be a guy in the tech field who's woke, and we may need him because he's going to be hacking the AI when we go to war. And instead of the AI killing us up, he going to say, watch this, I'm going to hack them. Now they work for us. So even with everybody's passion in this war, long as you woke, whatever you do going to work for good. And I'm even saying, even if you fucking with technology, yep, I said it. So to the brother that was like, can we use technology to get back to nature? I'll say this, we can use technology to fight technology, but I don't think we can use technology to clean up nature, which was where he was going. But I do think that if they sending robots to fight us and we had a tech dude that can hack the robots and make them go fight them, then that will be us being technical, using technology for good against them, making it backfire on them.
No, I feel you on that. I guess because let me say this to the panel. I'm a thinker, but I'm always trying to learn. And if you're not teaching me something, I'm gonna push you to try to teach me something. That's why I come on here and talk to Sanchez. Not because I feel like I know everything, because I don't. I definitely don't know a lot of stuff y'all be talking about. I be on the panel, I sit there and don't say shit. And I come on here and I say it all the time because I don't be knowing about a lot of that stuff. So I be wanting to know. And so My complication with the simulation, and I study the simulation theory deeply. I've actually done videos on the simulation theory myself. I study it deeply. My complication with it is when we talk about.
You should stop studying the simulation theory and start learning about the fact of our holospheric simulation via ancestral literature and ancestral cosmology. Researching the simulation theory is going into the mainstream concepts and mainstream narratives surrounding the topic. But go ahead. But I'll go ahead though. Like, in other words, the true simulation community don't put theory behind it, right? So it's like this, right? Anybody that goes out and research the flat earth theory, they're gonna run into all the control opposition. But if they just go research flat earth, they gonna run into me, Eric DeBay, Mark Sart, the real ones. Jaredism, D Marble, you know what I'm saying? The real ones. But if they put in flat earth theory, they're gonna get all of the debunk videos, the hit pieces. So putting theory on it it's gonna automatically throw you into the mainstream cyclone of fucking narratives that ain't nowhere near the grassroots shit that's gonna wake you up. So let's go though.
About the Matrix, like Sanchez brought up earlier when I was asking him a question about the Matrix.
It's the same thing for people that say that's a conspiracy theory. If you look up conspiracy theory, it's gonna have all the bullshit to make us look dumb. But if you just look up conspiracies that happen in the world conspiracies, it's gonna lead you to documents, patents, and all kind of deep shit. But the moment you put theory on your search, it's over with. You're done. You're going to be misled. Don't put theory on the shit. If you researching flat earth, just put in flat earth. If you researching simulation, just put in simulation. Now, I would put simulation theory on my hashtag because that's going to get me the most views on my video. Because the mainstream control the narrative. But when they come here, it's never gonna be me teaching the theory of simulation what the mainstream people doing. They can only give you the theory because they hide the fact. But once we get the facts of how this shit work, we lose the theory. It's no longer flat earth theory. It's the flat earth, period.
And I was gonna address this with him. So you in the Matrix, right? What was his name? The guy who went back in the Matrix, I forget his name anyway. He went back in the Matrix to eat the steak. Let's say he go back in the Matrix to live in the woods and eat fruit. He still went back in the Matrix to do it.
Yeah, he sold out.
Yeah, and so my complication is, and once you're in the Matrix, there's nothing that's in that Matrix that's going to be good for you.
Now, the dude didn't go back into the Matrix to eat steak. He went back into the Matrix to be powerful. He wanted to live out his life as a powerful, rich person. And the steak was just a taste of that success. Like, if you get it, like don't let it go over your head. It ain't that he went into the Matrix just to eat steak, right? He was making a deal to the devil at the table eating a steak. And, but his deal was to make me rich, he didn't say to give me all the steak I want to eat. Like, that wasn't the deal, right?
There's nothing that's going to be bad for you. You just there.
Yeah, it would be bad for you if you get, if you get too addicted to being there and you keep going back there forever and, going lower and lower and lower, I guess. But yeah.
That was it for me.
Oh yeah, nah, I'm with you on that. My bad, I had just got back. I'm driving, man. But yeah, I'm tracking with you on that. I feel like, this where it's good and bad shit here. As good as it sounds like we want to make the world all good and shit, I think that'll just be a hard thing to do. I think we can make it majority good, but I think we might still have to have a section to where we say, hey, we outnumber you bad guys, but y'all can stay over there
Oh,
where
let me
y'all
cut
can't
you off.
come harm us type shit. You understand?
Hold on. Let me cut you off right quick, Keith, because you said something important that just opened my mind up. What if our purpose in the Matrix is to make this simulation as best as we can for the next people who got to come through this simulation?
Well, I was actually about to say that exact thing, bro, but I was gonna word it differently. I was
Go
gonna
ahead.
say it like,
Now, this gonna sound crazy, but check this out. If this simulation is a test that you go in blind, dumb, and the goal of it is to wake up and regain the knowledge you lost, and let's say it's like a video game where each generation, the difficulty level goes up because we're evolving on a mental level, spiritual level, right? So they got to step their game up. Now, look, when you say let's make the simulation better for the next generation behind us, that's simply being woke to the rules of the Matrix and what to look out for and how to navigate in the Matrix. That's what we're doing now. So, the thing about this simulation, you're not going to control it, but we could control the people, right? Because the simulation is the societal values, the social media, the news. That's the matrix, the electric grid, the signal that's being put into the masses to create sheeple of various types. So once we break up the signal with the truth, we already fighting on a good side of a spiritual war. Like, we keep looking for this deep stuff to do when we're doing it right now. People will come and be like, so what's the solution? What you see me doing right now? Getting up every day, speaking the truth, waking people up. People don't value that no more, man. They think it's something else. Well, shouldn't we be buying up land or doing this? Now, first and foremost, we should be waking people up who are in a sleeping slumber. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, let's go ahead and put the video on.
what if the simulation is supposed to be an illusion, or delusion, whatever, and what if we're actually the bad people in the simulation because we revealing to everybody that it's a simulation?
How would that make you the bad one, though? Right? How would that make me the bad one if we were all born in a prison and I let you guys know, hey, man, we in a prison. There's a whole nother world out there. Think about it. We all born in a prison and we think that prison is the universe. And I'm inside that bitch telling the prisoners, this is a prison, y'all. This ain't the universe. The real universe is outside this prison, and there's a whole nother world outside this prison. How am I the bad guy for telling the truth? You see, I think sometimes we get so deep that we start motherfucking battling our own self. Since when did Morpheus become the bad guy? So if we watching the Matrix, Salas want to know, what if Morpheus is the bad guy and the agents are the good guys? I just don't see how. I don't see how the ones that's trying to keep you from understanding that you're in a prison are good for you, lest you think ignorance is bliss. This is just crazy.
I mean, that's probably true. I mean, that's probably true. We that could be a possibility.
Ain't no possibility with that. Only people that think telling the truth to their people is a bad thing are people that are so indoctrinated, I don't think there's no more hope for them. I'm going to tell you, I give up on my people, man. because we're in one of the most advanced communities on YouTube, and listen to what people saying right here on this panel. Where else in the world do a group of people think that the one that's telling their people the truth is the bad guy, and even say that that's a possibility? In white people culture, the one that's telling the enemy the lies is the damn good guy. In other people culture, if you telling the enemy lies, you good. Now, you can't be telling your people lies. Truth set us free. And the lies is given to the people we trying to hold captive and make slaves to. So if the truth set people free and the lie make them a captive, how the hell is the one that's telling the truth the bad guy? Only in black social media spaces do we gotta entertain this kind of ignorance. Only in black YouTube.
But I think that when Keith said what he said, just about making, like, make the world a better place and this, that, and the third, it sparked something in me different, because I believe a lot of us on the panel have expressed this before, that we feel an urge to make the world a better place. And so maybe our objective, maybe our purpose, which is what I was getting at, maybe our purpose that really leads us to our highest form of spirituality that will help us transcend, or whatever you want, however you want to put it, to get us to the next level, is to make this simulation the best we can for the next people who have to endure this version of the simulation.
Right, but like
don't
with
get
what
you.
you're saying we have to have with what you're saying we have to have boots on the ground, right?
Cultivated.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking everything happening the way it's supposed to be happening. And then, Silas, what you said earlier, in all actuality, we are the bad people in the situation. Why? Because we're going against the grain. We're going against the status quo. So socially, we would be looked at as the bad people in the simulation. You know what I'm saying?
I think that naturally people would fear the simulation or dislike the simulation just because it has an artificial notation to it, and people don't want to feel like they're void of a soul or void of a spirit. And that's just how that is. Me.
Well, the reason why I even said that was because, like, I'm pretty sure everybody on here is the black sheep in their family, right? I know I am. And like, even today, I had to go to my sister's wake, and something like opened up in me where I was like, because I'm always, when I'm with my family, I'm trying to wake their asses up. I'm like, yo, this and that, Christ is us, and Jesus means just us, and we got to go within ourselves, and but my family is quote unquote happy as a naked jaybird Christian. You get what I'm saying? So who am I to come in and take away their happiness just because some truth? When most of the time people don't even care about truth.
But
you get what I'm saying?
I feel like that's kind of like a cop out a little bit though, because I feel exactly the same way as you. Not even coming at that point of view, because I feel the same way. It's just at the end of the day, I feel like it's a little cop out, because I tell myself that that's what it is, but in reality, I just don't feel like going through that shit with day after day after day after day, trying to convince somebody or something and show them shit that they don't want to see. They got cognitive dissonance, all of that, because it's not like I'm trying to take their happiness away. I'm just trying to show them that they can have happiness with a better understanding, and it will be actually more natural and more organic to who they are as a person, as a spirit, as a whatever they want to call themselves.
Yeah, but see, I look at it like, you gotta just deliver this shit in soft packages, because some people just, no matter that it's a 90-degree day and y'all outside barbecuing and shit, if somebody tired, they tired. So if they don't want to get up You just gotta kind of realize that and let them sleep type shit. You see what I'm saying? And see, I used to use that against my family. I used to say, yeah, I go against everything. I'm the bad one, man. They think I'm the black sheep and shit. But when I talk
But
to
see,
them,
P,
they
what do
don't
you
even
do?
say that shit. They don't even say that shit about me. They be like, man, you think that? Man, don't nobody look at you like that. You know, you showed me this at this age, and I learned this from you and shit like that, like real family shit. So I think sometimes we create barriers within family and shit with certain shit that we be thinking and shit too. You know what I'm saying?
But Key, what you do when that family member just don't want to go outside no more at all?
Man,
Well,
you
They
like,
gotta
just
well,
like.
don't
like,
never
bro,
want to go out. It's 90 degrees every
if I
day
can
now.
if
Y'all
I
live
can
in the
answer that
best part
question,
of the world possible. Y'all live in the tropics and it's
hey,
90 degrees every day.
let me answer that question, bro, with an experience I had, right? So y'all know I make orgonite, and like I have like a passion and like a purpose to do that shit because I understand what's happening with the earth, and people need an expansion of their auric field, right? So like I made my mom a piece of orgonite. She put it on one day, and my mom was already feeling weak, and I was like, "Mom, just put this on. This will help you feel better." Tell me why, bro. My mom, this was a day that a solar flare happened. My mom took it off. She went outside, bro. She went outside and she had a damn stroke. And I was like, how did she have a stroke if she had her orgonite on? I said, Mama, where's your orgonite? She said, I left it in the counter, baby. I was like, oh my God. And this is where this taps in, right? Because I'm the black sheep in my family, I told everybody in my family, mom's had a stroke because she went outside during a solar flare and she didn't have no type of protection on her. And they're like, oh, nigga, you don't know what you're talking about. Oh, nigga,
I
you
ain't
don't know
even
what
gonna
you're
lie
talking
to
about.
you. You would have to break down to me a little bit more of the science of that. Like, first of all, how does a solar
My mom
flare
is 60.
affect us
My
negatively?
mom is 65 years old, and when a solar flare pushes out, it is pushing out
It's
positive
that light.
ionic. No, 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 listen. I'm gonna tell you exactly so you won't be confused at all. The sun pushes out positive ionics. Your heart pushes out positive ionics. When you have positive ionics and positive ionics pushing against each other, one's gonna win. The sun won. Do you understand what I'm saying? You understand that, brother? I hope
Now
you
that makes
understood.
sense. What you're saying makes sense.
Yeah, but yeah, man. I was tying that into what y'all were saying, so yeah, I'm gonna land my plane right there.
So if so, what are the things you say you make the ionics? What is that?
It's EMF protection, bro. It's this stuff right here. It's orgone. This stuff right here is the stuff that I'll be wearing on my chest every time you see me. It has precious crystals in it and metal shavings and
Bro,
copper.
so organite protects you from ions, from positive ions.
Yes, sir. And it's an EMF protection device. So when you're around other devices like me, I'm around devices all day. I got two phones, a laptop, and an Alexa. I got to keep this shit on me because those devices are pushing out positive ionics at all times.
So is it kind of like them dials that Dr. Delbert Blair had and shit?
I don't know the device you're speaking on
Well,
specifically.
Dr. Delbert Blair had these dials. Um, he said like you get these dials and they protect you from low frequency vibrations and shit like that.
Yeah, if it was EMF protection, that's what orgone is. But you have to understand, outside of the EMF protection, that orgone works as a free energy device to your biological body because your heart pushes out positive ionic energy via your thermal heat signature, right? So your heart has two beats. It goes the first beat, it's pulling in something. It's pulling in positive ionic flow.
I'm sorry, a negative ionic flow. And then it pushes out, the second one pushes out a positive ionic flow. That's where your heat signature comes from. When you have orgone on, it pulls in the a positive ionic frequency that your body pushes out, and it transmutes it back into the negative ionic frequency, which is harmonic to the Earth 432 grounding frequency, and you absorb that through your heart. So your heart's pulling in that frequency, and it's pushing out onto it. It's a free energy device. It's constant revelation.
Got it.
This right here is the one I made for Brother Sanchez. I made it all fancy. I got you see I got magnets in it. I got like 6 different types of crystals in that hoe. It's the one I
So
got
there
on
must
right
be a
now.
science to those things, like how many of this and that you put inside it to work at a certain frequency, or do it
Have you
to
ever
do it
did any
less or
science
more.
experiments to measure like the differences in things? Like,
So go to my go to my YouTube. It's called Super Salis _ and you can watch my videos. I be doing my experiment.
just put it in the chat.
All right.
That way, if I forget that motherfucker, I can always go back.
No, you're right. You're right. I'll just say if I do put it in the chat, that means I gotta go put it in the chat in YouTube too.
I do know about orgonite. I was always a little I didn't know if I wanted to use the one I got from a friend, because the friend didn't seem to really know much about it, but just put them together. I was like, is this thing gonna hurt me because this guy might not even know how to do it? That's the kind of thing I was like, I know they work if they're done right,
Like,
but I'm
you
afraid
just
there's too
made a
much of some
bad
shit in or
scientist
too little.
device.
So
Like,
with my orgon, everybody I send my orgon to, I tell them to do 2 type of tests to let you know that it works, right? I tell them to get you a glass of water, fill it up to the top, and set your orgon on top of it and put it in the freezer. And then there's another thing that you can do where, hold on just a second. And there's another experiment that you can do, because like
what happens when you do that, bro? When you put it in the freezer?
So when you put it in the freezer, it structures the water, and like like you see how like I have mine like that. Like in the middle, there will be like a rod of like haziness in the thing, and then like the sides will be like pure, like clear. You know what I'm saying? The sides of it will be clear because it pushes all the vibration towards the center, and it pulls it up like a toroidal field. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, shit, I mean, do that shit, like, can you tell any differences in day-to-day life from you and, like, your family that don't use it, or that's your age or some shit like that? Like, what, like,
Man,
benefits can you, like,
I got
clearly
I
say
have
that it happened
like
for
I
you?
say like I said, man, I sell this stuff to people. People text
I
me back
understand
and
you
call me
sell it,
back
but
and
I'm
say,
talking about
no,
you,
no, no, I'm giving
you
you examples.
personally.
Of course,
I'm
yeah. But
saying,
like, I mean,
what differences
I
do
don't want to
you
give you
have,
mine. I don't want to give you
like,
my examples because I'm the nigga that makes this
yeah,
shit. I
because I
obviously
mean,
know that this shit works.
nigga, what I'm saying is obviously like it must be doing something for you to believe in it enough to sell it to other people. So what has it done for you personally
Oh, okay.
that you can clearly like, recognize and say, oh, like this is different from when I didn't use it or whatever like
So
that. Like a testimonial money.
yeah, I got you. So like in 2020, I was probably hitting almost 500 pounds. Shit, I was probably even almost 500 pounds. And so I started making and wearing my organite, and I started noticing something. I started noticing something like crazy about my body. I started noticing that the hungers that I was getting as a big guy, those weren't my hungers. You get what I'm saying? Like
Not exactly.
so like you know how like they say when you fat, when you hungry, that ain't you saying you hungry. It's the parasites inside of you saying that you're hungry. You know what I'm saying? So,
Bobby, what
see,
Yeah,
about
yeah,
this?
yeah, you are right.
I
When
wanted
you're
to
not
say
supposed to be
like
hungry, but you're still hungry.
I wanted to say like kind of like how people may attribute that shit to energies, and that come along with contentness.
I wanted to
You
let him
know,
finish though. He
that,
was
that's
teaching me something.
oh yeah, go ahead. He wasn't finished. I thought it was done.
Yeah,
yeah,
he
no,
said something about like when you hungry, like when you a big person and you hungry, it's not really you being hungry. It's like the
Oh, now you
parasite.
just asking him a whole nother question. He said it was the parasites, man.
Yeah,
well,
but
But
I
this what
don't
I'm
get
saying.
like
We can't
niggas
be
like,
attributing.
is
We
it
can't be
really
attributing
parasites?
that
Like all
shit
big
too.
people got
When you go
parasites?
within, that's what I'm saying. So even though a person probably could have some parasites in them, but then we got some mental attributes that we don't want to give credit to either. That we give that type of shit to the devil and all this extra shit, or say this energy was influencing me. You know, I got to get this crystal, man,
No,
because
but you know them
goddamn
parasites ain't
Saturn
even
is
otherworldly
Saturn's
though.
yeah,
influencing me
hey,
right now. You know what I'm
hold on,
saying?
yo,
Parasites
Keith,
ain't even
hold on, y'all.
otherworldly though. That's like
Hey, yo,
real,
hey,
like
guys,
tangible shit though.
hey, guys.
Yeah.
Let me enlighten y'all on something, right? So, what I'm indulging in is like a 24,000 year trade that's called jewelry, right? Now, I know y'all probably heard the concept of the Jews used to make jewelry and the Hebrews and all that other. I know y'all probably y'all came across that information, right?
Oh yeah.
But the truth about jewelry is that the first hospitals were the priests. You get what I'm saying? They didn't have hospitals. They had priests, churches, and different, and wherever was your religion, the
You
temple was
talking about
had
in
been there.
England it was because
No, no, no. Listen,
the
listen.
first hospitals would have
Anywhere
been the
where,
mothers
listen,
and the
listen.
women.
Listen, anywhere where like there was no such thing as hospitals. So the only people who could heal you were your elders or your religious hierarchy, like priests and shit like that. That's why the whole thing with Tartaria was that people used to go to those temples to get healed with sound frequency healing. You know what I'm saying? So the whole thing about that with sound frequency healing and all different things like that with the bells and all that other stuff is that the concept of jewelry was that in the Tartarian or the Oriental or in the Asiatic community, they were very big on energy meridians all around the body. So they figured out that, oh, we can make a piece of jewelry that people can wear and it's stylish and it heals them at the same time. That's where organite comes from. Organite, it emanates the 432 or more, it emanates the earth, a healing frequency. So if I have a ulcer in my stomach
What is
and
organizing?
hold on. If I have an ulcer in my stomach and there is an energy meridian on my ear or on my finger or on my toe that correlates with my gut or whatever, I can put that on, wear it for 3 days, and literally it'll heal me because it's embedding that part of my body with negative ionic energy, which is the healing frequency again. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, hey, this is what I was gonna ask you. I'm tracking with you on that because even jewelry that you get from people, say you got a gold chain, that shit got energy on it coming from where it came from, unless it was made. But my point to what I was finna say was, so say like you said the ulcer thing, right? Now we know there's organite, there's different type of um if you want to call it rock or metals or whatever
Precious
you want to
stone.
call it.
Precious
Precious
stone.
stone, precious stone. Okay, now are some of those made for specific so-called ailments or areas? And
Let me explain.
do
I
you
got you.
have to
I got you.
charge or decharge it
I got
for it
you.
to be
I got
effective?
you. I can explain everything. I can explain all that.
All right.
So, you remember the album cover, I think it's Dark Side of the Moon. That's it. Where they have the laser and it goes to the triangle and the triangle's clear and then it comes out the other end and it
Right,
shows all seven figments of light, right?
right.
So when we understand and overstand the different properties of these different stones and stuff, like I'm just gonna use quartz because that's the easiest one to explain to people. Quartz amplifies. Okay, so if I shoot a light through quartz, it's going to amplify the light. Okay, if you put a quartz on a body part and sit it on that body part and have the sun hit that part of the hit that stone, it's going to amplify that part of the body and where the light ray is being emanated onto the body or onto the quartz onto the body, right? That's the same thing that you're having here. You have your crystals on the outside that's getting the permeation from the sun or its electrical source. Because I also charge these with Tesla coils. If you go to my what is it called? My IG. There we go. Oh, there goes Soccer Mom's Organite right there.
Yeah. See, I was just trying to see. I wasn't testing you or nothing, but like I've been like studying and teaching like the number code, the color code and shit. You know what I'm saying? And I understand these things have true value, but it's kind of like the overstanding of it, and how you value it. You know what I mean? Like some people just take this shit and just do it for trade or because it's popular and shit. So I was just trying to see if you understood how it worked, and you just showed me that when you talked about amplifying the light. Because that type of Marvel type of coloring, like with some that's green, got a different value to it. Red got a different value. Black got a different value. But when it got that Marvel look to it, it's like more liquefied or more crystally. So it intensifies the light. Now I'm fucking with you, Silas.
What's
Yeah,
up,
you see,
Silas? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good, bro. How you
I
doing,
want,
brother?
What's up, bro?
I want to say you're looking good, bro. From the last time I seen you, bro, you look energized and I've been fucking with the Organite, and when I got on it, I didn't know much about it, and I'm not the type who really wanted to hear nothing. Once they gave it to me, I just wanted to see what it was gonna do, and I found it that in the beginning, the one I was wearing around my neck made me a little bit apprehensive and a little bit restless. It was like it felt like it was weighing on my chest way more than it actually weighed. And I had another one that had amethyst. I still got both of them, one for my neck and one that's made in a pyramid that has amethyst in it, copper, and a lot of gold gold paper in it. And when I sleep with that motherfucker next to my head, man, I dream so fucking wild. And I done moved it around and put it back because, I ain't no big bandwagon dude where I just jump on shit. I had to prove to myself that I was dreaming a whole lot more with this shit next to my head. So that was my experience. One of them, like I said, made me feel anxiety.
Hey, if somebody can do me a favor and put my my IG in the YouTube so people can tap in with me, I'm gonna put it in on here on the chat. I think I already did actually, but it's just because I'm not on.
I'll do it at least.
Yeah, thank you, brother.
But one thing a guy mentioned to me that sometimes they get filled with energy that you have to cleanse them. I don't know about that, but if you do, how the fuck
That's
do you
what I
do
was
that?
saying.
And two, the other thing I got to say is, man, Sanchez has been up 8 hours. First of all, if everybody in here ain't hit that Cashapp and at least drop $1 fucking, how can you truly say you love this shit? We gotta finance this shit, man. This shit ain't free. Somebody working
You
hard
gotta
for
hit
this.
the Cashapp.
8 hours, man. Show some love. I'm a Patreon.
Hey, yo, can y'all imagine, bro?
That's right, man. Nigga putting the work in. Support the show. Thank y'all, man. Thank y'all.
Sanchez electric Wi-Fi bill. Can y'all just imagine that shit in Vegas, bro? Like that shit probably hot as heavens.
That's what I started realizing. Like, damn, 8 hours, 10 hours is like I did a job on this shit. You know what I'm saying? So
plus you got
that's
a family
respectable.
too.
If a man can do that, as long as he doing that, man, that's a work shift, man.
Hey, bro, you getting me through. I'm on the road right now, moving around. I done did about 7, 8 hours of driving. So guess what? I fucking hats off, and I appreciate it because really in this day and environment, for a person like me, maybe the rest of y'all too, ain't much out there that's gonna hold my attention this long. First of all, and second of all, ain't nothing
That's what I'm
out there.
saying.
Ain't nothing out there where I'm gonna feel like I got fed the whole time. I was never bored, and I was never confident people who felt and thought like me. So show some appreciation.
It's like a break from the dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? That's why when I
Yes.
get on here,
Like
when
a
I
break.
get on
When I'm
here,
on here, bro, I feel like it's a break from the matrix, bro. I feel like I can sit here, I can say all the shit that I've been feeling that I was feeling weird about, and like if somebody gonna comprehend with me, I'm like, oh, thank you. I don't feel alone about that shit.
And
Thank
the
you,
deeper,
Right.
and the deeper it is, and the more far
get the
fetched it
cash
is
out.
away from from regular society, the more welcomes you get. We appreciate deep thought. I'm looking for somebody to fuck my head up.
Right. What you
So
saying,
I
sister?
think everybody in the house.
Hey, I appreciate everybody, brother Sanchez, the whole panel from Karma to Chris, to Dougie to the sister to Sakama. I appreciate all y'all, bro. Y'all don't understand how much family y'all I feel towards y'all because like all of it's like this is like the Black Sheep fam. I would love that be on the shirt, the Black Sheep family. You feel me?
Black motherfucking power. That's all you gotta do is put
Yeah.
on there. They're gonna consider you in a goddamn black sheep. Black motherfucking power, bro.
Come
Hey,
here
brother,
to be around like-minded people.
Hey, when he shut the stream out, I gotta check myself sometimes because I ain't the type of dude that ride no jocks. And when he get, I got to get out of here. I'll be sad sometimes, like
I be
fuck.
too, dog.
I be like fuck. Like this cat ain't got no life. Like he just gotta stay right here. Like man, fuck.
Yo, have you ever been at home? Have you ever been at home? Have you ever been at home waiting for Sanchez to come on, bro? Like, you ever been at home?
Hey man, when I see a stream coming up and I didn't know it was gonna happen, I feel an elation. I'd be like, wow, I'm actually fucking happy, and I'm not the happy dude. I ain't happy.
Yeah.
So like and share. I done sent $5 when I ain't had barely shit in my pocket. Goddamn it.
Bro, I literally done sent Sanchez my last $5 just because
I have before too. I have a few times. Been like, man, let me send this man at least $5 for this shit, man. I ain't about to find this nowhere else.
Now, one thing, these niggas is capping. Salas know he's capping. Don't nobody that follow me gonna have no last $5. All of y'all niggas got a little money. I ain't saying you rich, but you niggas know y'all ain't that damn broke to where you sending me your last $5. You niggas ain't saw a last $5 in a long time. Talking about a last $5. Y'all niggas know y'all capping.
And not only that, I've been conscious as a young man. So the fact that we can even have these conversations, I'm not the dude that's coming in the room. They're like, oh, here go this nigga with that shit. It's beautiful. I found home, motherfucker.
Yeah. Very thankful and grateful.
Fucking right. Sanchez for president.
Karma, is that segment on your wrist?
Looks like a lion or something.
But I think it's segment. I don't know. I know the female cat goddess from Egypt is segment, but I don't know if that's segment. Hey, are we still live on YouTube too, or are we just on?
Yeah, it's still live.
Yeah, we still live, man.
Who brought up the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe? Who brought that up earlier? I wanted to talk about that. No one knows.
You know, I've never even really seen that movie. I only seen like pieces of it.
Then it's
there's a
weird because
book.
we got these
Is that the Harry
old
Potter
hood looking.
movie?
We got these old hood looking ass niggas speaking all proper and shit.
Who said the Chronicles of Narnia?
I'm not even hood.
Hey, the dude said
I don't claim no clothing of puttery.
Soccer mom, what book are you trying to get into?
Yeah, there's a book before The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe called The Magician's Nephew. And C.S. Lewis was actually, I feel like he was like an occultist himself. And he actually put in that The Magician's Nephew, which they don't actually make movies about. They don't even talk about that book. But it goes over the different realms that this magician's nephew actually went through. And that actually started the whole process of the universe of the Chronicles of Narnia. And the stuff that he was explaining in there is that the universe was this realm of trees with these poles, and he randomly fell into one of the pools, and it was a whole different dimension. And in this dimension, it was like a red sun, and it was about to explode. And he ended up in this castle, and he had ran through the castle, did some stuff, and then some lady saw him, and then ran back with him out the pool into the in between world. And so she wasn't supposed to be there, but he wasn't even supposed to be there too. But his uncle was a magician, so he actually had the gateway to keep going back and forth and through. But he left her in that between worlds, and then she went into another world, and that's where you get the world of the Chronicles of Narnia. And so he came back to try to start that. But it's crazy that a lot of us be talking about this world being fake and all those different things, not fake, but being a simulation, right? And that whole simulation idea. And so I feel like death is that true transcendence. And when you saw in his documentary with the plates on top of each other, we have the negative and the positive plates. So I think that's how the consciousness is transforming as it goes higher. But also as you if you look at a family tree, you notice that it always branches out into the child nodes are really, there's a lot of them, but there's always that one node where everything sprouts from. So I feel like that's the same way with the simulation of the universe, right? At some point in our ancestry as humans, we were living for a very long time, but then as we sprouted out into these children nodes, that's where we're in the reality of the parent one that came in the original. But we don't know who that original is, but we have a connection humanly to them or collectively to that human. That's why a lot of us share the same DNA, share bloods, and all those different things. But that's what I want to talk about, and then how that relates to that Magician's Nephew book, which was part of the Lion, the Witch, and Wardrobe. So yeah, that's all I want to talk about.
Hey, I just relayed every single word you just said, Soccer, to Chris Carletti in real time, but he hasn't given a response yet. He's still listening. All right.
Okay, dope. But yeah, and then like he was talking about consciousness and moving on the hertz, and I've actually done some electrical engineering with full wave bridge rectifiers and turning alternating current into direct current pulses. So I think it's definitely possible to move consciousness into a different form, which is and more than just the neural link and plug into the seed of the consciousness, but actually transporting it through space and time into different places. And I believe that's possible through these gates of changing the frequency into a certain form and then processing it through different mediums that conduct actual pure consciousness. So yeah.
So so like cooking with that, right? Because when you were saying that, something went through my head. Because like with Brother Sanchez and fam, we always say that we're in a simulation and stuff like that. We're not in the base reality or whatever. So like with that being said, with what like taking into consideration with what they were just saying, right? Because like this is what was coming to mind. What if we are like we're not in the base reality and the connection to the actuality, right? Which would be the genuine reality. What if that is the online or quote unquote like the interweb is the actual reality or like the base reality?
I think
Coming
it's
from
mimicking it, but it's not it.
But hold on though, because that's a good point. I thought that too. But we have to understand that, like, think about all the AI information, pictures and stuff like that, videos and stuff like that. What if we're just now connecting to the base reality and everything is already actual in the base reality? That's why we can pull from the base reality through virtual significance or whatever however you want to put it. You get what I'm saying? Because think about it, like even our ancestors did like meditations and different things like that to connect to this wavelength in the atmosphere, quote unquote, right? So what if the atmosphere or the virtual world is the base reality? The virtual world or the virtual reality is the base reality. Just
I've
thought.
always
I'm
throwing it out the concept very shortly is that, well, if there is in fact a creator, like that is a form of a simulation, but it is the true and genuine.
Nature point based on a flawed statement. When we talk about what the ancestors did and didn't do, we gotta be careful. The ancestors didn't try to connect with the stars. They didn't do that. They tried to connect with themselves. The stars is just there
trying
for
to connect to the stars through themselves.
Nah,
stars,
bro. I
these
think.
are
Hold up. Can I talk to Salas for a minute, guys? I'll let y'all talk, right? Now check this out, right? The stars are instruments. You use these to connect with yourself. So you don't you had it backwards, for instance. You said they used they self to connect with the stars, but through antiquity, we use these as instruments just to get us. All these roads lead to the same space, ultimately to the center of the self, to Godhood, to who you are. What we want to connect with is our energy. We getting acquainted. This whole life experience is the body, which is this part of us that's asking questions, trying to meet up with its maker, and that's the mind. Ultimately, what you're gonna reach at the end of your journey is that your higher self was the one summoning this lower version of you up out the pits, because it's calling home all its avatars. There's a higher version of you, and that version of you got you asking all these questions. And it's going to lead this version of you to the grave, pointed in a right direction, which is in a state of inquisition, in a state of I'm trying to find who I am. If you die in that state, your higher self done its job. Then it's gonna, when you reincarnate in your next one, because we moving backwards, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's gonna be something that it's like right now, you see how you know all this knowledge right now, Sellers? What if you go to sleep tonight though, and you start dreaming, and you're a whole different Salas that don't know none of this shit? Guess what? Your higher self is even gonna lead that Salas out the matrix, because it's gonna make that Salas say, wait a minute, something not right, man. And every version of you gonna always find its way out. And it ain't because we got the fucking answers. It's because we got the questions. It's because we got the quest that leads us up out the shit. Even if you take all our knowledge away and put us in a new simulation and have to figure it out again, we'll keep doing it because we're built to be inquisitive spirits. That's what a wake soul is. So it'll find its way out. Because it ain't the answers that freed us. It's the spirit of inquisition that freed us. It wasn't no answers that freed us. It was questions that freed us. There you go, y'all.
I love that.
That was deep, man. Because everybody keep jumping up here and saying, man, what's the solutions? Man, what got
the quest items indeed.
The adventure is that we question that at all, because when I first started realizing that I wasn't built like the rest of these people, I was young. I was 7, and I was asking questions that grown people was like, where do you get that from? And I was looking around like, how did you get to be here this long and you ain't asked this question yet?
Right.
Bro, hey, I feel you on that, bro, because I was that dude when I was 7 and 8 years old, you know, outside playing football with my friends. And then, like, you know how like we huddle up before we go, we mimic the huddle. I was that nigga that was on the side of the house talking to leaves because they were reacting to me. And my niggas and my homeboys like, they get place over here, bro.
Bro, it's like it's a good thing to not get caught up in the school pool. You know, we adopted a whole nother religion. Like they used to tell us, you know, don't worry about it. Like put your faith in, you know, God or Jesus or religion. Now people putting their faith in this technology, man. Like I think this beast shit going over a lot of people's head. Like, so people say, man, let me just become a part of it, and then maybe I can fix everything. But how you gonna do that using the very thing that took us out of our natural state?
But are you a different animal and the same beast?
I mean, when you say animal, what you mean by that?
Dog, that was a Kobe Bryant quote.
And he made it
because I think a lot of people be like, you know how a nigga be like, man, I was scooping down low like a cat. I think we got too many animal type of and not saying to you, bro, like this ain't no side of you or whatever. I'm just saying the way our mind works, like we
Yeah.
gotta say we gonna say we gods and shit. Like we can't be comparing ourselves to animals, whether it's astrology or the pigment of our skin and shit like that
Yeah,
type of
all that
shit.
be like
We gotta
Rolex and
think.
shit.
Yeah, that's not God type of thinking. So, and I think our godhood is going within ourselves where we can really create things inside of our mind. And the fight is being able to do that on the physical side when this world is already programmed in control to follow a certain suit. That's why I brought up the analogy with the algorithm on YouTube or social media, and
Mm-hmm.
then the social status algorithm in society. They'll ban you if you don't cooperate with both of them. You feel me?
Yeah, brother.
Facts.
Yeah, a lot of it, this world driven
Hey,
on like the
hey, can I
ego and
some a
all of that.
bird hunch dog cow with pig feet? Yes, indeed.
That nigga from the South, boy. He talking about them pig feet. I'm fucking with
Yes, indeed. Right on to the south, goddamn.
Hey yo, just let everybody know. Tap in with Black Goo, tap in with Salads. I got that organized for sure.
All I can say
Well,
is
you
this
Do
is
you
a
have a
saying
website?
I
you
have a nice
sound like
right
you
now.
just Silas, you sound like you just ran off on the plug when you said that shit.
Right.
That's exactly what it was.
Yeah, all I want to say, bro, if this is simulation, bro, I sure appreciate some good ass fucking grits. Goddamn it.
That's the, I gotta respect that, low key.
And then
I,
like
out of
what
all
I was saying like, I was thinking that is life a simulation? I was saying no. But are we living in a simulation? Yes. And with me having further conversations with bro on it, it's like we just keep extending the fucking simulation. And I can relate because I've had a dream while I was asleep. Then I actually went to sleep again. So I
Yeah.
was like, fuck, I'm asleep 2 times. So I was like, let me wake up. Because it was a big bag of money. I grabbed it and woke up. I still had it. I said, oh shit, I just got to wake up one more time. And I woke up and I didn't have it and I was mad. I was looking for this shit because this how lucid I was in this dream. I knew I was dreaming twice. You see what I'm saying? So that what he's saying, taking a step backwards, this how energy works. And that's how these people who operate, who we call them witches, warlocks, and things like that, they know how to place energy. Cause guess what life do? Nature don't care about all that personal stuff we do. It balances it out on the scale. So when this much energy get took from this side and the scale get off balance, this what karma is. It's gonna take that shit back off your side and put it back on the other side to make it balance.
Right.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things about the simulation with that 7, you know what I'm saying? I think it's balanced. So like everything has a reset to it in its own way, and but its
You said
reset is
7?
yeah.
Nah, you would
The
say
number of completion.
9.
Yeah, that would be
Well,
Because
nine.
Yeah, I would say
it's
9.
not. You would say 9 for completion.
because
Hold on,
you
hold
the
on. You
one
would
in
say
the
9
middle,
for
and
completion,
then
but you
you
would
got
say 7.
the four on one side, 4 on the other side. And that them two folds make the infinite energy of life that's without you. You the next number. You would make it 9. It's an 8 with or without your ass. You understand what I'm saying?
You hit that 9,
Yeah,
then you hit
but
that 8.
Right.
You
the only
gonna hit
reason
that
why I
8.
say that, bro, is because if you say 9, 9 is a completion number. You understand what I'm saying? It's not a
Right.
balanced number. You understand what I'm saying? So
No,
you
but
also
that's
hold,
balance. That's your balance, bro.
hold on, hold. This is a gym. This is a gym. Because you have to understand why 6 is afraid of 7. Okay? Because 7, 8, 9.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go
that's
ahead and go
why
like
I
this.
say, look, that's why I say 7, 8, 9. See, every time we keep doing this is where you get the 5-point star from, the 6-pointed star. All these are just energy prisms. See what I'm saying? Even the pyramid was a prism. That's this first form of ideology when they start coming out of Egypt to create this system of things that they got with to start taking over the world. You understand what I'm saying? So when we put
I was just
ourselves
trying
in
to
the
give you.
nine, it's complete balance because it's you in the middle, and then you got your full scale on the other side, which is 4. Is mine, and then is body, which equates 1, and then it's spirit and soul. Them the 2 4 on the side, bro. Your 2 pushes and your pull on your energy. 9 is complete because you got to include yourself in it.
I hear you, guys. It's just that I don't look at 9 as a balanced number. I don't look at 6 as a balanced number. I don't look at 3 as a balanced number. I look
So
at
balance is equal.
hold on, hear
It
me
is
out, brother. Hear
infinite.
me out. Let me
It's
land my plane,
infinite.
brother. Let me land my plane. I got you. I'm gonna let you talk. I look at 3, 6, 9 as balance, but them individually, I do not look at them as balance. And the reason why I said 7 is balance, because we have to understand why 7 is balance. Because 6 is afraid of 7, and 7, 8, 9, which created balance. You understand what I'm saying?
I
And did you
do.
understand? Okay, good. I didn't
I
want to have to
understand
explain.
what you're saying because 7 would be like they say 6 is the number of man. So what's higher than a man? Like a king. So they
Actually,
give you
5.
that number.
Actually,
Five.
5.
Five. Well,
5 is the number.
Yep,
Yeah,
5 the
5 is
number
the,
of man.
yeah.
But
Let's say 5 again.
but 5 will be more on the feminine side. If we look at, we got men and
I
see when they
understand
get
what
into
culture that comes from, but with all
yeah.
due respect, 5 is the body, which is man, and 6 is the I hate using the word molecular now, knowing that it comes from Moloch, but 6 is the molecular concept, like
But see, that
666.
6 is what you recognize and that you got your macabre. 5 will be the number of man who just focus on his body. And see, the
Right.
women was more connected to the body because the women would take care of the other people's bodies and shit like that. The man was the thinker, the outside the box to, the heavens type shit. Like the women was intuitive, but they was more intuitive with the physicality of the shit. You understand what I'm saying? So yeah,
Can I
you
say
right.
something,
You
brother?
right. Yeah, go ahead.
8 is the number of hours this man been online, and 5 is the number of dollars that y'all should be dropping at least to show some goddamn love up in here. Complete that shit.
My nigga Voodoo Child. Salute Voodoo Child, man. But nah.
I would have hit
I'm
all the
with you.
numbers.
Love ain't what you say, what you do. Put something on it.
I'm with you, Silas, because that's why everybody adhere to whatever their number is. They be like, shit, man, I'm a 5% of this. Or,
Hey, Silas, did you bring up that hamburger herb today, bro? Because I noticed you tried to bring that up many times, bro. You got shot down with it. You
nah,
better
that
cut
nigga
that off.
said concentrated orange
Yeah,
juice.
concentrated herb. I call it hamburger herb, that smashed up herb. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have to come check your channel out, bro, because I'm dying to hear that. Because every time you try to come with that, Sanchez hit you with that left hook and be like, chill out. Go sit your ass down with that. Yeah. Let me get some of that concentrated herb
Sanchez
around this
was
mother.
not having that shit, boy. We
Hey, bro, hold
roasted
on,
you.
Silas, bro. Chill out with that smashed up herb shit, man. Herb is real concentrated over here. It's real concentrated.
Hey, yo, there's a joke on Bigo where like people are like, hey yo, everybody's just waiting for that day. But Sanchez he gonna have it with my ass. He gonna be like, all right, Silas, we debating right now. Get your like there's
Hey,
like a joke
Silas.
about it, you know what I mean?
Silas. You
What's
can't
good?
really you can't I ain't gonna say that, but
Go ahead. I got tough
the
skin.
concentrated earth theory is I get what you were saying. I got what you were saying, but
I get it too,
just
bro. It's like
the
you put Kool-Aid in a
foundation and the
cup.
building blocks though.
Kool-Aid in a
So
cup
you-
with not enough water, and that leaves you a concentrated Kool-Aid. I expound that out to the earth.
Too much water, man.
With not enough water, just too much Kool-Aid, man. Not enough water.
He drinking jailhouse juice, man. He trying to.
Yeah, a bunch of sugar.
You trying to have 3,000 niggas drink this jug of Kool-Aid? That shit ain't gonna work.
It's that earth
Hey,
that put that tangy feeling in the
all
back
I'm
of your
saying
mouth.
is, and Brother Sanchez has said this himself. He's not speaking of the terrain when he's saying flat Earth.
Let him say it. Let him say it.
Okay. I'll digress on that.
Don't put words in his
I'll
mouth.
digress on that. I'll digress on that. Okay, I promise. I'll digress on
Hey,
that.
brother,
but
let's be concentrating some earth, man. Let's smash some earth
Yeah,
up together
man,
and
because
get a
we
whole
gonna
lot
take
of
this
real
dirt
dense
over
earth.
here, and then I'm gonna put some of this shit in this water, and we gonna shake that shit up, and it's gonna be half water, half earth. This shit concentrated, nigga. I'm selling it for $59.95.
Being that the earth is brown and you is brown.
Get yourself some concentrated energy.
No,
hey,
with y'all.
get you some organite, you'll understand the concentration of ethers. You feel me?
It's a mountain, not concentrated dirt smashed on top of each other over and over.
Yo, I'm gonna be real with y'all. Low key, I'm taking some of this stuff to the bank. I'm gonna be real with y'all.
I know you are, man, because every time you say organite, I think Coke in the can, baby. Every time. No, I'm fucking with you, Silas, man. Y'all sisters dope, because y'all just sitting there listening and rocking. Salutes to y'all, man.
Yes, man.
Peace.
Every day.
I don't know if it's. I think it's just me on here. I don't know if it's.
Okay, well.
Another sister.
Yeah, she's the last one left. So extra respect.
I usually be falling asleep, but I'm up for some real reason. So
Yeah. I had to go to a funeral today, y'all. So like it was real, man. So like just the fact that y'all on here and it's like it's comforting. You feel me? It's comforting coming from my sister's funeral and be able to be on Brother Sanchez. You know, and I brung up that.
Hey, peace and power, Silas, man.
Much love to you,
my
That's heavy loss
condolences.
right there. That's heavy loss. Much love to you, bro.
You know what? I haven't even been feeling like even running my own channel, but it's just been certain things that I've been hearing Sanchez go in on.
Right.
Like, I don't never have to talk to him about nothing. And it's not like I'm just agreeing with him or he agreeing with me. It's the same purpose in mind. And I know what his purpose is. You feel me?
Yeah, definitely. I mean,
one time.
I agree with everything Sanchez says. I never go against what he says. Maybe I have a question or two about what he's saying, but I never go against what he said because everything he's saying, he's speaking to me. You get what I'm saying?
Sister, he'll make you mad because I heard him say one time, I ain't want no echo chamber. I want people to challenge me. I'm like, it's hard, nigga. You not saying that I'm not feeling.
Right.
I be really wondering, like, damn,
I'll keep it a
I be
buck
looking
because
hard trying to find something.
I get on here and I challenge them. You know what I mean? Like people who, I know a boy say I ain't been listening to Sanchez for a long time, but people who probably been paying attention know when I come on and I challenge them because the only way I'm gonna learn, and I've been at this all my life. And anybody who Bible stuff, whatever, that think about this. Somebody tell you something, you're gonna say, okay, explain it to me. So explain it to me again. Explain it to me where I can understand it. No, I don't understand this. No, I don't understand that. And they're going to get mad at you because you're going to keep telling them to explain something that you don't understand. And until you can explain it to where I understand it, I'm going to keep asking you. So I'm never, and here's the thing about me.
I don't get mad at a person because I keep explaining it to them and they don't understand. I literally don't get mad. I ain't gonna lie. I just give up. Now, they take my giving up with getting mad, but I don't have a public high school type setting. If I explain something very simple to a person over and over, and I got hundreds of thousands of people that follow me from all over the world, Africa, India, and they understand me. They understand me. People who barely can speak English, that's from India and Nigeria, they understand me. When I get a brother on this thing that I spent an hour or two breaking it down real simple and he don't understand me, I don't get mad. I just give up. And a person may see that as disrespectful. And in a way, I mean, it ain't disrespectful, but it's, you know, it's probably not the best thing to do. But I ain't gonna lie, man, time getting short. I have to deal with the math and say, look, if hundreds of thousands of people get what I'm saying, and I got one dude that I'm spending 2 hours with, and all I gotta do is upload videos for the rest of those 100,000, they get it. Look, I'm gonna say, well, you know, I'm exhausted, man. I don't think you're gonna get it. My thing is, everybody's not gonna get it. It's not for everybody. And F. Hutton got to realize that is levels to this. And I'm glad that he's admitting he don't understand it, because we do. He must realize he's on his own, because hundreds of thousands of people that follow me understand it. And millions in the world that don't follow me understand these same concepts. So he got to realize he's the one that's the minority. And then, you know, go and do research and stuff. You know, that's all that is.
Infinite vessel. So you're going to have to keep on explaining to infinite time as long as I'm around you, because I'm always learning.
And guess what? That's what I'm not going to do. You don't learn by having someone explain something to you over and over again, because that ain't how I learned it. I learned it by getting off YouTube, going in my dark ass room, staying up many nights researching. That's how I learned it. You know, so if you just going around and being an interrogator, you ain't gonna learn shit. Cause you saying that you want to learn, but after a certain amount of time, you asking questions, you got to have a aha, I see what you're saying. If people keep giving you data and you never see what they saying, you have a learning disability. No offense though. Especially when you consider that hundreds of thousands of people that follow me have no problem understanding me. And you got to ask a person infinite times, infinite questions, and you still don't get it. That's what you saying? Brother, it ain't that person, it's you. I hate to say it. You the one with the learning disability. Right? And I'm going to be honest, I think your learning disability stems from hidden ego. I think deep inside you think we don't know what we know, because you don't understand it. And instead of you going to do the research, you think you calling us out by saying you can explain it over and over, but I'm still not going to get it. Because all of my 100,000s of people going to be like, move on, Sanchez. It ain't for everybody. So let's go.
I don't think, bro, be like that though, because just like I said, this ain't my first time. This ain't my first time saying this about the simulation. Like I said, I was saying what I said about it, but he didn't take it and was like, "Fuck this nigga, he challenging me." He explained it, and we had a build about it. So that shit opened my eyes to some shit. Then niggas connect dots. That's what we should be doing. I think a lot of times people be like, I got smoke and shit like that. It really don't be no smoke. It really be like, bro, you just open my mind to something. So let me tell you what my mind open to type shit. And I think if we start thinking like that as a people, it'll make the community better, man, to make this shit even stronger, man.
Yeah. Most definitely. But I also like the idea of people who disagree being able to fully expand their knowledge and still come away with a disagreement, but still haven't learned something at the same time.
But that's what I'm saying right there. That mentality right there is why he cannot learn. Because he have the spirit of disagreement. He feel that I want to still maintain my spirit of disagreement while I'm learning from you. I don't know about y'all. I can't learn nothing from a person I'm in disagreement with, other than we should agree to disagree, because at this point we ain't gonna learn from each other because we too busy disagreeing with each other. The two don't coexist. If somebody say, It's okay for a boy to turn himself to a girl, and I disagree with that. What can they teach me about gender or about manhood? Ain't nothing. Maybe I can learn math from them or something else from them, but concerning the topic at hand, I'm in disagreement with you, and I think you need to be learning from me at this point. And that's what a disagreement is. When two people think, you know what, you need to be learning from me. Nope, you need to be learning from me because you wrong. Nope, you need to be learning from me because you wrong about whatever the issue is. That's what, so you can't, so my thing is, if you show up with a disagreement and whatever your disagreement is, Brother Sanchez got a way of getting to the bottom of it, explaining himself eloquently and canceling out the disagreement. So what F. Hutton is saying is, I still want to hear your truth and your good explanations to my disagreement, which really blows my disagreement out the water and proves it ain't a disagreement most of the time. It's a misunderstanding. And what it means is people come to me without doing research on the subjects that I teach on. They don't disagree with me. They just don't understand my advanced teachings because they haven't been following the work. And instead of saying, listen, brother, I don't understand this, they say, I disagree with you. But the thing is this, you know, I mean, I just don't know what to tell this brother because at this point, he want to still walk away with a disagreement. And what he's saying is, when I show up, I want to disagree with Sanchez, but I want to still learn from him. That's a person that's saying, damn, this nigga's smart. He got good answers to everything I throw at him. I mean, the nigga good at what he doing, he explaining himself, but I don't want him to be able to explain himself. So even though he's canceling out the disagreement, I still want to say, brother, you right, but I disagree. If I'm right, how can you disagree with it? And that's what this brother do a lot. He do it a lot. This ain't the first time I've dealt with him. His thing is, you're right, but I still disagree. And I don't understand how you can do that. If I'm arguing with somebody and they're fucking right, I no longer disagree with them. Because the fact that I'm saying they right mean I'm acknowledging that I'm wrong. But see, a person that says they right, but I still disagree, that's their way of saying you right, but I'm not wrong. And that's an ego issue. Because if I'm debating a person and I realize in a debate, hey man, you right, guess what I'm gonna say? And I was wrong, man. I see what you saying. Yeah, I was wrong about that. You got it. You right about it. I don't feel like I just learned something from you, and I'm mad that I learned it from you because I didn't want to be wrong. Therefore, I'm going to say you right, but I disagree. You still want to maintain your spirit of disagreement because it takes a lot for you to say, oh, I agree with you now. I was wrong. I no longer disagree. So they're standing there in contradiction saying you're right, but I disagree, which is fucking stupid. I learned something from you, but I still disagree. That's stupid. That's ego.
Like,
oh man, that's typical religious people, I think.
I've been listening to Sanchez forever. I'm still not a flat earther. I'm still gonna believe in Jesus Christ.
Guess what that means? You've been listening to me, but you ain't been hearing me, and that's a different. A lot of people got good listening skills, but they don't got good hearing skills. Now, when you listen to a person, everything they saying may not be touching where it ain't penetrating the depths of your mind. And the reason it can't penetrate the depths of your mind and you can't hear that person sincerely is because you're shielding yourself with the programming you grew up with. You're not allowing that programming to be challenged, which is why you say, I'm still a Christian. I'm still going to believe in Christ. You're telling yourself when you show up, no matter what he say, I'm going to hold on to my state of mind. And a person like that cannot learn, brother. You got to show up with an empty mind and a willingness to be wrong and a sincere heart to know that this person may say something that changed my whole paradigm here today. If it's right, it's right. And if it's wrong, it's wrong. But if you show up like, I don't care what they say, you can't, I'm still going to walk away here serving Christ. If you like that, brother, you done made your mind up that you not going to register truth. That a person can tell you everything they need to tell you for you to set yourself free, but the shit ain't going to set you free like it's doing the other hundreds of thousands of people that follow me. You know why? Because a lot of them sincerely just looking for the answers. They ain't showing up saying, now, before you hit play, I just want to let you know something. I don't care what this thing say, I'm still going to love on me some Jesus and believe in me some Jesus. See, you already killing yourself right there. That's why after so long, I stopped trying to teach a person like that. They ain't ready yet. It's not for everybody. I was in the church. And I didn't show up saying, listen, no matter what you say, I'm going to believe. Now, that's a dumb way to, that's saying I'm going to be closed-minded. And I'm going to cover my ears with my Bible. And you wondering why you don't get the shit that we teaching, but everybody else get it. You wonder why I can keep asking you an infinite amount of questions and I still don't get it because you showed up saying I'm not going to give up my fucking programming. You're your own problem, sir, and you're projecting on everyone else.
What I believe in Jesus Christ, but I still can come on and listen to him talk about the simulation and whatever, and I can go to the Bible and I can say, hey, when Jesus was talking to Nicodemus, he says, you must be born of spirit and water. That's also compatible with what Sanchez is talking about. Mm-hmm. So, and in my mind, what my mind is saying, you know, how is truth? How does it truth correlate? At the same time, I'm finna give you something, because I know somebody heard somebody over there, and I'm finna give you something to argue with me about. So, you know, here goes something you can argue with me about. I'm gonna ask this question, and I'm gonna let y'all chop me up for a little while just to, you know, get the stream back, you know, get the stream popping. How do you get flat out of a hologram and a simulation?
Now, people, that's the most simplest goddamn. And you know what I'm gonna tell you, F. Hutton, you're a liar, man. Didn't that brother say he been following Sanchez for years, but he don't know how we get flat out of a hollow sphere? People, drop a 1 in the chat room if you know right there he just proved he's a damn liar. You ain't no day one, dude. Ain't no fucking way you been following me forever and you show up and ask a question like that. Drop a 1, man. If you know he trolling now. How the hell do we get flat out of a torus field? It's called a dielectric inertial plane. Matter of fact, let me show it to everybody that's watching the screen right now. This is how. This is how the Hebrew got it. It's a hollow sphere, meaning a holographic sphere that's made out of 2 halves, 2 domes, and in the middle of it, right, is the dielectric inertial plane. This is a torus field. Like, how are you asking that then still? I've been listening to Sanchez, but liar, lies. Everybody type lies in all caps right now. In case he listening, let's make him go on feel stupid. Like, you should have just be quiet, bro. Ain't no way you gonna show up saying I've been watching Sanchez forever and gonna ask that question. Look, here go one of the oldest symbols in Africa. It's called the Adinkra. And guess what it represents? You guessed it, the flat earth hollow sphere. Look at it. Boom. Now let's go back to the Adinkra. Boom. How are you asking questions like that? you just revealed to everybody that you's a damn liar, man. And I wasn't even challenging you on that. I was like, okay, he followed me. He been there since day one. Cool. I take his word. But when you talked about how am I getting flat from a hollow sphere, then I know you don't even know what a torus field is. And that's the basics. This is basics. Like Hebrew cosmology is our kindergarten class over here, son. How the fuck don't you know what the Hebrews say about the earth, but you've been following me? These guys be some agents, man. They be some agents. You are not flat power. You ain't been following me. You're new here. And even if you try to convince us, hey man, no, I've been around. No, son, you just came. We ain't believing you. You can say that till you're blue in your face and nope. You ain't been around. We don't care. Nope, covering my ears. Nope. Ain't no way you been around and you don't know what the Hebrew said about the earth. And you asking some shit that dumb about where the flat part of the hollow sphere at, as if I never taught about the dielectric inertial plane. You know nothing about this community and what we teach. My question to you is, who sent your ass? Cause you lying like a motherfucker talking about you follow this damn community and asking some shit like that. Shit, man.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
So
Let
hold
the
up.
conversation answer. Let the
Hold on. We
conversation
talking
answer.
flat Earth. Hold on. We talking flat Earth. So you asking how we get flat out of a hologram in a simulation?
Facts.
Because on the hologram is when you look at the cosmic egg, it's not just flat, bro. It's other shit. It's under the ground. Now the surface we walking on is flat, but then you got like plateaus, you got rivers, you got valleys, you got different
energetic
areas.
layers.
Yeah, you got different layers on the flat surface, but guess what? If it's a valley or a hole in the ground, you just put a hole in the ground. The ground solid. A mountain ain't level. The mountain is on top of what's called level. So we can't deny in the middle of this flat surface that that's not flat. Guess why we can't even do it on water? We can measure it. Because anytime a fucking boat is on any water when it's traveling, when the water levels go off on the boat, that's a risk, because that means the boat can tip over it anyway. So tell me where it on it.
Yo, let me tear that apart real fast. Okay.
Go ahead. Let's get it.
Yeah, I've been wanting to do this for a minute. So
let's get it. Nah, let's get it.
Is the hologram flat or 3D, bro?
Hold on, bro.
Hold on. Let's get it.
Hold on, bro.
And this is what I'm saying about niggas who be dummies. They sit around and they don't learn shit. Like most of the people in the chat room who don't even get on the panel, they know the most, but they don't choose to get up there. And a lot of niggas that get on the panel be trying to sound smart, look smart, and be dumb as hell, and be so damn deep that they stupid. And I hate to say that, but it's the truth. Drop a 1 if you know I'm not lying. They don't do no damn research. They wait for a nigga to drop the link and they hop on this bitch just talking out the side of their neck. When I fucking teach, I come here with collages, etymology dictionaries, gematria calculators, and all kind of bullshit. To state my claims and prove it, and I'm very thorough. But not these guys.
So, and I hope Brother Sanchez is listening, because I want him to pop in after I say this.
Oh, he listening? No, come on. He's gonna fuck. He's gonna do this. Let's get it.
So hold on. I got it. So, if you're calling this a flat plane, right?
Just like the one dude said, it's a hologram flat. Yes, in the middle part, my nigga. Yes. This let me know that you niggas don't study electromagnetism. That's all. you know nothing about magnetic energy fields, is what I'm saying. Because if you study magnetic energy fields, the torus field has a dielectric inertial plane. That plane is what we're on right now. So they have no understanding of ancestral cosmology because they making up their own shit. They think really deep inside that there's no way a person can notice this kind of knowledge. So they think it's up for debate and just speculation and all that, because they don't understand the fucking science of electromagnetism. This ain't no damn speculation. This ain't no philosophy. This is science and facts, man. Electromagnetic energy fields. And they got it in their mind. They're in the realm of goddamn, conspiracy on what the earth is. And that's what I'm saying. Y'all ain't really woke. You don't really get this flat earth shit for real, for real.
Yep. You're going off of the concept of the plane of inertia in which the toroidal field creates, right? That plane of inertia in which the toroidal field is creating is concentrated.
But that's what I'm saying, though. People be like, it's concentrated. Is it flat or not? It's called a dielectric inertial plane and not a dielectric inertial concentration. And I think Sal has really embarrassed himself with stuff like that. Because when you're dealing with science and you're dealing with electromagnetism, it's so vague to say it's concentrated. What do you mean by that? What the fuck do you mean by it's concentrated? That something had to concentrate to create it, or it's compressed? Like, that is a very vague, dumb word to use to something so specific, which is a plane. No one goes to a basketball court and say it's concentrated. They say it's flat. No one plays pool on a fucking concentrated pool table. They play it on a level and flat surface. Otherwise, we ain't playing a good game of pool, because the ball's gonna be rolling everywhere. No one say, make sure the table concentrated. They said, make sure it's flat. Make sure it's level. Make sure it's a plane. Like, dude, y'all be acting like Oswald Bates and shit, man. It's concentrated. Look at your boy face, man. Look at his face right now.
But it ain't flat.
Silence, goddamn, man.
He knew it.
You didn't see it's concentrated, but this nigga still strong. Man, you trolling, Silence, man. Come on. Because y'all don't want no flat earth smoke, man. I'm with this flat earth shit, bro.
Hey, I got to get up out of here, man. It's been a long one, man. We approaching 10 hours. But I mean, it can be concentrated and flat. The very usage of the word plane maintains the fact that it's flat. You're adding on concentrated to the word plane, which means it's a plane no matter what, you know what I'm saying? So, I mean, it can be a plane and concentrated. It can be a plane and not concentrated. It can be a plane and beat it, but it starts, the stage for it all is a plane, a stage. But yeah, man, y'all get some rest, man. We've been on here 10 hours.
Peace and love. Hey, man, you broke Sanchez silence with that concentrated shit, man.
And so what happens is in black communities, when you got one person that everybody respects because they do diligent research and they built the community out of that research. I hate when I drop my link and I get these baby, immature ass niggas that don't really contribute to the bill. I ain't gonna lie, yo. I think Salah's an agent. And I'm gonna stop. He's not getting on my panel no more because last time he tried to get my video struck with some COVID shit. And they never really contribute to the research. They come on here and speculate and disagree, and it just wastes his time. And then this brother, I think Sally's got you with the concentrated thing, and Sally's go to cracking up. Like, I'm a grown man. Stay off my panel playing with me. I'm a serious ass nigga, man. It's because I put a lot into my research. And I don't got time for little goofy shit like, you got him with that, Salas. He's not always right. He's not like, what kind of energy is that? That's that ghetto shit to where when you got one dude in the hood that's literally really smart, you gonna have niggas that's, but look at this though, you ain't right about this. Hold on, what about this though? You gonna always get some haters that's mad that your community is respecting you for the research you do and the fact that you're thorough and accurate most of the time. So instead of niggas respecting that, they try to prove he don't know everything. He ain't accurate most of the time. Watch this, he wrong. To the point where you just look stupid, saying, well, it's concentrated. You can't find nowhere where I'm wrong at. So then you just, well, it's concentrated. It ain't flat. Well, he got you with that then. It's concentrated. Like little goofy little kid games. And like, I got kids of my own, man. I don't be want to play with you niggas like that for real, for real.
Peace and love.
Come up with
Peace
it.
and love, y'all.
Peace and love, bro.
Like these little love licks and shit. We're gonna get on and, well, Sanchez, is it really flat or concentrated, huh? Is the sky really blue or is it the opposite of red? You know what I'm saying? See, I got you, Sanchez. Like, I'm so sick of the gotcha games when you can't get me, nigga, unless you put in the work that I put in. You niggas show up, it's concentrated. I got you. You think so, son? Yeah, you're weird, and the dude agreeing with you is even motherfucking weirder. And both of you niggas look like goof troops. Now cut that shit out, man. I don't like that kind of energy. It's playful, childish, love lick type energy. I got you, Sanchez. Like, bro, just get on the shit and build. And if you don't know what to say, don't say shit. Listen.
All right, man.
Hey, come over, Voodoo Child. We're gonna go on. Salute.
Peace and love, y'all.
Hey, for sure, North, are you going live?
Yeah, I'm gonna go live right now, bro.
So peace and much love. It's a 7-hour stream, and I'm not gonna keep this thing going no longer. I just had to get the video back up, and you know, we done that. Peace and love. See y'all on the next one. Oh, and by the way, thank you for all the super chats. And if there was any cash apps, I thank you for those. And let me thank everyone that got the phase 1 bundle. And let me thank all of my Patreons. Peace and much love. Peace and love.